Angry emotes in chat already? Give me a break. It was 3 minutes. 3 minutes off the timer, okay? I've made it significantly shorter, you guys. Give me a fucking break. Negative time needed. I'm not ever doing that negative. The amount of money that I would have to be paid to do that negative timer, it would be obscene, so it's not happening. Okay. Let's do this, dude. I'm like, I don't even know what to cover today because I just feel like I'm like Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, but the right keeps doing insane shit over Charlie Kirk, so I can't stop covering it. So, and this is because we haven't even gotten to PBD. PBD covered yesterday, like they reacted to people getting fired, and I'm just like, please defend it, please defend it. Also, there's a short that was recommended to me, a YouTube short of Adam Sosnick, like following a Muslim, like Muslims around and being like, I thought it was in America, like just bothering these random people. People resubbing? What's happening? Sorry, my Lead Vitamin, thank you for subscribing at tier 1. You're on your 5-month. Dude, I've been streaming for 5 months. Thank you so much for resubbing. And everybody else should be inspired to do the same. Or give subs throughout the chat. But yeah, I'm like, please defend people getting fired over this shit. Please do it. But first, let's do Piers Morgan. They have his blood on their hands. By they, I guess we're either... If we're going with the, what's Charlie Kirk's widow's name? Erica or whatever. Erica Kirk's evildoers, right? And if we're doing just they, that could mean Jews. But probably means like, like cultural Marxists, the left, people on TikTok that are bothering Megyn Kelly. So I guess we'll find out. Let's do 1.15. They have his blood on their hands. Charlie Kirk with Megyn Kelly, Jeffree fucking Star for some reason, and Nancy Mace. This was an hour ago. It really is starting to increasingly bother me when politicians are like going on these shows. I don't know. MAGA politicians especially, I'm like, you guys are supposed to be fucking serving the country. What are you doing? They're just like social media stars.
There's any shaming these people have Charlie Kirk's blood on their hands. I don't believe there's any reforming these people. I don't believe there's any shaming these people. I think these people need to be defeated.
You've posted some messages about Charlie.
Need to be defeated? How? Is this a dog whistle for political violence for Megyn Kelly? Based on their own standards of what they believe constitutes that, it would be.
On your Instagram, and you're laughing.
If he had spent a modicum of his time focusing on the white youth, that perhaps he would still be with us today.
Charlie was a friend, a mentor of mine. He sit here today and listen to the discussions. I mean, I am just like in total disbelief.
I've been told all week he would have hated someone like you. No, he would have.
Oh, I also had a recommended, like an Instagram reel recommended to me of some fucking queen who just goes up to, she went up to Charlie Kirk and she went up to Riley Gaines. She was there probably debating like trans issues as well. And she just was like roasting the fuck out of their looks, which I usually find, you know, a bit elementary and silly and just stupid. I'm like, okay, if you don't have anything, like, why are you going to go up and waste it? But like, I got to say, this was particularly satisfying because this person I don't think is transphobic, but she like knows Riley Gaines is transphobic. So she just said to her, she was like, you look like a trans woman. And Riley like didn't know what to say. They both of them had like bad comebacks. So I'll see if I can't find it.
Respected me because I'm my own person and I know how to have my own thoughts.
Oh, I can't even go to the grocery store alone anymore. I can't even walk my dog without a gun.
President Trump is in the UK.
She keeps saying this. She said on social media she needs a gun. What would having, like Charlie Kirk having a gun, how would that have helped him live in this scenario? It wouldn't have helped him live.
For an historic second state visit, the world's most famous royal family is hosting the world's most famous president for a trip that was supposed to be...
He owns a farm in Wyoming, also a fashion brand. I mean, I know Jeffree Star. I have a shit ton of his makeup, but like this foray into politics or whatever is like bizarre to me.
About diplomacy and unity, but they're not really words anyone's using right now. It's 1 week since Charlie Kirk was assassinated. His alleged killer, Tyler Robinson, had no reaction as he learned he could now face the firing squad. Best national debt is more than 37...
I just hit something, sorry. I guess if you hit 3, it will take you to a random point in the video, sorry.
And unity, but they're not really words anyone's using right now. It's 1 week since Charlie Kirk was assassinated. His alleged killer...
why would you expect... Who is not using those words? It's President Trump. President Trump is the one out here saying that like the left needs to be fucking defeated or whatever.
Tyler Robinson had no reaction as he learned he could now face the firing squad.
For the court's information, we did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty.
Well, prosecutors have released chilling text messages which appear to show that Robinson confessed to the murder to his transgender roommate and boyfriend. I had enough of his hatred, Robinson said. Some hate can't be negotiated out. Everything we know about Robinson so far, from his family's evidence to the messages scrawled on bullets, point to a screamingly obvious motive. But with each new revelation, many legacy media pundits have sought to minimise their relevance.
It's not really helpful for the tone and tenor of the radicalization of our country right now. We've seen time and time again over the last year how people of the trans community have been blamed for a whole host of things. And so I think that putting that out there, and if you look online like I do, you see a lot of people picking that up on the far right. They're looking to demonize and blame trans people. It's not helpful.
Just to be clear, I mean, just law enforcement people, I don't think we know the meaning.
Boyfriend? Yeah, there was a, hold on, I put like, the New York Times, Charlie Kirk shooter. Pisco and I looked at this yesterday. But I want the actual like legal brief. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
Of his message. We know his history.
Bella Ciao is an anti-fascist thing. It says fascists catch this.
Then I'll give you his
history.
Then I'll give you his history, right? Think about his history. His history, but this is not the.
Why are we debating it?
This is
that's
what I wanted to tell you. This was my point, not yours.
Yeah.
This was my point, not yours. The point is, who cares?
A kid. This is probably his first real relationship, and somebody was disparaging the person that he loved. He sat on that building for 30 minutes before he took the shot. Why did he wait until the first word trans came up? Then he took the shot.
You think he heard it? He could hear it?
I think he could hear it. I think he also, I don't believe he was motivated politically. I think this was motivated emotionally.
What? The hypocrisy is astounding. For what it's worth, I don't think...
Has Piers Morgan never heard of a crime of passion? What? That's not like a thing that's an absurd thing to propose or insert into this conversation. You can say it's wrong, but it's not anything that would be out of the ordinary or bounds for this discussion.
These tragedies to party politics.
Like the text messages revealed... Yeah, was this? Let's see. I want the actual charges. That like he put this together in like a week or something like that. Let's see. Crime scene. Where did we read it? Yeah, the roommate. Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that the roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting and provided those messages to police. Roommate received a text message from Robinson, which said, "Drop what you're doing, look under my keyboard." Roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." Police found a photograph of this note. So when they say like a biological male, that could mean this is somebody who is like a trans woman who, again, was assigned male at birth. I don't know.
Helpful. The common theme is deeply disturbed people who spend too much time on the dark corners of the internet and have no purpose in life. But if a liberal star had been gunned down by a Christian family values assassin from the right, how many of these people who would now be yelling, "Who cares?" And didn't President Biden hold a national address to say MAGA Republicans were the nation's greatest danger? If you care about motives, it works both ways. And on the subject of dishonesty and hypocrisy, the Attorney General Pam Bondi is facing a bipartisan backlash for saying this.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will
Yeah, but didn't expect Piers Morgan to call her his boyfriend. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know what I wouldn't be. Piers Morgan is British, right? A lot of people in Britain are fucking, are like from the UK. It's like Turf Island over there, so I wouldn't be surprised if, and like I've never gotten the impression that Piers Morgan is anything other than like kind of transphobic, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's intentional, or we'll have to see.
Absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything, and that's across the aisle.
There is no First Amendment. Why am I telling this to the American Attorney General? There is no First Amendment exception for hate speech, as many guests have reminded me on the show since we launched. You can and should be repulsed by the people mocking Charlie Kirk and his grieving family.
I mean, this is good, but what he won't do is call out like how Trump is obviously the one who is probably behind this, because he also is defining hate speech in the same way that she is.
Organized witch hunt, searching for reasons to hound them out of their jobs, feels a little bit
like
too...
This is not like some rogue attorney general making crazy statements unsanctioned. Like, if Trump was bothered by what she was saying, she would be fired. But if she's not fired, that's an endorsement.
Most of the cancel culture that the right, quite rightly, have always tried to resist. Let's not forget that Charlie Kirk died fighting that kind of culture. Well, joining me now is the host of the Megyn Kelly Show.
Okay, Piers, is that what Charlie Kirk was doing? Okay.
Megyn Kelly. Megyn, great to have you on our show. So I just want to start by saying how sorry I am to you.
Okay, Charlie Kirk was at a university farming TikTok clips by debating a bunch of college students he can dunk on very, very easily instead of like professors or anybody with subject area expertise.
On a personal level, for the loss of Charlie Kirk, because I watched you on the day it happened. I saw how emotional you were. I saw how much this had...
You just go rated Wick instead of you. It's hard. I can't compete with Wick, you guys. What do you want me to say? It's Wick.
Personally affected you, and it really moved me. And so, just on a human level, I'm really sorry for you and your loss at losing your friend. Just turning to the reaction, though, so many parts of this really concern me. Obviously, the killing itself, horrific, that someone should be shot dead for their opinions. The way that so many on the woke left, young people, so gleefully race to celebrate this on social media, joyously celebrating and reveling in this brutal murder of a young father. And then to watch the very liberal skewed mainstream media, you and I have talked about this a lot, but look at
this narrative surrounding both of these things. One, this whole like, he was a father. Again, like, bitch, everybody has a family. From like fathers can do no wrong or what? Like, is it nobody suggesting that Charlie Kirk is a criminal or anything like that? But this idea of like invoking the fact that he had kids or he had a wife, like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to get from that. Most of the time when women face violence, who do you think it's from? It's from people that they know. It's from men that they know. So this idea that like, I guess they're trying to humanize him. You know, I've never found this to be any sort of like more compelling reason to grieve somebody. You know, you think Ted Bundy didn't have a family? You think John Wayne Gacy didn't have a family? Like, is Charlie Kirk a murderer? I'm not comparing him to a murderer. I'm just saying on the specific point of invoking somebody's family to try to stir up more emotions or like, you know, feelings for them. It's silly to me. The other thing is like, I think there's a very superficial engagement with the reaction that you're seeing from people that are celebrating on social media. And it reminds me of like, the New York Post, let me see, like if I put the New York Post letter to America TikTok, like they were saying TikTok shredded, like they lost their shit over this. They're trying to act like people on TikTok are like jihadis or something like that all of a sudden. TikTok shredded as influencers promote Osama bin Laden's terrorist propaganda tirade dubbed Letter to America after 9/11 attacks. This was reported November in 2023. This was like 2 years ago. The text of an inflammatory letter to America from 9/11 mastermind Osama bin Laden has gone viral on TikTok and drawn praise from young users, and U.S. lawmakers from both sides of the aisle are blasting the China-owned app for promoting terrorist propaganda. Like, this first opening sentence, like nobody was interested in interrogating this further, actually looking at those TikToks. It was not uncritical. The majority of it, from what I saw, was not just uncritical engagement of like, wow, Osama bin Laden based. Oh my God. It wasn't like that at all. It was people saying like, oh, I'd been sold a lie. And I didn't really understand the reasons for like the Iraq war, the war in Afghanistan. Like I thought it was just, they hate us for our freedoms type shit. And I'm realizing that these people have motives that are a bit more complex than what American media taught me as like a millennial. And then for Zoomers, it was like, or then like I understood. Enraged September 11th families tear into TikTokers' sympathy for Osama bin Laden, calling it appalling. Various group representing scores of 9/11 families say it's appalling that young TikTok users are sharing Osama bin Laden's letter to America and showing sympathy for the terror leader. See, I can understand like if you don't like sympathy being shown. But like just sharing it, just talking about it like that on its own, like is offensive, is just strange to me. And yeah, the kind of like armchair, like really, really lazy armchair psychoanalysis is like, why do they find it funny? It's like, I literally saw more complex analysis of the healthcare, of like why the United Healthcare CEO was shot down from Charlie fucking Kirk. Somebody sent this to me. Let me see. Where he talks about it. Where in in my DMs is this. Here's everything you need to know about the CEO assassin. This is from Charlie Kirk.
Washington, D.C., so we did part of the program as a pre-tape, and we missed some major news. Reporter on this, and I find it to be very disturbing. The widespread internet reaction of the lack of remorse for the death of this CEO is very noteworthy. This CEO, Brian Thompson, did not deserve to be murdered in the street at all. Not everyone necessarily agrees with that. There are thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that are celebrating the death of Brian Thompson. The death penalty with no pre-trial due process. Now, vigilante justice in this way is completely wrong. However, let's just take a step back and say, what is it that would drive the American people to believe that Brian Thompson, not the American people, but some people, enough where it's noteworthy, okay? Not some fringe on the internet, to believe that a CEO and a father of two who's doing his job deserves to be murdered. And it is a deeper and darker picture into how broken health insurance is in this country. In some ways, of course, this is a mental health issue.
Okay, like, why was Charlie Kirk giving more critical and thoughtful analysis surrounding the reactions to this than fucking Piers Morgan is giving to the reaction to his death? Make that make sense. That really shouldn't be the fucking case, okay? Because these secondary and tertiary questions are actually the ones that are interesting and worth interrogating. People doing crazy or stupid shit on the internet is not. That's like, happens every fucking day.
Tortured ways. They are trying so hard to avoid saying the obvious about this shooter and trying to find something, anything, to excuse what he did. All of it is grotesque.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for that, Piers. It was a devastating day and unlike anything I've ever experienced or want to experience again. You know, Charlie and I weren't the kind of friends who were meeting for dinner, but I'd had him on my show over 15 times in the past year and a half. Like, I'd had him on tons of times. I'd been on his show tons of times. We did
you have to understand, it really touched her heart when she could have Charlie Kirk on for them to both shit on Muslims and be Islamophobic.
Turning point events together, and I spoke with him many times backstage, and so I felt like I knew him as a friend and knew what he stood for. Not to mention all the countless hours I've seen him on these college campuses and all the prep you do when somebody's coming on your show. So I do feel like I knew who he was. I really do. And he was total goodness. I mean, he was truly a happy warrior. The picture that's being painted of him by his detractors now bears no resemblance whatsoever to the man I knew. And they didn't. They didn't. Because I see the few who will bother to offer evidence of their views that he was this terrible guy, a racist, what have you.
The few, again, these people just tell on themselves so much. I don't know if I wouldn't be surprised if she's in an echo chamber where she really cannot fathom why somebody disagreed with Charlie Kirk on something, or like why something he said was like perceived as hateful or inflammatory. Obviously it was, but just like, you can't even understand why some people might not like what he had to say. What was he? Was he a bold truth teller? Which in conservative circles means he's usually couching or expressing bigotry in a way that they find to be, like harsh, but true, right? Tough love. Or do you really think he was some, like, he was just going out there saying words, saying ideas, very inoffensive stuff, common sense stuff? Come on, Megan.
It's helpful. I appreciate when they say why they thought that, because I'm familiar with almost all of the incidents that they used to batter Charlie, and they're fake.
And I thought she was going to say, and I can defend all of them, even though I thought she was going to say like there's context missing, even though the context is literally just reinforcing the same point that he was making, but with more words.
It's fake news. Charlie was honestly the most optimistic person in our movement. I mean, I was saying to Tucker last night, and I say it to you too, I think the rest of us are way more cynical mofos than Charlie ever was. You know, we've been in the business a long time.
Oh my God, Megyn Kelly, please never say mofos again, please.
We're pretty cynical. That's what happens to you when you're a news person. Charlie wasn't a news person. He was like a prophet in some ways who was...
correct. He wasn't a news person. He was a MAGA propagandist. Slight difference.
Speaking the good word while using those biblical principles to try to persuade people over to his political worldview. And it gave him like an optimism and a happiness and a joy and a benevolent...
I mean, yeah, he cloaked his bigotry in religion, and he wrapped himself in the flag. Not a novel thing either.
kindness in dealing with these kids on college campuses that, frankly, the rest of us have probably lost a long time ago. At least I certainly have. And that leads me to my point in response to your second points. I don't believe there's any reforming these people. I don't believe there's any shaming these people. I don't believe reaching out across the aisle will do anything to improve things with these people. I think these people...
Yeah, well, feelings mutual, bitch, because I don't know what to say to you if you really can't understand why some people didn't like Charlie Kirk or don't have just like glowing things to say about him in light of this.
Need to be defeated and we need to move on from them. You know, I don't want anything bad to happen to them, but the answer, as far as I can see, is to grow our own ranks. That's it. We have to drown out their voices. We have to answer their voices with our own. We have to grow more conservatives and independents who are sane and would never back political violence. There's so many people I detest on the left. I mean, it's a long list, whose death I would never dream of celebrating. Never. There's only...
When she says like, oh wait, okay. She said like, there's so many people I would never dream of celebrating their death. I was like, is there somebody on the left whose death you would celebrate? Please share, Megan.
One right response when somebody gets assassinated or murdered.
Okay, I thought she was going to say there's only one person that comes to mind and it's blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
It's, my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for their family.
What's so funny is all of these people that have been saying it's never appropriate to celebrate somebody's death. It's never appropriate to make comments in light of this tragedy, to like making light of it or whatever. So many of the people doing that, it's not hard for you to like go through their Twitter page and find either a repost or find some shit that they said dunking on somebody who had recently died that they didn't fucking like.
Friends, what is the world coming to? And so there's no convincing them they've made an error or that we should all get along and they shouldn't celebrate our deaths. We just have to keep saying all the things that we've been saying and say it louder and more compellingly and do it from fortified spaces so that we cannot be hurt while doing it.
Yeah, you know, even as we were still poring over the horrific fallout from Charlie's murder, you saw the scenes outside the courtroom for Luigi Mangione, right? Who, for some bizarre reason, you know, having walked up to a guy he didn't know, a health executive, and assassinated him in cold blood. For some reason, he's become a hero to these people on the woke left, to the extent that when the terrorism charges were dropped against him, they were all out here doing this, celebrating, dancing in the streets. Like this was a joyous moment to be alive. Uncensored is supported by OneSkin.
My God, Piers with the shilling.
At oneskin.co.
I'm sorry, but
the right likes Luigi too. As soon as the news broke about that United Healthcare CEO being killed, it was, did anybody need to be explained? Did it, like, you know, if like the CEO of Home Depot was killed, you'd be curious, like, what were the motives there? The CEO of Office Depot were killed. What were the motives? CEO of Target, etc. CEO of a healthcare company is killed. No one is confused. No one like doesn't understand what the motive was. That went for the left and the right.
These people have Charlie Kirk's blood on their hands. They 100% have Charlie Kirk's blood on their hands, because this is what you get when you celebrate political violence. You get more of it. What do you think this shooter, Charlie's shooter, thought was going to happen to him? He thought that he would become a hero amongst certain pockets on the left, and he has. Just go on Blue Sky. And that foments more political violence. I mean, there should be universal condemnation.
It's like, okay, Blue Sky. Go on Blue Sky. Go on this thing that nobody really uses except for like resistance libs or whatever. I'll go on Blue Sky. I'm sure I'm going to find the shit. Can't you say the same about like Telegram or Parler or Truth Social or any of these other alternative platforms that were built specifically to be MAGA echo chambers? What do you think I'll find on there about the deaths of the Minnesota lawmakers or about, you know, their thoughts on the plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer and kill her? You think they're going to have like nothing but sympathy? You think they didn't make a couple of jokes there?
Universal condemnation. Now the left is saying, oh, it's cancel culture to fire people who are celebrating Charlie's death. That's
yes. Yes, it is. It is. Because like what they're doing is like redefining celebrate to mean anybody who doesn't properly eulogize this man or who criticizes him. That's like you celebrating his death, or just stating true facts, literally quoting the things that he said while he was alive. That's also distasteful, I guess, now, even though they defend everything that Charlie Kirk said, like she did earlier. Yeah. Why would you be fired for that?
Ridiculous. If you want to say you didn't believe Charlie was a good guy and you didn't believe in his messages, go for it. You shouldn't be fired from your job for that. But if you were celebrating...
Wow, I agree. What have I told you, Megan? That is literally already happening.
The murder, the political assassination of anyone, you absolutely should be fired. Who in their right mind would continue employing you or want you to be around their clients or customers
do you know what?
or fellow employees.
It's really interesting, Megan, you say that. I just had that very conversation with my team here, right, when we were prepping for today's show. And I said, I'd just done a podcast and I was like ruminating about how I'd responded to this. And I said, to me, the line is very clear, which is that free speech doesn't cover incitement to violence or acts of violence or anything to do with actual violence.
Oh my God, these people, I would love for them to define what they constitute as like incitement to violence.
And I'll come to what J.K. Rowling has said today about speech being violent and how absurd that is.
Yeah, let's quote Check's notes. Children's author J.K. Rowling. Is J.K. Rowling some sort of like, first, like a lawyer? Is she a legal scholar with respect to like the First Amendment? Any of that? Is she even American? No. Why are we quoting her?
That is because of what it leads to. But I said, when it comes to free speech, though, it doesn't mean you're not accountable for things you then say, right?
That's right.
You could be protected from any legal ramifications against you by
This is literally the same rationalization for cancel culture. This is just another way of saying freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. So you can say those things, but if I don't like what you have to say, I am going to deprive you of your livelihood or advocate that you be deprived of your livelihood and be fired.
Government. That's why Pam Bondi was so insane to say what she said.
Correct.
Because she didn't seem to understand the law or the First Amendment. A little worrying with an attorney general,
what about you,
even
dude?
if she's now trying to backtrack. But the reality is, if you're a doctor, a nurse, a professor at Harvard...
Okay, so him coming out against Pam Bondi's like description of like hate speech or whatever, that is going to immediately be negated and undermined by the fact that he's going to play defense for any of this fucking shit of people being fired for not properly eulogizing Charlie Kirk in their free time. We're firing people unrelated to their work performance because some troll on the fucking internet got a hold of their social media info and is contacting their employer and making them an issue.
If you're a teacher in a kindergarten school, whatever it may be, if you have a job like that and you are seen gleefully celebrating somebody's murder, then it is highly likely you're...
Okay, even if you're a public servant, why would that mean that you're not allowed to express these political opinions on your own time?
Employer will take a view.
Like nobody can incite. That's already like covered or whatever. But then at that point, you wouldn't be fired because you expressed a controversial opinion. You'd probably be fired because you were inciting violence.
Appropriate for that position. And I said to my team, if one of you said this...
Adam Friedland interviewed Dwight Schrute. Oh, you mean Rainn Wilson? Is it any good?
Honestly, if one of you reveled publicly on social media in somebody's murder like this, I said, I wouldn't want you here. And we all kind of agreed. Nobody would want that person there. But that's not an infringement of your free speech rights in terms of a government coming after you or the law. It's just accountability for what you say.
When it comes to, you're talking about public servants, dude. Do you think that public servants don't have First Amendment protections in the United States?
With employers.
And frankly,
when the employer is your state, yeah, they're not supposed to be firing you because you expressed a political opinion that they didn't like.
Let me put it one step further. As somebody who used to practice law for 10 years, if you had someone on your staff who openly celebrated a political assassination and made the point that murder can be good, depending on...
Are you going to say like right to work laws, the fact that we have at-will employment? Yes, you can find this where they won't tell you that that's why they fired you, but that is technically the reason why they fired you, and they can fire you at any given reason, for any given reason at any moment, and you know what it is. Sure, there's a legal basis for that, but it's like dog shit policy.
On its aims and its intent. And you continued employing that person, and then they hurt somebody else on your staff who may have said something politically that they didn't like, you'd be sued. There'd be a good case against you for allowing it, for continuing to endanger the employees who work for you.
What are you talking about, lady? Okay, see, this is what I mean. Like what was her field? I knew that she was a lawyer. It's coming back to me now. You practiced law for 10 years, and you're trying to tell me, like, she's appealing to, I only know this because I was watching Pisco stream right before this. She's appealing to like a standard for what constitutes a threat or like a threat of violence, a really, really old standard that doesn't actually factor in imminence. So just like being part of the Communist Party used to be something that was considered like violent political speech because officially the Communist Party of the United States like opposed the United States. And so if you're aligning yourself with that organization, therefore you tacitly endorse it or in like all of their viewpoints and blah, blah, blah. And like from there, it's this like standing threat, right? But then later it was updated to include like, no, you can't just like talk about violence or like express admiration for it. It has to be like imminent, and that would constitute incitement. If I put lawyer, No, wait, what am I doing? I should go up to her thingy. Like, where did she go to school? Studied political science at Syracuse, graduated in 92 with a BA, then attended Albany Law School, where she was editor of the Albany Law Review. She graduated in 95 with a JD. Was an associate attorney in the Chicago office of law firm Bickle & Brewer LLP. In fall 1996, she co-wrote an article, The Conflicting Roles of Lawyer, as director for the American Bar Association's Journal Litigation. Later worked at Jones Day for 9 years, where one of her clients was the credit bureau Experian. So she knows her shit. So I always have to assume that people like this are just like lying hacks.
Every incentive for staff who make
like, what is the justification? Again, like somebody who openly celebrates whatever she's defining as like celebrating or considering to be like celebrating his death, which might include just, again, not properly eulogizing him. This means that you should be fired by your employer because you're a threat to your coworkers.
And made the point that murder can be good depending on its aims and its intent. And you continued employing that person, and then they hurt somebody else on your staff who may have said something politically that they didn't like, you'd be sued. There'd be a good case against you for allowing it, for continuing to endanger the employees who work for you. There's every incentive.
Like a negligent retention lawsuit in the case of something that's like this hypothetical. I didn't even catch that it included like the warning signs is that they said something on Twitter or Facebook or something that indicates that they were celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. The employer keeps them retained and knowing that, and then they go on to hurt somebody, and the employer would be liable for their conduct due to negligent retention, even though in a negligent retention lawsuit, you would need to have documented proof and evidence that they had demonstrated this behavior at work, or like the employer knew about it, and then when they did it again, they still continued to retain it. It was basically like, it would be like the third time they would need to do something like this. This would never count as something like that.
Incentive to get rid of somebody who doesn't show basic humanity. That doesn't seem to be too much to ask. And again, that is to be distinguished from people who just say, I didn't like him. I don't believe you're saying the right legacy about Charlie. I'll fight you on whether he was good or bad.
Okay, like she'll say that, but then they don't act like this. The things that you will actually, if you could like give them examples of like, could this person be fired? Do you think that this is like too celebratory, too jovial in tone? They will say like, yeah, they should probably be fired for that. It's still too much.
That's fine. That's quintessentially American. I think that's well within the bounds of appropriate speech, even in the wake of a tragic death like this. I don't like it. I don't think it's the right timing. I definitely did not think after Luigi Mangione killed Brian Thompson of United Healthcare, it was the time to debate whether our insurance companies are good or bad.
Right.
Maybe we can have that discussion, but you don't have that in response to the political violence, or you encourage more of it.
Correct.
But the loss of humanity is A, both fireable, and B, deeply troubling. And it's growing. And there were two recent surveys of our country and where people stand on whether political violence is ever justified. And one showed that 55% of liberals said it is.
Okay, they have to point to these stats because if you actually look at the real world examples of who does the majority of political violence in the United States, it comes from the right.
And one showed that 34% of liberals said it is. And both surveys showed very low single digits, like 7% of Republicans say sometimes it is. So this is a leftist problem. And the reason it remains a problem, I mean, there's many reasons why it's a problem, but the reason it remains a problem is the thing that you just showed, where the left, first of all, refused to accept, as we saw early on, first of all, it was Charlie Kirk who was shot. It was not some left-wing member of the squad. God forbid. I don't want anything to happen to them either. It was Charlie Kirk. It was very clear, Occam's razor, the likelihood of why this guy was killed. And then it came out what was on the bullet casings, which were very clearly leftist messages, which they refused to accept on the left-wing media. They tried to say he might have been a groyper, which is a far-right person who follows Nick Fuentes. That was obviously not true.
Why does every person say Fuentes like that? Like they say his name so weird.
What was written on these bullet casings. And the bullet casing that shot Charlie, from the bullet that shot Charlie, was Notices Bulges, OWO, which is a furry meme. And the furry culture is very closely linked to the trans culture. And many of us...
Yeah, lady, that definitely... Why would anybody get the impression that that could have anything to do with the Groyper movement?
Went out there and called a spade and said, that's how this appears to be. The left melted down. It can't possibly be. And then sure enough, what do we find out? That the shooter has a trans/furry, quote, boyfriend who's in the middle of transitioning from male to female, which, by the way, is not a thing, cannot be done, and is writing him love notes about there's too much hate coming out of Charlie, and he's fallen into left-wing ideology. And now the left messaging, instead of...
We're going to leave out the fact that, like, the roommate was, like, horrified, apparently, and is like, cooperating with the fucking police.
Saying, okay, you were right. Sorry. We're going to really have to take a look at our own messaging around these issues. Says, what does it matter?
Text messages were fake as fuck, by the way. Which ones? Like the ones that are detailed here, Blaster Master? Did the New York Times retract it and I missed something?
Juliet Kayyem, what does it really matter what the motivation was? You know, maybe he was just some nutcase. And that's my final point. He wasn't a nutcase. I am totally open-minded to it was a nutcase. And you really can't ascribe too much to the particular motivations. I mean, at some level, everybody who takes another person's life in this fashion has to be a bit off. But this guy wasn't, Piers. He wasn't one of those guys, like take the guy who killed the poor Irina on the light rail train in North Carolina. Clearly that man is mentally deranged and may have had other motivations.
I don't believe anything coming out of this government. That's where you're coming at it from.
That were connected to his mental derangement. But this is not a sane person. It's very clear. The issue in that case is judges who wouldn't lock him up, knowing that he was insane, just turned him back out on the rest of us because they knew he was violent, a criminal, and insane. The issue here is there's no hint of insanity. This guy seems to have been very much together. This was truly a political assassination. And I heard Charles C.W. Cook of National Review say it beautifully, which was, you look back at why Reagan was killed by John Hinckley, not killed, shot by John Hinckley. He was a nutcase. He went to the mental asylum. He was doing it to impress Jodie Foster. That's not somebody who's moved by political rhetoric against Reagan. But look at who killed Martin Luther King. That was political violence. He was against the civil rights.
Didn't Hinckley also target other people, though? Like, he was contacting Jodie Foster, and then he was going to target that, like, peace activist, and then she died in a plane crash before he could. I mean, maybe you could argue that that's political. Hold on. Who was it? There were like other targets that he was like considering. And I swear the other two like weren't political. If I put like crash or target. No, it only shows up once. I'll have to keep looking.
Movement. He was a racist. Yes, the motivation does matter. The left would never dispute that if you held those two cases up. And this case seems pretty clear. We're dealing with a sane young man who was politically motivated to take down Charlie Kirk. How did he get there? What were the influences? Totally fair question.
You read them right? Did they read like something a person like that would write? I mean, I didn't. I have no reason to think that if the New York Times is publishing it, that they're not valid or whatever. And I didn't know the guy. I would have to like. And from the other correspondence that Ken Klippenstein wrote, it seemed like it was the same voice.
Questions that need to be honestly answered.
100%. Just a final point before I let you go, Megan. I know you've got a busy day. The language that people have used on the left for so long about Trump and Trump supporters, Hitler, Nazis, fascists. When you see the anti-fascist insignia on the bullets, was one of the bullets, I've felt for a long time that if you keep using those analogies, those grotesque analogies about Trump and his supporters, then eventually...
Again, like, and the way that he characterizes this, even though we have the information about, like, why he wrote what he did. Hold on. If we're, like, reading these texts. It can be negotiated out. I grab the rifle. Did he talk about like why he did this? Yeah. I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got in my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if I had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bull jubu on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. Like what he wrote was like memes or whatever.
Eventually, people on the left who are slightly unhinged, who've been radicalized, they're going to think logically in their twisted way. They're going to think, well, if this is actually the new...
Did Piers stop 1 second to consider whether Trump actually is a fascist? No, he, like Cenk Uygur, think that the most important thing to factor in before you call somebody a fascist or not is if it's, like, nice or something.
If these really are
not
the new
whether
Nazis,
it's true.
They represent an existential threat to America. I need to kill them. I mean, it's a logical way to look at it if you genuinely believe they are Hitler and the Nazis or the new fascists. And that's been my issue with that language for so long. And it's got to stop, hasn't it? Because I can see how a twisted mind hears that all the time and believes it.
Yes, and yet there will be no stopping them. If they didn't learn that lesson after Butler, they're not going to learn that lesson.
Right.
They really believe it. First of all, some collection of them.
Okay, like the Butler shooter, that one, wasn't that kid actually he had donated to Bernie, and then he was like a MAGA supporter, no? We barely heard about that. And then the other guy was like pro-Ukraine, and then he turned on Trump because he wasn't pro-Ukraine enough or something.
Really believes that Trump and his supporters are fascists.
No, they're literally canceling Kimmel today. Look it up over Charlie Kirk. Okay,
white supremacists and Nazis. So they're not going to back off of it. They're committed to that rhetoric because they think it's truthful. And secondly, there is a part of them that is enjoying the political violence. You know, I mean, back to the polls I just referenced, there is an unhealthy faction on the left that would like to see more people on the right get killed, actually get killed. And honestly, you look at the difference.
Oh my God, this was 15 minutes ago. ABC pulls Jimmy Kimmel off air for Charlie Kirk comments. Mr. Kimmel faced some criticism for comments he made on Monday about the motives of the man who was accused of killing Mr. Kirk, the conservative activist. This was reported earlier today. Okay, we'll look into this after that. I hadn't seen this.
Right now, the left is bringing up the murder of this House Speaker in the state of Minnesota a few months ago. This terrible murder by a nutcase. This guy was nuts. Okay, it's back to the crazy people who are out there everywhere in the world. The difference between that murder and Charlie Kirk's murder is there wasn't a single solitary right-winger who celebrated that woman's death. And there wasn't a single solitary right-winger who demonized her as fascist or Nazi or pick your term prior to her death. She was the victim of a crazed madman who, if anything, said he was motivated by the Democratic governor, Tim Walz.
Okay, this is a lie. And the citation for that is Mike Cernovich, fucking Batya Sagar Ungar, whatever the fuck her name is, on a different Piers Morgan panel, repeated that claim that he was motivated by Tim Walz. And their citation for that is Mike Cernovich, who's bringing up a quote out of context because that guy used to be affiliated with the Democratic Party in some capacity, which is not actually that unsurprising because there may have been a link between himself and the Democratic lawmaker that he killed, because a lot of crimes occur between people that know each other and knew each other. And Tim Walz made the directive to address this group of people that he was a part of and said, you have my mandate to do what you need to do or something. And they take that quote out of context to suggest that that was his motive or stated motive for killing those lawmakers when it's not true. And then this whole nobody celebrated her death. Give me a break, dude.
Him telling him to get demons. But the point is the reactions both before and after the assassination were markedly different.
Yeah.
Just like on the hate speech comment by Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi got shamed out of her position yesterday by the right because most of us on the right are consistent with our positioning. And when we heard her say such an asinine, inane thing, we clobbered one of our own. The left wing.
How about when Trump said it right after? You cancel him? You're going to withdraw support? You're going to say that MAGA, you can't support the MAGA movement anymore because you're so principally free speech?
Doesn't do that. And while I've received lots of nice messages from some more reasonable leftists in response to Charlie's assassination, and I do appreciate
reasonable
it,
leftists are contacting
it's not enough to feel it privately. You have to police your own side. You have power over your lefties in a way I don't. So I can't fix it even if I want.
This is literally what he said. Let's see. No. Okay. Let's see. Well, that might be really, really awful sounding. Let's do 450.
And what do you make Pam Bondi saying she's going to go after hate speech? Is that, I mean, a lot of your allies say hate speech is free speech.
She'll probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly. It's hate. You have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll come after ABC. Well, ABC paid me $16 million recently for a form of hate speech, right? Your company paid me $16 million for a form of hate speech. So maybe
he's bragging about already successfully suing and settling with ABC over Stephanopoulos' comments or whatever, and that was a form of hate speech. And when he's asked this, maybe I'll go after people like you, meaning the press, because you guys propagate so much. You treat me unfairly. In the context of this discussion, he's saying, because you propagate hate speech against me.
They'll have to go after you. Look, we want everything to be fair. It hasn't been fair. And the radical left has done tremendous damage to the country. But we're fixing it. We have right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. And remember, 1 year ago, our country was dead. And now Washington, D.C. is fixed, and I fixed it. The mayor was fine. The mayor was just fine, okay? The mayor had a sick city for many years. He's been mayor for many years. The one that fixed it was me and my people, and it is so safe. You should take your beautiful wife tonight and have dinner down there. You won't be shot. You won't be accosted. You won't even be looked at incorrectly by anybody. Washington, D.C. is safe. Now we're going to Memphis, where it's pretty rough, to put it mildly. And then we're going to have to go. A friend of mine who is a...
And he just fucking rambles.
Want to, and I don't actually believe it's, I think it's fool's gold to even try, but I'd love to see them give it an effort on the left.
Megan, it's great to have you. You're going out on tour for the first time with your brilliant show. I was booked to appear with you in Miami. Some people have said to me, because of all this, will I still be appearing with you in Miami? And the answer is yes, because frankly, to all those who want to intimidate.
Okay, if it's was it an outside venue? That's the real thing that tells you if they're actually being brave in this moment. If it's an outside venue and they're still going to do it and not really going to make any safety adjustments, fine, you're being brave. Some might even say stupid. If it was an indoor event, the likelihood that sort of like that someone would be able to carry that out with just modest security is so low.
People like us from not being able to express our honestly held opinions, fuck them. So I will see you in Miami.
Piers, you gave me the chills. I love you for saying that and for doing that. And yeah, come hell or high water, I will see you in Miami.
I look forward to it. Take care, Megan.
You too.
U.S. national debt is
okay, dude.
On Outkick.
Okay, Riley Gaines.
Well, joining me on the panel to discuss all this is Riley Gaines, the host of Gaines for Girls on Outkick.com. Gillian Michaels, host of Keeping It Real. Brian Shapiro, host
Jillian, my love.
Pushing My Limits. And Lucas Bain.
I didn't even know she was going to be on this.
Lucas. Okay, well, welcome to all of you. Brian Shapiro, I was sickened by what happened to Charlie Kirk. I think we can probably all agree. I hope we can all agree. It was sickening, although I had Destiny on the other night who couldn't bring himself to condemn it because Donald Trump hadn't said the right thing for him, which I think is a lamentable...
You grow up in a conservative family that doesn't approve of your life, you might go nuts. Well, here's the thing. I have a feeling that there's no divorcing somebody's socialization from how they act in their adulthood. So this insistence that like he's very, very purely left wing or whatever, just based on the fact that he seems to be in support of like trans rights or something and saying like there's messages of him saying, oh, we can't support Charlie Kirk's hate. You can't ignore the fact that he was obviously steeped in right wing gun culture. And if we're to believe his grandmother, who gave an interview to the Daily Mail, which was picked up by the Daily Beast, his entire family is MAGA. That's around the time that if you have a divergent identity, whether it be politically, your sexual identity, your gender identity, any part of you that doesn't conform to the expectations of the people that raised you and are around you, adulthood and college is where you explore that. So even though he only went to college for like a semester, that doesn't mean that he didn't have, some sort of identity crisis or interest in exploring, just different aspects of himself that he wasn't able to when he was younger. So that pivot to whatever, like, is just that. It's a pivot. It's like a departure from, previous values that he may have been in support of, and embracing other things.
Piece of moral cowardice. So let me just start by asking you, I presume you condemn and were horrified by what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Absolutely. I was on the air, Piers, when it all happened. I got emotional. The first thing I thought about were his kids and his family. This is not only bad for Charlie Kirk, obviously, and bad for his family. It's bad for America. And I also feel for everybody that was traumatized, that was there that day, that had to see that. Now, with that being said, of course, I didn't agree with basically anything that Charlie Kirk stands for. But with that being said, anybody that's celebrating his death, I think that's despicable and it's disgusting. And I've called that out, and I've been very consistent on my opinions since day one. If there's one thing that me and Charlie Kirk certainly agreed on, it's civil discourse and having political debate. I enjoy doing this show, Piers, and I enjoy having respectful discussions with people that I disagree with. So this is a horrible, horrible situation. We could never condone political violence, no matter what side of the aisle it comes from.
Why have so many people on the far left, the woke left, been so brazen in their gleeful celebration of what happened to Charlie Kirk?
Well, my response to that, number one, is I'm not on the far left, so I certainly don't speak for them. But there's people on both sides of the aisle. I know Republicans don't want to hear that, but there are crazy lunatics on both sides of the aisle.
Oh, my God. Okay, how are you going to not bring up the fact that, yeah, this dude dedicated his life to talking shit about literally anybody who is not a white, straight Christian man? No shit. There are people who are like, there are entire demographics of people that are probably going to have less than favorable views. And then within those demographics, if you're more left wing, you're probably even more likely to hate the shit that he said.
That celebrate really horrible things that happen.
Like, they will talk about Charlie Kirk, but they will never bring up a single quote of him. They will never bring up any, like, even Megyn Kelly alluded to, oh, I've seen those clips. It's all lies what they're saying. Like, she didn't even say they're taken out of context. She says people are, like, making up quotes. And it's like, what are you talking, like, you mean the quotes, like the Guardian, Charlie Kirk quotes or whatever? Are these all fabrications? Charlie Kirk, in his own words, prowling blacks and the Great Replacement strategy. The far-right commentator didn't pull his punches when discussing his bigoted views on current events. Here's Kirk in his own words. Many of his comments were documented by Media Matters for America, a progressive nonprofit that tracks conservative media. On race, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. If you're a WNBA pot-smoking black lesbian, do you get treated better than a United States Marine? So it was December 2022. Happening all the time in urban America, prowling blacks go around for fun to target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. This was May 2023. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence or is she there because of affirmative action? This is January 3rd, 2024. If we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racists. Now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. This was July 2023. Like, dude, again, the idea that like affirmative action, like all of these women, did you know affirmative action does not mean that you just get to graduate? You don't have to actually put in any work yourself or do any homework or pass any exams. You know, that's like completely unrelated to it, right? So all of these women that have like master's degrees and JDs and successful legal careers, yeah, that's not like to follow that statement by like naming these women and then follow that statement with, you don't have the brain processing power. Also, you stole it from a white person. So we're just going to assume that like had, you know, Jackson not been placed on the court, naturally it would have been given to a white person, right? It could have been an Asian person, could have been anybody else, it could have been a black person, could have been anybody else. Like, that's just the tip of the iceberg. And we're actually confused about like, oh, what did, why did they just hate Charlie Kirk so much? Where did this animosity come from? I wonder.
To people in America. I don't agree with them. And if you're on the far left or the far right and you celebrate anybody getting murdered, then there's something wrong with you. And I don't feel bad for any of those people that were fired for celebrating his death. I think it's disgusting. Now, if you're just talking about him and saying, well, he wasn't a good guy, here's why I didn't like him, here are some of his quotes that he said in the past, I don't think you should be fired for that. I think there's a way.
It's also really telling that like Piers Morgan has gotten a bunch of lolcows on this show. Why don't you reach out to any of these people that authored these crazy posts making fun of him? I'm sure they'd be more than happy to tell you why they authored those posts, why they were willing to make fun of him, why they even celebrate whatever that means, like doing a TikTok dance where you like make light of his death or something like that. Why don't you have them on? Because I'm sure they could articulate very, very clearly what issues they had with Charlie Kirk and see if you agree.
To call out political violence and say Charlie Kirk didn't deserve this. I feel for his family, but I didn't like Charlie Kirk and I didn't like what he stood for. I think you could make both points respectfully.
Okay, Luke has been, I've been pointed out to me that you've posted some messages about Charlie Kirk on your Instagram, which we're going to show here. One is a post that's a parody of a Jubilee debate. I'm doing one of these myself soon, titled Charlie Kirk versus Bullet. Can one bullet to the neck outsmart one conservative? Well, that was a short watch. Number two is a mocked-up promotion poster called Kirk and Twerk.
Okay, so they have one of these people on here. Okay, let's see what he says.
At Neck of the Woods and hashtagged both Charlie Kirk and his widow. And the third was an image of a sunrise titled God Works in Mysterious Ways with the hashtag Charlie Kirk killing and praying hands as an emoji. And you're laughing as I show these. Why do you find this funny?
Well, let me just say that I actually am a big advocate for dark humor. And I happen to have gotten a bit of a taste of that over the last, I don't know, maybe decade or so when it came to the right and their memes of George Floyd. happy birthday being sober for 5 years. When it came to their memes of Breonna Taylor, when it came to their memes of Trayvon Martin, the Trayvon challenge, right? When it came to their memes of Tamir Rice. So I don't know what the issue is. I think I'm engaging in the freedom of speech that the right has been advocating for these last 10 years and mocking and making light of Black death, something that Charlie Kirk himself did time and time again. As a matter of fact, I would argue that if Charlie Kirk, instead of focusing his time on Black culture and Black on Black crime, if he had spent a modicum of his time focusing on the white youth, that perhaps he would still be with us today.
Are you pleased he's dead?
No, absolutely not.
So how did you feel about his murder?
I don't think.
How did you feel about his murder?
Do you think that's like breaking Piers Morgan's brain that like, yeah, I made a joke at his expense after he died, but I don't think that it was right that he was killed? Do you think that Piers is capable of reconciling these two positions that are not contradictory whatsoever?
How do I feel about his murder?
Yeah.
Well, I think a quote by a great author sums up the sentiment of millions of Americans around the world. And that is, some cause happiness wherever they go, others when they go. And I think that's a sentiment that is palpable amongst many Americans around the world due to the hate and vitriol.
Isn't this a Twain quote?
And bile that Charlie Kirk sowed.
So
I think there was a
just to be clear, unless I misheard you, then you are...
Or Oscar Wilde.
You are happy he died?
No, I don't think as far as happiness...
Oh my God, that's not what he's saying.
An emotion that...
you literally just read me a quote which implies you're happy. You talked about some people's death bring happiness.
No, that quote is just saying that some people are not a net positive to society, and that when they leave the earth, whether that be being killed unjustly or they die naturally, the world is better off for it. That's different than saying you're happy that they're dead.
Yes.
The purpose of the quote was to say that there are some people who have caused harm and death and turmoil to other groups of people, such as Charlie Kirk, whether it's Black people, whether it's, trans people.
No, I heard the quote.
The list
just to
goes
be
on.
clear, you said that the quote ends in that their death brings happiness, but you've denied that you were happy. But when you tell me a quote
I don't disagree.
When you tell me a quote like that, I presume from that quote you're implying that actually you are happy he died because he deserved it. He had it coming.
No, not at all.
Lucas is mostly pretty base, other than some of his takes on LGBTQ, but thankfully he almost never talks about that these days. Well, when I saw those memes, and then the last one was like, God works in mysterious ways, I got the impression that like he is religious in some sense. I was like, I mean, is this dude is he like a hotep or something?
Oh, I don't think those are ever words that I've ever mentioned verbatim ever. I think there is a sentiment that when someone who lives their life in evil and wickedness, according to the scripture, the power of life and death is in your tongue. And the hate and the vile and the venom that he spewed, I don't know what to tell you. As the scripture says, as he professed, you live by the sword, you died by the sword. I think his focus should have been on a community that, clearly is in problem. That I find it interesting that there's more scrutiny on people who may make memes that they've done of George Floyd and other Black victims than on the white male youth that did this tragedy, as some would call it.
Why would you be offended about the memes to people like George Floyd, which I found contemptible at the time, if they're the same ones that you're talking about? Why would you profess to be offended by those if you're quite happy to do the same kind of thing yourself?
I think the point that I'm making by the memes that I'm putting out, which clearly has caused...
I find these comparisons between, they're not anywhere close to a one-to-one comparison. You're talking about a random private citizen like George Floyd, who they only pull the he was no angel shit after they get a hold of his criminal record after the fact or whatever, but it's not relevant at the time of his death, what he had done or whatever. Derek Chauvin put a knee on his neck, not acting in conformity with police protocol whatsoever. You're going to compare that to somebody as controversial as Charlie Kirk and be like, what's the difference here? How come, to actually compare anybody making jokes about the suffering of George Floyd versus jokes related to Charlie Kirk? Are you serious?
Outrage and triggering. I find it a bit
the only thing that they had in common is that they were killed unjustly and that they're both men. That's it.
Critical that the people for years who said fuck your feelings are now overwhelmed with feelings at the moment. But the point that I was making was to point out the hypocrisy that the right has on a variety and myriad of issues, as we just saw with Pam Bondi on the freedom of speech. I think the issue is that they have scapegoated people like Pam Bondi for what is the crime of Donald Trump. The same thing they did with Anthony Fauci. We saw this when it came to the Second Amendment. they banned bump stock ban. They had a bump stock ban under Donald Trump while they were fear-mongering about Biden take away your guns. But as we saw, there was no outrage, there was no protest, and we come to find out that it was unconstitutional. So I think this hypocrisy is ubiquitous within the right, and I think my memes expose that hypocrisy.
And what about your own personal humanity? I mean, hashtagging his widow in a mocked-up promotion poster of Kirk and Twerk at Neck of the Woods. How do you justify targeting... Oh, well, hang on. How do you justify targeting his widow?
I think that's
the widow who's gone on to make like sociopathic statements in her first public statement, talking about like they did this to him, you evil, and like the evildoers of this country, and they've unleashed a fire and a cry that's going to ring out like a battle cry or whatever. Like her own cringe LARP is not worthy of like criticism. I mean, I guess you could say it doesn't follow from that you should be tagging her, but she was like literally recruiting people to TPUSA in light of this.
Bit disingenuous to use such hyperbolic language as targeting. I think it's more of a strategic plan of attack to get the message out to more people. When we saw Erica Kirk, she had a moment to speak for unity within the country, left and right, and she chose to fundraise. She then chose to use the scripture and talk, very nicely of her, past husband. And I understand that. But by that same token, there are people who were absolutely harmed by the rhetoric that Charlie Kirk put out. And that rhetoric actually codified in many cases in many states. So I think it's abhorrent and actually perverse to expect people who are harmed by his rhetoric, harmed by someone who had anti-black, anyone who wasn't white and Christian in his perspective. I think it's perverse to try and criticize those people or try and make them seem as if they're the bad guys. When that's
but you see, funny enough, I can look at what you've done and I can see somebody who is abhorrent and despicable and actually evil, actually. The stuff when you target someone's...
Like, they don't think this. They don't actually think this. This is not a self-report. We evaluate people's memory and how they ought to be memorialized by factoring in the things that they said and did while they were alive. This is like, we do this with everyone. It's not unique to Charlie Kirk. It's not the first time you've seen people be happy about somebody's death or joke about it. It's far from the first time. There's a long intellectual tradition of doing this within the United States and globally.
Widow, as she grieves.
Once again, I disagree with the word targeting.
No, I'm talking about me. I'm talking about me personally, my view of what you've done. I don't care about your motivation in terms of other people's inappropriate memes, many of which I may well agree with you about. But that doesn't mean that I then go and do it myself or worse, because that makes me even more inhuman and abhorrent. And by your definition,
I disagree. I think
evil. I know you disagree. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. I know. I'm just telling you. I know. Hang on.
Once the number, I tried to watch it, but it says it's blocked on copyright grounds.
They have to see.
I'll let you have your say.
I'm a mirror.
I've let you have your
what
say.
They have shown.
I'll let you have your say.
If they don't like what they see,
telling you,
they should actually detour
I'm
from
using
the
your own.
path
I'm using your own justification to tell you what I think of you and what you've done. All right? That's my free speech at work. Let me bring in Gillian Michaels.
Agree.
I mean, Gillian, look. I saw Brian there nodding to some of what he was hearing there. Not all, to be clear, but nodding to some of it about the hypocrisy which Lucas claims he is exposing with this stuff. What is your view of what he's said? It's not just how the news is.
Okay. Ground News sponsorship for Piers Morgan.
/Piers.
I find this exceptional.
Like, I wish he had brought up that there are people literally comparing him to MLK Jr. You have PBG saying that Charlie Kirk is a more relevant historical figure than fucking MLK because of his like social blade stats.
Sad because, Lucas, you talk about how hurt you were and how offended you were by such despicable things, and then you became the thing that you found the most repulsive, which is alarming, and as I mentioned, deeply saddening. I would be more than happy to litigate some of Charlie's positions for you.
I'm sure you would, Jillian. If you fucking downplayed slavery in the United States, I'm sure you'd be more than happy to put into context every single fucking terrible thing that Charlie Kirk has ever said and say that it's based or you don't understand or it's taken out of context. Like, there's something that I'm not getting.
Abjectly.
I don't think I need any litigation from a woman who tried to downplay slavery. Who tried to all lives matter slavery after she purchased a black child. That's what I would argue. I don't think you need to as far as litigate anything.
Would you like to discuss it?
Okay.
Because the reality of the situation is that
like just immediately, dude. Yes.
Gave you, whether you like it or not.
Like, bitch, you're not gonna lecture me on anything. I've heard you talk about slavery. I'm never gonna fucking take you seriously on literally anything else.
the fact from the 1860 census. And
it
the point
literally
is not to downplay slavery.
It is actually a bastardization of actual history. What you
wrong.
cited was inaccurate. You can actually look it up. I don't know if you did. I doubt you do your due diligence. You clearly did not.
She actually overstated it because she said like 2% or something like that, and it's like 1.6%. But you get a misleading picture of how many white people own slaves because one, slavery was like it was like mostly in the South, and then not the only people that literally owned slaves. So like the head of a household, a white man who was the head of a household, were not the only people that benefited from slavery. Their entire family benefited from it. Like 30% of households had slaves. That gives you an idea of like how common the slave trade was, how prevalent it was.
In the study that I'm discussing it right now, in the study that you're citing.
What did she say about slavery? She said like it's talked about too much and that this is all about white guilt and not everything needs to be about imperialism, and that only less than 2% of like white people own slaves, or 2% of white people only 2% of white people own slaves, and they're also the ones that abolished it or something like that. So you're supposed to be grateful to the people that enslaved you for eventually ending it.
It takes into account not only the slaves, it takes into account the northern states and the southern states. So to try and implement or to say this all lives matter when it comes to slavery, which is abhorrent and in extreme contradiction to American history, especially in this country as chattel slavery as Black Americans, is abhorrent and perverse, especially you, who is the mother of a Black child, who she purchased.
Right.
Other people
is it my
adopt.
turn to talk?
You purchased.
Is it?
By all means.
How did I? Okay, well, I'm not quite sure what you mean by purchase. She's adopted, and it is illegal
to
purchase a child.
Did you pay to get that child?
Oh, God.
No, I paid the adoption agency.
It was absolutely free.
Study.
Okay, this dude coming out here with the hot takes on adoption. I guess he sees it as like human trafficking or something, but I don't know about that, dude.
I paid the adoption agency like you. So then there was a process of.
But somebody said he's like hostile to queer people, so I'm not surprised that he has this understanding of like adoption. I've heard this before that like, yeah, like when gay couples like adopt kids, they're buying kids, and that's like trafficking or something.
I believe that other people adopt.
Adoption agency. Okay, you're wrong, and that's defamation.
I'm literally right
an
as you're
absolute
saying
lie,
that you pay to an adoption agency.
You're literally
Hold on, you have to pay to adopt. Adopting is very expensive. Yes.
Wrong, and it's this.
I'm literally correct.
You know what you are. You know what you are,
I
Lucas.
think what's hateful is you downplaying
Let me jump in
That's
here.
what I think is
Let me
hateful.
jump in here, Lucas. Let me jump in here, Lucas.
That's
it seems to
literally
me
what you did.
Seems to me, Lucas, you've decided to be just
Curious, was Piers or anyone on the panel happy when Hassan Nasrallah was murked? Not only happy, Piers Morgan always brings up like, you know, the beepers and all of that is like a stunning example of Israeli technology. We can like hash out our differences and stuff like that, although he'd probably say like, well, they're in a war, so it's different.
Offensive as you want to be, you're now attacking people who adopt children, which is one of the most selfless things that any human being.
Dude, this is such an L from this guy. He shouldn't have taken it there. He should have like kept it either on the slave thing or like brought it back to Charlie Kirk.
Actually,
this is literally what the right did.
I mean, some adoption or human trafficking. You're not going to land that. You are not landing that point, nor should you even try to in this conversation. It's not going to work.
Ruben, is it not?
Fine, but what you're doing is just trying to be
if that's your position, you're on a Piers Morgan panel. Forget it. That's like an academic discussion. You wouldn't be able to talk about it here.
Offensive as possible,
you're just gonna look like a
whilst
psycho.
masquerading under this umbrella of, well, everybody else is offensive, so that's why I'm doing it, to expose all the hypocrisy. But Gillian is right. Gillian is right that actually you have descended. The way you've just gone after Gillian. You know what, Lucas?
The only way we can unify people is for people to understand the harm that they've done.
You have targeted Gillian for adopting a child. That is despicable. Let me bring in Riley Gaines.
I targeted Gillian for adopting.
Dude, he gave her an easy W here. He did totally unforced there on his part.
A Black child after she downplayed slavery, which I think it's contradictory.
This is why I said he seems like a hotep to me, because I wonder if he has an issue with the like interracial adoption aspect of it as well.
Adopting a child.
I mean, let's not misconstrue my words that I'm saying.
Oh, I heard your words. Let me bring in Riley.
You're misinterpreting.
Let me bring in Riley Gaines here.
Sure, buddy.
Riley, you've been waiting patiently.
Great rebuttal, Gillian.
Okay, can you please let the other speak, please? Okay.
I wasn't actually allowed to talk, Lucas, but I'm more than happy actually to have you on my podcast.
That's because anything comes out of your mouth is backlit.
We can discuss all of it.
All right, let me bring in.
Please get this dude on her take. That would be top tier content.
If you'd like to come on my podcast, I would be more than happy to.
Okay, that's a different podcast for a different time.
More than willing to have discourse.
Okay, you know what?
Honor Charlie Kirk,
if you're willing for discourse, let Riley Gaines speak. Riley, what is your view of what you've been hearing?
Yeah, I don't hear enough from a woman who got 5th place in a fucking swimming competition multiple years ago. I really need to hear her take on this.
Honestly, like, It makes me feel tearful. Like I have experienced all of the emotions over the past week. It has been to the day 7 days. I think initially starting with total shock and disbelief and honestly confusion. I've been so blessed in my life to not have been surrounded by death much in my family. I haven't lost really anyone close to me. Charlie was a friend, a mentor of mine. He's who ultimately I attribute to giving me my voice, the platform.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm going to find the reel of her getting roasted to her face with next to Charlie Kirk.
That I have. I attribute that to Turning Point USA, to Charlie Kirk. So to lose a friend like that, like I have gone through all the emotions, but to sit here today and listen to the discussions that we have seen, I think particularly from Lucas, whether it was about the memes that were posted, whether it was about Jillian adopting a black child. I mean, I am just like in total disbelief, disarray. How have we reached a point where these are the discussions that we're having and on a national stage here? Like we have Democratic elected officials who are
Okay, let's see.
Jihadi up, come on up.
He says, let's bring the purple-haired jihadi up. That's like the first thing that he says to like pull this woman onto the thing.
Let's go. Come on, let's go. I'm sorry, what did you say?
And that's Riley Gaines sitting next to him.
Wait, I just have one question for you. No. Why does your face look like that?
I'm sorry.
Why does your face look like that?
Are you're the one saying that to me?
Yeah. And what about it?
What is a woman?
Dude, you're ugly as shit. You get no. And you look like that. Like, why does your face look like that? And the woman that was up here before, she was right when she said your mom missed her abortion date because. And you look trans too. I just had to say that. Yeah.
They have no. Anyone else want to say something? No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
They have no idea what they're doing when they come up to the mic like this. Let's bring.
Like, he had nothing to say to that. Has he like never been roasted to his face? I like couldn't believe it. Riley Gaines didn't say a fucking word. She couldn't believe that she was just insulted like that. And like, do I think this is childish as fuck? Okay, I'm not disagreeing with that. Like, it is childish to go up and do this, but this entire setup is a joke. It's not really a debate. He's just up there farming TikTok clips. He's memorized a bunch of talking points from the Heritage Foundation. He's not there to have a true debate or conversation in any meaningful sense of the word. He's literally just there to, he has to talk to college students because those were the only people that he could like beat in a discussion where they control the mic. So it's about like her engagement is about as serious as his. Let's be real. So I don't really care that much. Would I do it? No. But if somebody else does it, yeah, I find it kind of funny. Not gonna lie.
Celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, the best and most effective debater of our time.
All they do is lie.
Activist, really. I think debater is really downplaying.
That's not true.
Ultimately.
Piers, she's lying.
Yes.
In what way?
What is the lie?
Name me one prominent.
there?
Name me what? Hey, Riley, name me one prominent Democrat that has celebrated the death. And I find it very interesting. You've made a.
What did you say? Somebody said something about. Hold on. I saw like saying like trans. Wait, so you look trans as an insult to Riley Gaines? It is. I don't get based off of what that woman was wearing and what she was saying to them. I don't get the impression that she has an issue with trans people. You can argue that even despite that, you should not be weaponizing trans people or like invoking that as any sort of insult. But I mean, if you want it to like really hurt or whatever and like stick it to these people, to this woman, that is probably one of the worst things you could say to her.
Living attacking transgenders. You've made millions of dollars across the country doing that.
I didn't ask for this.
If you truly care about, I didn't listen. I'm sorry you lost your friend. Okay, hold on a second. Yes, in this case, you've made millions of dollars profiting, going across the country. You've made a lot of money and you've made a name for yourself. Nobody knows who you are as a college swimmer unless you're attacking transgenders. Now, if you care about children, then why have you not criticized Donald Trump? If you care about children and women, then why have you not gone after Donald Trump for not bringing out the Epstein files? If you care about children, why don't you talk about gun control? I'm happy
both of their faces, like they cannot believe that he would bring up this vulnerability.
Transgender is out of that volleyball tournament, okay? But there's more important things that we should be talking about, and you've profited off of attacking transgenders with your hatred towards transgender people. Nobody knows who you are.
Redeeming himself. I'm pretty sure I've seen him on other panels cook when it comes to like Israel and Palestine and stuff like that. But I get the sense like he's just like a lib.
As a college swimmer, people know who you are because you go around the country.
But these libs, man, they will throw everybody under the bus.
Attacking transgenders, Riley. That's who you are.
Actually, what she's done, Brian, very heroically, in my opinion, is she's gone around the country defending women's rights to fairness, equality, and safety. Something that I'm very surprised to hear
Piers,
that you, on the left, do not wholeheartedly endorse and agree with.
Pierce, let me respond to what you just said.
Sure.
If in fact Riley Gaines, by the way, Piers, I've had this conversation on your show about transgenders.
Yep.
I don't think transgender women should be competing with women on the playing field.
So you agree with her?
However, I do, but here's my...
Dude, just after I complimented you a little bit. But what did I say? They throw everybody under the bus. Unpopular to take a position that's inclusive of trans people in the sports, immediately thrown under the bus.
Problem with
So fuck those people.
She doesn't talk about the... let me explain. She doesn't talk about the non-release of the Epstein files and real victims of sexual abuse. She doesn't criticize Donald Trump. She doesn't talk about how flags weren't at half-mast after children are massacred in schools.
Do you talk about... Okay, let me ask you.
I mean, this is probably the longest the right has like talked about a shooting since like Reagan.
Ask you, do you talk
It's so funny because hang on.
I'm talking.
You're acting like
you
followed everything that I've ever said on any topic ever.
Hang on, Riley. So, Brian, your position is that unless you talk out publicly about every single issue that is important in the world, then it disqualifies you from talking about the issue that you not only care about most because it happened to you, but you are passionate about because it protects women's rights. Is that your position?
No, this is like the nice straw man, Piers, but try again. He's saying if you claim to care about children, women, etc., then why aren't you talking about the Epstein victims? It was a very specific charge. He did not say, why don't you dedicate time to your platform speaking about things unrelated to your cause? If you claim that you speak up for women, you claim that you speak up for like other groups that could easily fit the profile of an Epstein victim. Why don't you bring them up? Why don't you hold your president to account? You just had a guest on, Megyn Kelly, who was saying the only people that can police like the right are other people on the right, and the only people that can police the left are other people on the left. Does this not count as that?
Pierce, here's my position. You don't have to talk about every single issue, but when the second leading cause of death...
Yeah, and she's not even talking about her cause right now. She's on a panel about Charlie Kirk, even though, like, because she personally knew him, I guess. But that's not related to swimming. That's not related to getting trans people out of sports.
Children is gun violence. You probably should bring that up. When we talk about MAGA Republicans who have talked about the Epstein files and horrible abuse, Maxwell was one of the largest sex traffickers in the world. And the Donald Trump administration have sent her to a club.
Why does Riley Gaines have to do all that? Why does Riley Gaines...
Because she says she cares...
No, Riley Gaines cares about...
Said, let me answer.
Riley Gaines cares because a very, very tall, muscular, powerful male called Leah Thomas said suddenly, who was a very...
I don't know why I was doubting that like Piers Morgan would be this transphobic.
Moderate, unsuccessful male swimmer suddenly said, I'm a woman, and then began destroying women in the women's pool. It was clearly grotesquely unfair.
I think this goes without saying none of this is true.
Unequal and actually dangerous.
No, actually, Leah Thomas did not change her whole life and transition to defeat Riley Gaines at a swimming competition. I think that goes without saying, but just going to make it crystal clear. That's not something that happened.
In a boxing ring in Paris in the Olympics.
I would like to be able to
and for
speak for myself,
Riley to be condemned by you.
That'd be super cool.
For Riley to be condemned by you because she doesn't also talk about other issues is absurd. Anyway,
first of all, that's not even
you know what? Critical. We'll come back to this. I'm just going to hold the panel here for a moment. A brief timeout. I've been joined by Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace. Nancy, welcome back to Uncensored.
Nancy.
We're here. We're just having a kind of slightly insane debate, in my opinion. But there's a lot of insanity flying around at the moment, one of which is the utterly appalling spectacle of so many on the left openly, brazenly, proudly celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk. How have we got here as a society?
Well, it's insane. You can just see in the previous debate, you saw two grown men, Democrat men, screaming, yelling on your program at two women. Riley Gaines is one of the brightest, smartest, youngest minds fighting for what she believes in, and we want to encourage that, not discourage it.
This is reminding me that so Piers Morgan, he's had beef with Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro is really against gun control. And Ben Shapiro's honestly embarrassed him in gun control debates, I'm not gonna lie. But since that's his pet cause, I don't understand why nobody brings up to him that Charlie Kirk was vehemently against any sort of gun control and say, Piers Morgan, I agree with you on gun control. He spent his whole life trying to make people not feel as bad about school shootings because he didn't want to introduce any sort of common sense gun control in the United States. Don't you think that's worthy of criticism? Like, get his foot in the door from there, get him to agree with you, and then get him on your side for the panel about, like, maybe it's not wrong to criticize this man. Maybe I don't need to say that he was a fucking saint, okay? Maybe I can also say that I don't think he should have been fucking murdered, but I also have valid criticism for him. Criticisms you'd probably agree with, Piers. So can we stop with this bullshit that, like, Charlie Kirk was, like, a hero or a saint or some champion, like fucking Socrates or something, inventing debate and bringing it to colleges? Give me a break.
I don't want to discourage anyone out there to prevent them from speaking up by getting yelled at. I was yelled out yesterday in front of Don Lemon at the steps of the Capitol, and all we want to do, I'm a rape survivor. All I want as a rape victim is to ensure that men aren't in my bathroom or Riley's bathroom or in the shower next to us. That is dangerous. And it's uncalled for. But to see those men on your program yelling at the women who are just talking freely, talking in a sane and normal manner, trying to have a colloquy, trying to have a national conversation, and they're being screamed at. That's how we got here. And until the left and until the Democrat Party acknowledges their role in this, it's not going to get better. And I have to tell you, it's terrifying right now to be a conservative. I am carrying my 6-hour P365 everywhere I go. I have armed guards everywhere I go. I can't even go to the grocery store alone anymore. I can't even walk my dog without a gun because I have so many on the left, Democrats, a lot of transgenders who are emailing.
Like, we're talking about, again, the memory of a man who is like, I don't care how many school shootings there are. It's worth it. It's worth it for the Second Amendment. We can't talk about, I guess, his influence on, like, the deaths of those kids by this same sort of, by this same logic. But we have to talk about how mean kids on TikTok contributed to the environment that enabled this guy to go kill Charlie Kirk or something.
Calling, trying to show up at my office, threatening to kill me, my children, my family, my elderly parents, the father of my children. And I'm not going to live in fear. I'm not going to be terrified. And I'm going to figuratively fight back. Figuratively push back and protect my safety. Today, I'm going to lead a floor debate against Ilhan Omar. Lucas was asking about a prominent Democrat celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk. They're everywhere. But let's start with Ilhan Omar, who's right down the hall from me right now. I'm in Congress at the Capitol, who celebrated the murder and political assassination of Charlie Kirk by saying that people who were mourning his death were full of shit. Excuse my language, but no. And is posting content.
Being based, if she said that, true, but I doubt that's what she said.
Celebrating his murder, calling Charlie Kirk a terrorist. I can't even with these people because they just won't tell.
Okay, so I go on Ilhan Omar's thing to see what she's been tweeting. This is what Nancy Mace is sending out to fundraise. It is unbefitting of a member of Congress to spread blatant lies and misinformation. Utterly shameful. So this is in an email. Ilhan Omar celebrates the deaths of slain Americans and Jews. She's a sick, racist, U.S.-hating radical. I want her out, and I need your help to make it happen. So, nice. Let's see.
The truth. And, I love having a debate.
Or the fact that, okay, this was also, you love having a debate. Is that why you said, we would love to see you deported back to Somalia next? Ilhan Omar replies, would love to see you get the help you need. You belong in rehab, not in Congress, which is quite tasteful considering what she is being told.
Coming on and having a conversation, even when we disagree, Piers, but there's never anything ill or negative or
And that was her side account. I guess she also tweeted it from the official Representative Nancy Mace account. One-way ticket to Somalia with your name on it, Ilhan Omar. I'm going soon, so please drop off the tickets on your way to your office. I'm next door. Thanks in advance.
I don't want to bring harm on anybody, but we have to tell the truth. And how do you unite with people who refuse to tell the truth, who continue to lie? I don't know how you continue to have a conversation with these people. We have to shun them.
Okay, we have to shun them. Thought you believed in debate or whatever. I'm leading the floor debate on Somalia, Ilhan Omar's censure at 6:15 p.m. tonight. This was today. Is your ridiculous censure about me being born in Somalia? Because that's just as crazy as you are. Like the fact that she is literally just wasting taxpayer dollars doing this type of shit for social media clicks.
Do you have to be careful? I watched Pam Bondi trying to explain that hate speech.
Oh my God. Is this her citation for saying that Ilhan Omar celebrates Charlie Kirk's death? Dude. Ilhan Omar said it herself, actions have consequences, time to live by it. We filed a resolution to say, okay, so this is like the gotcha. If you celebrate murder, Somalia can take you back. So she says, does the First Amendment protect your freedom of speech? Yes. Does it protect you from being shamed or shunned by others? No. Bottom line, your opinions have consequences like everything else in life. I know you aren't well or smart, but I hope someone can explain to you that there isn't a correlation between my committee assignments and deportation. Regardless of what you do with these committees, my office will continue to be next to you and I will continue to be in Congress. Like, what? I'm still trying to find, like, where what the disgraceful remarks were.
The Attorney General believed should be pursued with the full force of the law. And I recoiled from that, as did many on the right, because actually the First Amendment protects hate speech. It doesn't protect incitement to violence or acts of violence. But you can say hateful things and be protected under the First Amendment. And it was pretty staggering to hear an Attorney General who didn't seem to realize that.
Okay, so it's this, maybe? So, and Wokeness puts this. Representative Ilhan Omar is happy Charlie Kirk was killed. He downplayed George Floyd. He opposed Juneteenth. Look at their grins. Dude. Quoting Charlie Kirk is celebrating his death now. Are you kidding me? He said these things. He did these things. They're not even denying it. If you bring up things that he said, you're celebrating it? While I disagreed with Charlie Kirk vehemently about his rhetoric, my heart breaks for his wife and children. I don't wish violence on anyone. My faith teaches me the power of peace, empathy, and compassion. Right-wing accounts trying to spin a false story when I condemned his murder multiple times is fitting for their agenda. To villainize left to hide from the fact that Donald Trump gins up hate on a daily basis. Here's the full interview. Okay, so let's see. Just on the George Floyd thing, a thing that he literally did.
The nation would have been a lot more compassionate filled. It would have been less partisan. He doesn't even know who the assassin is for him to say
yes.
Wing lunatic. I think it kind of denigrated his status and the status of the office he holds. But what I do know for sure is that, you know, Charlie was someone who once said, guns save lives after a school shooting. Charlie was someone who was willing to debate and downplay the death of George Floyd in the hands of Minneapolis police.
I think he called him a scumbag.
Right, have no regard, downplay slavery and what Black people have gone through in this country by saying Juneteenth should never exist. And I think, you know, there are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
Complete rewriting of history.
Yeah, there is.
This is celebration to these people, not just total idolatry, refusing to be a part of the fucking hagiography that they're trying to spin up for this fucking dude. That's celebrating now. Again, bringing up the things that he said and did while he was alive that they know they can't defend. It's insane. It's insane.
Some have criticized you.
And then she fucking, like, even in this, I'm not surprised, like, talks about feeling bad for his kids and wife.
It was really mortifying to hear the news, to see the video. You know, all I could think about was his wife, his children. That image is going to live forever. It was really mortifying.
Dude, I fucking can't with these people.
Because you have a hotline, you've encouraged people to call in, and you know, if people are saying bad things about Charlie Kirk and so on, you know, there will be.
Wow, you're encouraging people to fucking narc, awesome. And then like, why are we not bringing up the fact that every other tweet from this bitch is saying that she needs to go back to fucking Somalia?
People on the left going, well, this is just complete hypocrisy, because really what you're operating with this is a form of the very cancel culture that you and others on the right have always professed to hate. What do you say to that?
Well, this is a cancel culture, and I have voted and I've supported legislation that protects the freedom of speech.
Okay. So when you encourage people to call you so you can assist them in getting somebody fired who didn't properly suck off Charlie Kirk in light of his death, that's not cancel culture?
Protects the First Amendment. You know, I've been out there on the Epstein files too, protecting survivors, by the way. There are Republicans out there who are very vocal, like myself. But free speech has consequences. And I'll quote Ilhan Omar, who tweeted that you have the right to say anything you want. You have the right to those opinions, but there are consequences. And if you are...
You could literally use that to, like, justify Charlie Kirk's death. You know that, right? Depending on how uncharitably you want to read that.
Around children, My particular focus is on the educational system, those that are teaching our kids or in the classroom, and those who are making healthcare decisions for people. I don't want the bias and those who are celebrating the murder of a political class, a political side that they don't agree with. They should not be making medical decisions for others, and they should not be indoctrinating our kids. We look at Tyler Robinson, 22-year-old kid who self-admittedly murdered Charlie Kirk because he didn't like his opinions and thought he was full of hate. They're condoning this. They're endorsing this. He was radicalized, we believe, at school and in the education system. We can't allow that. I mean, when I was growing up, teachers were just normal. You had no idea what their politics were. And now kids are forced to say, what are your pronouns? And can you define 100 genders? And, they're being influenced and inspired and radicalized. And this can't be happening. This is how we got here. And we have to admit that this is the truth and that we're going to work together to end it. And they don't want to. They don't want to. And I don't know what else to do. I want to defund the schools that allow teachers that celebrate murder to stay there and stay employed. I want to defund them. And I want to shame these teachers out of existence. I don't want them anywhere near my kids. No. Or yours.
Nancy Mace, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the panel. Brian Shapiro, did any of that give you pause for thought?
Well, first of all,
what part was supposed to?
I find it ironic that Nancy Mace is talking about telling the truth, yet she's the person who
Epstein files
blamed the shooter in the Charlie Kirk murder as a transgender. I find that very ironic. She also called me a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. I'm a registered independent that is anti-Donald Trump. So I want to be very clear on that as well. Listen, now she mentioned Ilhan Omar. If that's true about Ilhan Omar, and
I do think it's funny that not a single actual Democrat was included on this panel.
She made those statements. I totally disavow that, but I don't think anybody could name me 3 Democrats that are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death that are elected officials. Number 2,
nobody even stops to ask how did she celebrate his death?
Democrat out there is saying,
I know why Piers doesn't do it, but why is this motherfucker throwing her under the bus before even asking how did she celebrate? What did she say? Oh, she brought up a thing that Charlie Kirk did. Okay, yeah, it's not celebrating.
This is wrong for the most part. Political violence, we should never celebrate it. And all the right is doing is blaming it on the radical left, including Donald Trump. Nancy Mace wants to say to bring people together. Donald Trump has divided us by blaming the radical left for what took place here.
You would be blaming. Okay, but Brian, be honest. If it was the other way around, and the investigators said publicly, as they have, as has the governor of Utah, that all the evidence pointed to this person being radicalized by the far right, you would not hesitate to say this was a far-right assassination, and you would go on a massive rant about it. So there's a double standard there, right?
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. I don't do that, Piers. You could look at my social media. No, you're wrong. Here's what I do. I call out political violence on both.
This dude has thrown everyone under the bus under this panel. Are we actually going to doubt that he would hold water for them or what?
Sides. If you recall, Piers,
that wasn't my point. Hang on, I'm not disputing that. Yeah. I'm just saying if he was a radical right, if he'd been radicalized by the right, I don't think you would be saying people shouldn't be talking about the radicalization.
The reason why, Piers, I ever bring up the radical right is because...
Yeah, but it's not the other way around, Piers.
The right never takes responsibility, literally, for anything.
But nor is the left.
Blamed Donald Trump.
Nor is the left.
Listen,
the left, having said this for years, now is doing exactly the same thing. I saw Jimmy Kimmel literally go on a rant saying this guy was a Maga guy, the shooter. Complete lie.
Piers, I'm always consistent on this issue. It doesn't matter whether it comes from the right or the left. It's wrong. We need to call out political violence on both sides of the aisle.
But we should also be unafraid but Brian, you're missing my point. We should also be unafraid to call out radicalization where we see it as a primary motivation for these assassinations.
So do you think this shooter was a radical leftist?
I think this person was, as the investigators are saying,
that he used.
I'll come to you in a moment, Lucas. As the investigators are saying, and as the governor is saying, the governor has hit a very, in my view, sensible tone throughout all this. As they've all been saying.
Who gives a fuck how a governor editorializes information? What does the actual information say? Do we have the evidence to conclude that?
All the evidence is pointing to a young man who was radicalized to the left.
His evidence, he just points to the governor's statements.
Okay, so let me respond to that real quickly. So first of all, even if that is true, I totally disagree with what Megyn Kelly said. If you're somebody who wants to kill somebody because you disagree with their beliefs, then there's something wrong with you. You are crazy. So Piers, even if that was true, now we know he comes from a conservative Mormon family. I don't really care what his political affiliation is. I'm grateful that his father, and a transgender, by the way, who two people on this panel continue to attack, there's a transgender that we should be thanking.
The 2 people on this panel haven't even got a chance to say a word yet because
shut
up for 5 seconds.
All right, let me bring in the 2 women here. Let me bring in Jillian.
Who they are. We actually don't need to say
only talk at once, please.
Let my queen speak, Piers.
Can the 2 men shut up for a moment? Jillian.
There are so many lies here. I don't know which to tackle first. The reality is that we are here because of the very things you guys are doing in this moment. You refuse to engage in any sort of intelligent dialogue or debate. You just name call. We're bigots. We're racist. This is exactly how we got here. This kind of othering, this kind of demonization.
You just call me terms that aptly describe me and apply to me. It's very
if you guys
rude.
want to have an intelligent conversation about something that I have said, something that Riley has said, or something that Charlie has said, I'm absolutely here for it. But in this moment, you are very clearly showing the world that you are an integral part of this problem, and it's irrelevant what side of the aisle you're on. It's a human characteristic of demonizing others, and you both have it.
All right, Riley.
Can I just?
Yeah, I mean,
Riley
I would
will
just
go
like the
next.
opportunity to defend myself for a second because, Brian, what you said is like the most ill-informed thing I've ever heard. Number one, to insinuate that I'm not a good athlete, as if that even matters, okay? I'm one of the fastest Americans of all time. Can you name me 3 female swimmers?
The reason why I said nobody would know who you are.
Can you name me 3 female swimmers? If you were going to talk about how no one knew me, can you name me 3 of the top female swimmers in this nation?
Guess what? And most people probably can't name 3 WNBA stars. They probably can't name a female tennis player besides fucking, I'm blanking on her name right now. Like, most people are not going to be able to name any female athletes, lady. That is not specific to your sport or, like, indicative of him personally not caring about it. It's just not something that is, like, most people in society care about, unfortunately.
99% of the country.
Yeah, Serena Williams, Venus Williams. There you go.
99% of the country can't name 3 female swimmers. The only
there you go.
reason why we know who you are is because you're half transgender 24/7.
Why did my athletic ability, which again, one of the fastest in the nation and the world, really, for that matter, when I was competing, why did that have anything to do with anything? Are you saying only the best female athletes, only the best of the best, only those who are winning Olympic gold medals?
It always sounds like she's about to start crying.
Deserve fairness. Is that what you're saying? Make it clear to me, please.
What I'm saying is.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to continue on now to say that I have not been a voice for the Epstein.
Oh, fuck. You know what I would have done? I would have brought up Simone Biles because I'm pretty sure Simone Biles is like talk shit about her, and Simone Biles has way more fucking medals than her.
So you don't want me to
respond to
ridiculous. This is a recent tweet that I put out that I got a lot of flack for. I said, I serve Christ, not a politician. That being
Why won't
said,
Donald Trump release the Epstein files?
We are going to act like the proven harm and abuse of
because
Epstein.
He's in them.
Cause never happened. His victims deserve so much better than that. There is no line to walk when it comes to sex trafficking, especially of children. So to slander
Riley, may I ask you a
me
question?
and say that I have not been a voice for the Epstein victims is ridiculous.
Okay,
I have been a voice for the women in Muslim countries, in Afghanistan, in Yemen, in South Sudan, who are under Sharia law, who don't get to get an education, who don't get to go to the gym, who don't get to go to the doctor. Like, I have been a voice for all these women. So to sit here and act like you know me, number one, is ridiculous.
Okay, that actually undermines Piers' earlier thing about, like, she's just a swimmer. You don't have to ask, like, she can't be expected to talk about everything when she's like, I've talked about women in the fucking Sudan. Okay, why won't you talk about women that were abused by Jeffrey Epstein then?
Entirely defamatory.
Okay, Riley, can I respond? Okay, Riley.
Now that I'm done,
understood.
absolutely.
Let me ask. Okay, so Riley, when Donald Trump bragged about going into teenage girls' locker rooms on the Howard Stern show, are you willing to condemn Donald Trump right now on the program, or the fact that he's a liable sexual abuser and a 34-count felon? He bragged about going into teenage girls' locker rooms. If you care, which I believe you do, by the way, Riley, if you care about young women, are you willing to condemn Donald Trump for going into teenage girls' locker rooms without their permission?
Does she do it?
I think any man who violates a woman's privacy, safety, fairness when it comes to athletic competitions is detestable and condemnable. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Hey, Piers, this is why I bring this up. I'm so glad she said that. She went back to transgenders and she didn't answer my question. So I will try to ask it again.
I said
Riley.
nothing about transgenders. It's telling that you insinuate when I'm talking about fairness that I'm talking about men.
That's probably the best part about being in the room with these fucking grifters. There are just like ask them to condemn, criticize Trump, anything related to January 6th, take a position on vaccines. They will not be able to do it. They are going to turn into NPCs.
She won't answer the question.
You'll hear the most diplomatic non-answer you've ever heard in your life.
Made by Jillian.
Any man.
Piers, can I just finish this? She won't condemn. She won't condemn Donald Trump for anything.
You sound like a little child who's throwing a hissy fit.
I think that would include. To be fair, I think that includes.
She won't answer the question.
All right, let me bring in
She won't
Lucas.
answer the question.
Let me bring in Lucas.
To be fair,
Let Lucas respond.
Any man, including, but you won't name Trump.
to be fair, she didn't name him by name, but I think that would include Donald Trump. But to bring up as far
No, fuck this dude. Why are you holding water for her?
as the galvanizing, which is, I think what we're witnessing is
Lost the plot.
Is gaslighting and political schizophrenia at its peak. Because when we talk about galvanizing, we have to look at the body of work that Charlie Kirk did, whether it was to, once again, dehumanize black people, to say that black women were low IQ and non-deserving of their positions, right? Whether it was to bastardize.
Like, Jillian's been waiting to, like, defend the actual things that I actually need him to shut up and let Jillian cook. Please let her do it.
As far as a black American lexicon, whether it's the perversion of woke, or whether it was the perversion of black fatigue, something that was crucial to black history, even to this day, whether it was a perversion of CRT, I think it's absolutely diabolical to say that this is coming from the left, when Charlie Kirk spent most of his life to do that. I think when he talks about Black Death, when it's Trayvon Martin, Breonna Taylor, all these people that he vilified, all these people that he could care less about. But you want to know something? There is not one mention of Daniel Schaefer. I mentioned Daniel Schaefer. White man killed, police brutality. It's not one mention of Jared Lackey on any of his posts. I mentioned Jared Lackey. White man tased to death, police brutality. There is not one mention of Kelly Thomas. There is not one mention of Ryan Whitaker, killed, shot in the back, white man, because he was playing video games too loud. So to say that they care about, police brutality, they care that it's not galvanizing. They are galvanizing. Charlie Kirk and other people like him are galvanizing their audience to, ironically, to promote a white victimhood complex on a certain group of white individuals who feel disassociated with society currently.
All right, Brian, hold fire.
Same thing that they argued that was happening to black people. They are now prophetizing.
I just want to ask Jillian.
You made your point.
I just want to ask Jillian
Brian, I'm going to come back to you in one moment. We're going to bring in another
I guess we're just not going to engage with any of that, Piers.
Yes, now, Jeffree Star, who's a cosmetics influencer.
Please.
Thank you very much indeed for joining me, Jeffree. You've gone viral. You've gone viral this week for this TikTok live.
I have.
He encouraged everyone to speak about their beliefs, whether he believed them or not. Am I a Republican? No, I'm a person.
Wow.
Because I'm standing up for someone that passed away, I'm now being called names in the chat. This is what's wrong with a lot of you people. You will never get far in life. You are sick in the head.
That would be my reaction, too, if somebody asked me if I was a Republican. Let's be real.
Someone just said they're unsubscribing from me.
I'm not a Republican. I'm a person. I'm an actual human being.
God, please. Because if you believe in they and thems, you're part of the problem. If you're so stupid.
Dude, Jeffree Star used to use they, them pronouns. I'm not kidding. Jeffree Star used to use they, them pronouns.
Stupid enough to go against science?
Jeffree Star is probably also one of the most androgynous people I've ever seen in my whole life.
Please unfollow me.
Jeffree, what happened to you as a consequence of that going viral?
So about 100,000 people have unfollowed me this week for speaking about Charlie, the entire thing. I can't believe so many people in America are cheering and praising his death. It's honestly disgusting. So while I was live streaming, I found out about what happened in real time, and it was so horrifying and devastating. I followed him for a few years. Do I agree with everything he's ever said? Of course I don't. But I loved a lot of what he said, and it resonates with me. But the good news is hundreds of thousands of more people have followed me, and they're on the exact same page. So I don't care.
Oh my God. Shameless. Thankfully for me, I went viral and I've gotten a lot of followers off of this.
Care about the following. It's not about that. I just had to speak my mind.
I'm happy about it, but also I don't care. I was just speaking up.
Have you been surprised, shocked, depressed by the reaction? I mean, I'm genuinely stunned. I thought I'd seen everything in the news game going back 40 years. But to see the outpouring of gleeful celebration of a young man's murder for expressing his opinion.
Spare me, Piers. Spare me with this bullshit, okay? This
and a young
fake
man
pearl
who
clutching.
would deliberately go into the opposition territory, college campuses, and get people to line up and say, come on, argue with me in a respectful way. The idea that he gets murdered for doing that all the time seemed particularly perverse to me. Were you?
Exactly.
How did you feel about it?
I was honestly horrified because I'm someone that's always been outspoken. I love the truth.
He was just saying words. He was just going to these college campuses and he was just opening his mouth and speaking. That's it. That's all he ever did. And then they targeted him and he was killed.
And for some reason, people are afraid of the truth. I've been told all week he would have hated someone like you. No, he would have respected me because I'm my own person and I know how to have my own thoughts. So when I saw it in real time, I was completely devastated. I can't believe someone that has an opinion is now dead. It's disgusting.
Yeah, Brian, I mean, when you hear that, do you find it disgusting, the reaction that Jeffree's had?
Yeah, absolutely. 150%. I think anybody who celebrates Charlie Kirk's death is absolutely disgusting. And I applaud you for, doing the right thing and being a good human being and saying this is horrible. Charlie Kirk didn't deserve this. I feel for his kids and his family. Doesn't mean we have to agree with everything Charlie Kirk stood for, which obviously I don't.
Can you name one thing you disagreed with? Can we actually talk about things that he said and did and believed for like 2 seconds on any of these fucking panels?
But for the people that are attacking you on social media, I mean, I've gotten death threats as well. It's despicable, and I feel for you. We should be able to have a respectful dialogue about Charlie Kirk, and I would certainly welcome that with Jillian, and I have some questions for her if we have the time.
Well, ask her now.
Okay. Well, Jillian, hi, Jillian. I agree with you. I think respectful conversation and political discourse is good. It's one thing I have in common with Charlie Kirk. Here's what I would say, ask you about. The day Paul Pelosi was bludgeoned with a hammer, the day after that, Charlie Kirk went on his podcast, he made jokes about it, and on his show he asked his listeners to donate to the person who tried to kill Paul Pelosi. Are you willing to admit that that's also wrong? Because Charlie Kirk did that on his show.
If Charlie did that, I 100% agree with you. I haven't seen that. A lot of the stuff that I have seen and experienced with Charlie, he advocates consistently against violence.
Well, advocated, right? See, this is like literally one of the last things that he tweeted. September 10th, 1:34 p.m. If we want things to change, it's 100% necessary to politicize the senseless murder of Irina Zarutska because it was politics that allowed a savage monster with 14 priors to be free on the streets to kill her. This is the type of shit that he would say before a body had even hit the fucking ground. He was already on the fucking case to use it for his own ends and his own agenda, okay?
So if he did that, I am in 100% agreement with you. And in fact, came prepared today to talk about this kind of violence and othering on both sides. And I could talk about I believe it was 2016 when Donald Trump talked about people who believe in the Second Amendment going out and taking care of some of these politicians who didn't agree with him, because I think the othering and the demonization and the labeling is devastating our culture, and it is literally getting people killed. So if Charlie did that, then I agree with you on that. I'm unfamiliar with it. I'd have to watch it myself.
Right. So, Jillian, I appreciate you giving me that answer. But he also said that Michelle Obama and Joy Reid don't have the processing brain power to be taken seriously. He called gay people destructive. He said Taylor Swift should submit to her husband. He also said that he blamed Jewish money for ruining America.
Okay, finally, we're bringing up things that he said and did. It's unfortunate that out of an hour and 11 minutes long, only at 1 hour and 3 minutes are we really bringing up the things that he said.
Let me preface this by saying,
I watched a lot of that stuff.
The death of Gazan, those fellows.
I watched a lot of that stuff, and that's mischaracterized. And when he was talking about...
this is what she should have talked about, like one. Let's see.
It actually is, and I'm more than happy to send you numerous videos where Charlie talks about the conservative movement and how there is absolutely room for people who are gay, and goes on to admonish somebody who says that there are not. He talks about Dave Rubin. He talks about Peter Thiel. Okay.
This is the
I'm giving you the exact words out of his mouth. I have to be a woman. I am married
Jillian, just let me respond.
You don't want
10 seconds. Okay. Jillian. No, Jillian, I just want 10 seconds respectfully. Thank you. I'm sure that Charlie Kirk has said a lot of nice things about a lot of people, but I'm sure he said a lot of nice things about people, but that doesn't take away the bad things that he said also. I played those videos.
Why are you focusing on the women that Ted Bundy killed? How come you don't bring up that one time he cooked his girlfriend pasta, and also bring up the fact that he bought his mom a birthday present? I just think it's really negative of you to focus on like his victims.
On my show yesterday, I didn't take them out of context. These are
okay.
I didn't take them out of context. Okay, so explain to me when Charlie Kirk says that blacks were better off in the 1940s and that the Civil Rights Act should not have been passed.
I can explain that in detail. I can explain that in detail. There's an hour.
Okay, awesome, lady. Before you do that, though, what are these comments that he made about Gaza or what? Charlie Kirk was a nice guy.
So, it's funny. I used to say that, hey, if you as a gay person would go to Gaza, they'd throw you off of tall buildings, right? Now they don't have any tall buildings left, so I don't...
When you mess with the bull, you get the horns.
Is that too soon? I'm sorry. Maybe you shouldn't kill Jews, stupid Muslims.
What a lovely young man he was. Back to the panel.
and 22-minute long podcast where he dives into it. And what he goes on to talk about is that the intentions of the Civil Rights Act were fantastic, the desire for equal opportunity, but that because it was so broad and so vague, it made room for—
Everyone needs to be bringing up, what were his last words? His last words were crazy. He literally died in a spectacle, which is the majority of what his adult working life was. And he died dog whistling about crime related to Black people.
For things like demanding equal outcomes. He cites a case where teachers in New York have to take a basic standardized test, okay? And this started in the 1980s and the 1990s. Unfortunately, Black and Hispanic teachers didn't pass at the same rate that whites and Asians did. Now, instead of looking at why is this happening, where is the disparity, how can we fix this, what's broken with the system, years later, New York as a state was sued because these teachers failed at disproportionate rates and had to pay $1 billion.
Yeah, including or excluding gang violence was literally his last words.
He's turning around saying, this is crazy. This is insane. I happen to agree. That's crazy. And it doesn't fix what's actually broken. He talks about how
this is the point. Using outlier cases to paint a broad spectrum of a group of people.
He outright says that first of all, Charlie doesn't even believe in race. He goes on to talk about how it's a social construct. He goes on
to Charlie Kirk didn't care if you were purple. Again, that's why his last words were dog whistling about gang violence.
Luther King's position
he didn't even
that
see
we
race.
Shouldn't judge men on the
or the fact that he already brought up a quote like you stole like that, like Justice Jackson stole a position from like a white man or something.
Their skin, but on the
you mean the same Martin Luther King who he vilified?
Do you know what he vilified
him over? This
let me answer you. Let me answer you. Actually.
Also, is this the same Jeffree Star that said the N-word and called Black women nappy-headed?
Okay, yes, it is. Jeffree Star.
I know this can't be the same Jeffree Star.
Let me answer you.
I've never said that.
MLK.
Please stop lying.
We literally have it on video.
That's all they've done this whole show.
Jeffree's so shameless lying about that. That is literally one of the first things that Jeffree Star went viral for.
Top criticism of MLK.
He literally just made that up.
Interesting. Oh my God.
Google it.
Literally nobody gives a fuck what Jillian has to say. They're all speaking over her, even the conservative panelists.
I hear what you're saying, Jillian. I absolutely understand what you're saying.
You don't. Let me tell you his top criticism. His top criticism.
How are you going to tell me what he said? We've seen what he said. I'm very familiar with
Clearly
Charlie Kirk. I was literally a part of Turning Point USA at one point. So I'm very familiar with it.
So tell me what were his top...
Why didn't he lead with that? I don't think this is the first time he mentioned that.
The scrutiny that... The issue that I have is that the scrutiny that you're levying...
Say it because it's totally antithetical to your narrative.
It's not about antithetical. It's about as far as fact-checking.
Then let me say it.
Did you fact-check anything that he said?
I listened to it this morning.
Did you fact-check anything that he said? I didn't ask that. I asked, did you fact-check anything that he said?
Every
Piers, can this be muted?
Yeah, I don't really know what we're getting to because every time she tries to explain to you, Lucas, you just
apologies.
Talk over her.
Go ahead, by all means.
Well, no,
tell me your perspective of what
you don't seem to understand the concept of a debate. Riley,
Jillian, I'm here to listen to Jillian, and I'm trying to have a respectful conversation with her. But Jillian, do you understand why there are a lot of people out there that are very...
Brian. There's nothing respectful about
what did I say that was disrespectful? What did I say that was disrespectful to you?
I told you he was a right winger 8-10 years ago. No, I saw that, but that's different than he didn't. You can be a right winger without ever having been affiliated with Turning Point USA. So I don't think he brought up that he was part of Turning Point USA at any point until now.
The fact that number one, you want to come from my swimming abilities is crazy. That is crazy.
I did not come.
Okay?
The fact. Okay, you don't understand why I said that, and I'm going to try to explain it to you again. The reason why people know who you are is not because of your swimming. I'm sure you were a great swimmer.
Brian,
it's because you're on TV attacking transgenders.
I did not want to be doing this. This is not where I want to be.
You don't accept money for making speeches?
Okay.
Yeah, you hate it.
You don't
really hate
accept
what you're
money
doing.
to make speeches?
But it's people like you.
Do you know how much money it costs
that continue to give me a platform.
Brian?
It's not even the words that I'm saying. It's the words that you're saying.
What? It doesn't cost money to go on Piers Morgan. They invite people on for free. You don't get paid.
They give people
but you don't have to pay either.
So somebody forced
Has somebody been scamming Jillian? Has Jillian been paying them a fucking appearance fee?
Common sense.
All right, understood.
People
I do find Brian. I do find your line of attack on Riley utterly inexplicable because she did not.
I disagree.
She did not create the situation. She lost a place in a top race because somebody thought it was a good idea for a 6'3" male to compete in her race.
I don't feel that way.
That's what started this. I want to ask one thing of Jeffree before we finish this. Jeffree, there was an allegation from Lucas there that you've used the N-word Do you want to respond to that? I think it's fair that you respond.
I've never called a black person that. That's been debunked. And the second thing you said, I've never said before. So please stop lying.
Have video evidence of it.
It's just the same.
But I think the point that I want to make, just lastly, is the hypocrisy of the Republicans. Well, I think that the hypocrisy of the Republican, when it comes to individuals like Jeffree, when we have a party that's for marriage between a man and a woman, but then they celebrate, or in some cases, deride what happened with David Rubin and his marriage. I think it's hypocritical when it comes to Riley Gaines. I think it's hypocritical when it comes to Riley Gaines. I'm talking about trans as Fox News hires Caitlyn Jenner, as we have Blair White and how the right
Jenner's a friend of mine. So what's your
Blair
point?
White as she.
I was with Dave Rubin last week.
Is Caitlyn Jenner a man? Riley Gaines, is Caitlyn Jenner a man?
Yes, and I tell Caitlyn that he's a man. I tell Caitlyn I will call you by Caitlyn. I will not use she, her pronouns.
This
and
is
guess
what
what
I'm
Caitlyn
talking
says
about
to
as far
me?
as
I don't need you to
You're
use she,
using
her pronouns when
This is what
talking
the
about
right
me
does.
because I
Whether
don't
it's
need
black
you to
tokens,
affirm me.
whether it's
I
trans
do what I
tokens,
do because I'm
this is the
affirming
issue.
myself. I don't need someone else to affirm the
My good friend, Caitlyn Jenner, the man. I don't have any animus towards trans people, by the way.
How do you
That's what Caitlyn
affirm
says to
yourself?
me.
How do you talk about as far as the trans issue, as far as men going to the women's bathroom, while befriending someone who is literally a part of that problem?
I can be
let me ask you, Riley,
cordial
are
with
kids
someone
born trans?
and still
Are kids
acknowledge
born
a
trans,
problem.
Riley?
That is a foreign concept to
Riley,
you
are
and
kids born
Brian.
trans?
Clearly, not me.
Riley,
not
are
me. Not
kids
Charlie
born
either,
trans?
by the way. Not
Are
Charlie
kids
either.
born trans, Riley?
Can I just say?
Are kids born trans?
Can I just have 20
No.
seconds? Can I just
Do
have
you know
20
what?
seconds just to say one quick thing?
But
You've had the whole show, Brian and Lucas.
As long as
Y'all
it's 20
talked
seconds.
the entire time.
Excuse me.
Apologies.
Excuse me. I care
Release that
about
side
kids.
file.
I care about women. Riley, I'm willing to believe that your heart is in
This
the
is
right
such
place.
baloney.
Okay. I also
such baloney.
can I just finish my 20-second statement?
You talk about misogyny.
Okay.
You are the most condescending,
with women.
mansplaining individual. Just cannot.
I'm condescending.
Mansplaining.
Support the guy who bragged about grabbing women by the genitals.
Okay, you know what? We began this debate by talking about the importance of trying to all come together and have some unity and public discourse back to how it should be, and we've ended up as a squabbling barnyard. I'm going to leave it there. I thank you all for your contributions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, awesome panel, guys. Such cancer. Okay, I want to see thing about ABC pulling Jimmy Kimmel. ABC pulls Jimmy Kimmel off air for Charlie Kirk comments. So this was earlier today at 6:47 p.m. Eastern. ABC announced on Wednesday evening that it was pulling Jimmy Kimmel's late night show indefinitely after criticisms of comments he made on Monday about the motives of the man who was accused of fatally shooting the conservative activist Charlie Kirk last week. Brendan Carr, the Federal Communications Commission chair, sharply criticized Mr. Kimmel's comments on a podcast earlier on Wednesday. Nexstar, an owner of many local stations throughout the United States, said shortly before ABC's announcement that it was preempting episodes of Jimmy Kimmel Live for the foreseeable future. Nexstar strongly objects to recent comments made by Mr. Kimmel concerning the killing of Charlie Kirk and will replace the show with other programming in its ABC-affiliated markets. Holy fucking shit, dude. What did he even say? I don't know that I can like show anything from the Kimmel show without it being like copyright, but I need like a transcript. Let's see if I put Jimmy Kimmel, Charlie Kirk comments. What did he say though?
Wayfair, we bring style.
Okay, hopefully if I do this, it's not gonna like copy ID me, but I can just edit it out after.
Oh, it's a party.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Amid pressure from the Trump-aligned FCC. And in the past few minutes, ABC confirmed to CNN that Kimmel's show will be off the air, quote, indefinitely. We have not yet heard from Kimmel or his representatives. That's how quickly this has been developing. But let's back up and look at what Kimmel actually said on the program that has caused controversy. This is from Monday night in his Monday evening monologue. Kimmel suggested that the alleged killer of Charlie Kirk might have been a pro-Trump Republican. He said, quote, the Maga gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. He said in between the finger pointing, there was grieving. Kimmel was expressing what we've heard some other liberals say in recent days, that the motives are unclear and that maybe the suspect in this case was a Republican or was some sort of far-right fringe figure. Of course, there has been a lot of discussion about that in recent days. There's a lot of evidence pointing in other directions about the suspect. But Kimmel was on the air talking about this, making a very serious commentary amid his jokes in his monologue Monday night. Here's where it became interesting earlier today. The FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, went on a far-right webcast and condemned Kimmel and urged ABC to suspend him. He also talked about possible regulatory punishments of Disney because there are lots of different stations that have licenses with the FCC. Within the past hour, we've heard from a big owner of stations that have affiliations with ABC, a company called Nexstar, saying that they were going to suspend Kimmel's show on their stations. So in other words, about 24 stations were refusing to air Kimmel's show tonight as a result of this controversy. And then, following word that some of those stations were basically revolting against Kimmel, Disney, the parent company of ABC, decided to yank the show entirely.
I'm so confused what the fuck he actually said. What? Like, did I miss it? Why can't I don't... Oh my god. It's just still like he said comments about Kirk. They didn't fucking explain. I want you... What words did he actually say? This is Fox News. Let's see. Maybe they'll print it. FCC levels threats against ABC. Disney after Kimmel suggested Charlie Kirk assassin was Maga. Brendan Carr floats regulatory action against the Disney-owned network. I guess this is him doing this on Benny Johnson's thing.
And what appears to be an action by Jimmy Kimmel to play into that narrative that this was somehow a MAGA or Republican motivated person. They have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with it an obligation to operate in the public interest. But frankly, when you see stuff like this,
oh my god!
I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the
to
hard
try to pretend like you have to take somebody off the air because they made a mistake or told a lie. Give me a break.
way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
So he says this. Is it really just the MAGA just suggesting that he was like MAGA? Carr signaled that an apology from Kimmel would be a very reasonable, minimal step, but also he should not apologize. He should only retract any statements that are not true.
This is one you don't hear every day. A Spirit Airlines flight heading from Boston over the weekend.
Quiet.
Too close to Air Force
What is
One
happening?
over New York on Tuesday. Listen to this.
Pay attention, Spirit 1300, turn 20 degrees right.
Where is this coming from? There we go. Is it just this, really? Like suggesting that they were Dude, where is this coming from? I can't find this sound.
Spirit Wings 1300, turn
Okay, it's
20
this, sorry. Okay, so we hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. Oh, so like he just suggested. I thought he like made the claim like he's for sure MAGA aligned or whatever. It was literally just this. Anything other than one of them. I mean, I like that is you saying it, sure, but like it's so insane. He went on to mock Trump's response, criticizing the White House for flying U.S. flags at half-staff and Trump for discussing ballroom construction. When asked his thoughts days later, this is not how an adult grieves the murder of somebody he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish. Okay, Kimmel said. I wonder if this probably had more to do with it. Kimmel's comments came one day after both FBI officials and Utah Governor Spencer Cox said that Robinson had held a leftist ideology. Again, this is literally what Piers Morgan was doing, like citing what the governor says instead of citing any actual quote or like underlying evidence from that kid or from the guy who shot him, and was increasingly radicalized in recent years. It's fairly obvious that this was an ideologically motivated attack. Deputy Director Dan Bongino told Fox News on Monday. Sources familiar with the investigation also told Fox News Digital that the FBI is investigating leftist groups in Utah to see if they had any connection. Dude, okay, whatever. It was also revealed that he had a romantic relationship with a transgender partner who was biologically male and transitioning to female. Kimmel took aim at J.D. Vance for, quote, pointing his little mascara-stained finger directly at the left, which he did. They were doing this before they had any fucking evidence. Guest host of the Charlie Kirk show, Vance said on the show that most lunatics in American politics belong to the far left. Do you think he was killed by Israel? No, I don't fucking think that Charlie Kirk was killed by fucking Israel. Are you serious? He's made anti-Semitic remarks, but to act like he was anything other than like a totally like a Zionist shill is ridiculous. He was like a super pro-Israel dude. Okay, I want to read the Ta-Nehesi codes thing. Is this free? No, it's not. Of course not. Let's see. No. Why is it doing this to me? Okay, here. If I kind of see an archive this way. There. So Ta-Nehesi Coates wrote this in response to Ezra Klein's terrible op-ed that we read yesterday on Just Press Play, Pisco and I. And I think it's a pretty, from what I've seen, I've waited to like read the whole thing on live on stream, but like it's a pretty scathing indictment of people that are whitewashing Charlie Kirk in light of him being murdered. Charlie Kirk redeemed. A political class finds its lost cause. By ignoring the rhetoric and actions of the Turning Point USA founder, pundits and politicians are sanitizing his legacy. This is by Ta-Nehesi Coates. And yesterday. Oh my god. Why is this an archive link? If it's still going to be fucking paywalled, I guess I will use this first one. Okay, yeah. There we go. It just looks uglier. Before he was killed last week, Charlie Kirk left a helpful compendium of words, ones that would greatly aid those who sought to understand his legacy and import. It is somewhat difficult to match these words with the manner in which Kirk is presently being memorialized in mainstream discourse. New York Times columnist Ezra Klein dubbed Kirk one of the era's most effective practitioners of persuasion, which is insane. Even if Charlie Kirk was like a better person or not, like, no, that was not true of Charlie Kirk. He was not some amazing orator, okay? He was somebody who was able to get a lot of funding really, really fucking early to start Turning Point USA by like Koch brothers. And a man who was practicing politics in exactly the right way. California Governor Gavin Newsom hailed Kirk's passion and commitment to debate, which was disgusting, advising us to continue Kirk's work by engaging, quote, with each other across ideology through spirited discourse. You know, you don't have to say anything about this. You could have just condemned it, and you didn't need to say that he did all of this other amazing stuff. Atlantic writer Sally Jenkins saluted Kirk, claiming he argued with civility. And asserting, again, like argued with civility, checks notes in a format that is rigged to benefit him and exclusively him, where he has all the talking points and he has all the media training and he holds the microphone to farm TikTok clips of random college students that he's debating because he can't hold his own against anybody that actually has any intellectual chops. Literally an echo chamber that he created. Claiming he argued with civility and asserting that his death was a, quote, significant loss for those who believe engagement can help bridge disagreements. Like, you are a moron if you actually, you're a moron or you're a liar pretending like what Charlie Kirk was doing was like free and fair open debate and exchange of ideas. That's not what he was doing. The mentions of debate and engagement are references to Kirk's campus tours, during which he visited various colleges to take on whoever... Wait, I'm going to make this... How do I... I'm going to zoom. There we go. Take on whoever come may. This aspect of Kirk's work would be so attractive to writers and politicians is understandable. There is, after all, a pervasive worry among the political class that college students, ensconced in their own bubbles, could use a bit of shock therapy from a man unconcerned with preferred pronouns, trigger warnings, and the humanity of Palestinians. But it also shows how the political class's obsessions with universities blinds it to everything else. And the everything else of Kirk's politics amounted to little more than a loathing of those whose mere existence provoked his ire. It is not just, for instance, that Kirk held disagreeable views, that he was pro-life, that he believed in public executions, or what are these citations for this? Can I see it? Let's see. It says Snopes, which I know is true. I want to see executions on TV. Imagine if Coca-Cola sponsored executions. That would be so American, so patriotic. People would tune in. That it would be American, but like also dystopian. People would tune in. I think children at a certain age, as initiation, should be required to watch. Public executions by guillotine are holy. Or that he rejected the separation of church and state. There is no separation of church and state. I've seen this.
And this is an extraordinary story that I want to unpack with you. Biden's global initiative to replace Christianity with atheism faces GOP backlash.
Biden, probably one of the most religious presidents we've had in decades.
The 2021 federal grant program is designed to promote atheism and humanism overseas and encourage, quote, dissent from religious belief. Joe Biden, of course, the Catholic that I put in quotes, wants to spread atheism. I always laugh when I hear this, which is, if atheism was true and you believed it, why would you want others to also believe it? You're an evangelistic atheist. That's really dark. Help us unpack this. To help us unpack this,
I mean, atheism's like not a thing that you believe, but okay.
Is the courageous Congressman Jim.
Why do you have this position? Goes on to demonstrate that he knows nothing about the position.
Banks, who's pushing back against it. Congressman, welcome to the program.
Be with you. Thanks for having me.
So this is hard to believe. Walk us through the specifics of this in some detail. The Biden administration's Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, they have a Bureau of Democracy and Human Rights. They're promoting atheism and humanism worldwide.
Correct.
Walk us through this.
Yeah, this is really crazy. So in April of 2021, the Biden
So crazy that they're not endorsing my specific religion.
State Department under Secretary Blinken announced a competitive process that would award grants of up to about $500,000 to organizations that are committed to the practice of spreading atheism or humanism, especially in South and Central Asia, Middle East, and North Africa. So my letter to the administration demands to know who benefited from these grants, who did they give these grants away to, and what are the specific countries where we are funding atheism? I've got to believe there's more than meets the eye here. It's crazy.
And I wonder if promote, if they're equating secular teachings to teaching atheism, which wouldn't be the same thing.
We would do this to begin with, but what are the reasons?
Because they're bringing up humanism, which I associate with secular humanism, but that's different than promoting atheism.
That the administration has to support it.
Yeah, I got to ask. Can you just fill me in? How do you fund atheism exactly? Is there the international clerical body of atheism? I mean, how do you fund atheism?
Yeah, we want to know, right? I mean, I'm demanding to know as a congressman, as a representative, using the authority that I have to demand answers from the administration. Explain it to us. Show us the grants that you awarded to spread atheism in foreign countries. Now, you and I both know at the same time, Charlie, the double standard here is very rich to me. If we were funding grants to spread Christianity around the world, the left would be howling about it.
Yep.
They would call it a violation of the First Amendment if we did that at home.
This was literally a thing that George Bush did. This is literally a thing that George Bush did with USAID, and this sounds like it's related to USAID. If I put USAID, George Bush, contraception, abstinence only. The United States' war on condoms. This is Human Rights Watch. At the July 2004 International AIDS Conference in Bangkok, U.S. Global AIDS, or USAID. Wait. Actually, this might... U.S. Global AIDS, it could be different. Now, because it could be an AIDS foundation, and now we're talking about USAID, I'm not sure. Coordinator Randall Tobias attempted to deflect charges from AIDS activists that the United States had substituted abstinence until marriage programs for science-based HIV prevention strategies that included correct and consistent condom use. Tobias stated that the United States' HIV prevention message had been and continued to be ABC, which stands for Abstain, Be Faithful, Use Condoms, in that order. He went on to say, abstinence works, being faithful works, condom works. Each has its own place. 3 months earlier, however, Tobias had stated that, quote, statistics show that condoms really have not been very effective. Kind of undermines your third claim in the ABC, right? He added, "It's been the principal prevention device for the last 20 years, and I think one needs only to look at what's happening with the infection rates in the world to recognize that it has not been working." Tobias's contradictory statements exemplified a trend of U.S. officials concealing or distorting scientific evidence about condoms in order to consolidate support for abstinence until marriage programs. What might make them or motivate them to champion this over science? Could it be Christianity? In 2000, the U.S. Congress passed legislation requiring studies and educational materials on, quote, the effectiveness or lack of effectiveness of condoms in preventing human or HPV, a mandate that was clearly intended to undermine confidence in the use of condoms against HIV. In 2002, a fact sheet on the effectiveness of condoms was removed from the website of the U.S. CDC and replaced by a new fact sheet, which said, while factually accurate, eliminated instructions on how to use a condom properly and evidence indicating that condom education does not encourage sex in young people. Information on condom effectiveness has similarly altered the website. Was similarly altered on the website of USAID. Okay, I knew USAID came into this. Supporters of abstinence until marriage provisions, including Ambassador Tobias and the director of HIV/AIDS programs at USAID. Okay, so there's an AIDS program at USAID. That is cleared up now. Ann Peterson relied throughout 2003 on a tenuous reading of successful HIV prevention efforts in Uganda, attributing decreases in HIV prevalence there to increase abstinence and fidelity and downplaying the role of condoms. Since George W. Bush assumed the presidency in early 2001, the United States has, quote unquote, has sought to restrict references to condoms in comprehensive sex ed and United Nations policy documents. While President Bush has at times mentioned condoms in his public speeches, he has demonstrated a clear and consistent commitment to abstinence-only programs that censor information about condoms. As governor of Texas and during his 2000 presidential campaign, Bush supported federally funded abstinence-only programs and vowed to expand them if elected president. Soon after taking office in 2001, Bush appointed as high-level HIV/AIDS advisors physicians who denied the effectiveness of condoms, including former U.S. Representative Tom Coburn and Joe McClaney Jr., president of the Texas-based Medical Institute for Sexual Health, or MISH, and a longtime recipient of federal abstinence-only funds. As president, he has continued to support funding for abstinence programs in both his domestic and foreign policy agenda. Do they mention that this was related to Christianity? One of their citations is, with God on their side, how Christian fundamentalists trampled science, policy, and democracy in the Bush White House. Literally all of this is motivated by Christianity. There is no other way to explain it.
Or abroad. So what is the justification to award these grants to begin with? Who do they give them away to? I want to see the RFPs from the organizations that they provided the State Department that warranted giving them $500,000 to spread atheism.
Well, it's so sick because South American and Central American countries are actually very religious and very Catholic. So they're going into religious countries with almost missionary fervor to go and try to make these countries less religious. And again, there is no separation of church and state. It's a fabrication. It's a fiction. It's not in the Constitution. It's made up by secular humanists. It's derived from a single letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote to the Danbury Baptist Convention. Of course, we should have church and state mixed together. Our founding fathers believed in that. We can go through the details of that. They established literally a church in Congress. Anyway, separate issue. The point, though, is that this is acting like a religion.
Wow, the framers did something unconstitutional. That must mean that my interpretation of the Constitution has to be different or something.
If we live by their own false premise of separation of church and state.
I love how everybody talks about how he's he loved the First Amendment. He literally he cared about open debate and free speech, and he was a free speech champion or whatever. And it's like, what definition of free speech are we even using? What are we This is somebody who clearly doesn't even understand the First Amendment if you think that there is no separation of church and state. Oh, we'd have to go back. It's that Kirk, so back to the article. It's that Kirk reveled in open bigotry. Indeed, claims of Kirk's civility are tough to square with his penchant for demeaning members of the LGBTQ plus community as freaks. What's this? Charlie Kirk used slur to refer to transgender TikTok influencer. Your government is being run by freaks. talking about the Avengers. So when you guys think of the Avengers, yep, you guys think of the combination of great forces. This is your government. If you voted Democrat, if you supported Democrats this midterm cycle, this is what you voted for. Now, I don't know who the person is on the left. Is the person on the left that Tiesler that came and did the interview with Joe, that TikTok Tiesler? Yep, got it. So that person doesn't have a government job. The other ones do. Okay. So that one's Levin. Then you've got Karine Jean-Pierre, who's also a lesbian. And then I don't even remember what that guy's role is, but he's some sort of weird sex. He's in some sort of weird sex cult. Then you've got the TikTok guy, another TikTok guy. Okay, awesome. Referring to trans people with the slur, T-slur, I don't think I can say that on Twitch. Faced with the prospect of a Kamala Harris presidency, Kirk told his audience that the threat had to be averted because Harris wanted to kidnap your child via the trans agenda. Kamala Harris seeks to kidnap your child via the trans agenda. This is pure, unadulterated Marxism, the destruction of the nuclear family as we know it. Kamala Harris and
President Trump then zeroed in on a very, very effective attack vector against Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris will now have to answer for the idea that that teachers in California are not allowed to tell parents when their kids are medically transitioning. So let's pretend you are a 6th grade teacher in Orange County, California, in Huntington Beach, California. You're a 6th grade teacher, and a kid begins to identify as Steve instead of Susie. As a 6th grade teacher in Huntington Beach, California, you are not allowed to call up the parent. You are not allowed to notify the parent. This is pure, unadulterated Marxism, the destruction of the nuclear family as we know it, where parents are no longer even allowed to know that their kids are being called by different names, receiving medical treatments. Kamala Harris is in favor of this. Kamala Harris and her gang of California radicals and mobsters have been pushing for the state to have more power than parents. President Trump exploited this and attacked it. And every Christian...
Like, so he's talking about, he's conflating, like, just social transitioning with medical transitioning, but, like, how is it that, where would 6th graders even be getting access to treatment to allow them to transition medically? This is like strictly a social thing.
In the country, you better understand that if Kamala Harris becomes president, she will nationalize this California law and make it so that the state can kidnap your child under trans-related issues. Kamala Harris seeks to kidnap your child via the trans agenda.
Dude, it's so funny that he uses like the language of like kidnapping or whatever. If I put, no. I put Texas, trans, maybe Dan Patrick, like taking kids away. This is 2021, April, Texas, state that I was living in at the time. Texas bill could send parents to prison for providing gender-affirming care. The measure would redefine child abuse to include parents who consent to hormone therapy and puberty blockers for their transgender children. A wave of anti-transgender bills across the country would ban healthcare providers from offering gender-affirming care to minors, but a smaller number are targeting parents who support their transgender kids to desire to transition, levying punishments that critics say could range from jail time to having their children taken away. So the thing that he's fear-mongering about is literally a thing that was proposed by Republicans to take your kids away, not by Democrats. Yeah, kidnapping your child via the trans agenda. When, again, the only evidence that we have that something like that was going to be happening is sending parents to jail for making medical decisions with their kids and their physicians, and not the state or Charlie Kirk's, opinion in mind. Garden variety transphobia is sadly unremarkable, but Kirk was a master of folding seemingly discordant bigotries into each other, as when he defined the American way of life as marriage, home ownership, and the child rearing free of the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school. Let's see. Stuff coming to the West or something.
The spiritual battle is coming to the West. And the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. And the American way of life is very simple. I want to be able to get married, buy a home, have kids. Allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down. Send them to a good school. Have a low-crime neighborhood. Not to have my kid be taught the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school. While also not having them have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. That's important. We want the American way of life, which is, by the way, Christendom. Christians, our sacrifice, our toil, our vision, the outgrowth of the scriptures gave us Western civilization. And this is where I think is a great rallying cry. Doesn't matter if you're Hispanic, doesn't matter if you're Asian, doesn't matter if you're black or white. Everybody, if you are Christian and Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, these two threats are combining forces to come after us. And it's time that the church stands and rises up against it.
Yep. Like, do these people, again, like, there is separation of church and state, but you wouldn't have to work this hard to, like, keep Islam out or whatever if you were just willing to take the L on your religion not being enforced by the state either. Not that that's happening, but, you know, in their minds it is. Adding that he did not want kids to have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. The American way of life was Christendom, Kirk claimed, and Islam, the sword of the left, is used to slit the throat of America. Where does he say this? Oh, he said it in this. I might have been distracted. Oh, wait, no. He quote tweets it. He says, Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. Was antithetical to that. Large dedicated Islamic groups were a threat to America, Kirk asserted, and New York mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani was Mohammedan, with Kirk supposing that anyone trying to see Mohammedism take over the West would love to have New York a prior Anglo center under Mohammedan rule. Kirk habitually railed against black crime. Let's see what this is. Claiming that if these are links, I can't click them. Claiming that prowling blacks go around for fun to target white people. He repeated the rape accusations against Yusuf Salam, a member of the exonerated Central Park Five, who is now a New York City councilman, calling him a disgusting pig. This is from Media Matters. Back in 2024, Charlie Kirk makes false accusations about exonerated Central Park 5 defendant and NYC council member Yusuf Salam. So he's making this allegation even though a court vacated his conviction in 2002. The initial post is on Kirk's Telegram channel as a publication. Who had gotten away with gang rape. Whatever distaste Kirk held for blacks was multiplied when he turned to those from Haiti. Haiti was, by Kirk's lights, a country infested with demonic voodoo. Haiti is legitimately infested with demonic voodoo that allows practitioners to do quasi-levitation stuff. I cannot watch 7 minutes of Charlie Kirk, but apparently he says this, with Jack Posobiec. Whose migrants were raping your women and hunting you down at night. Funny how you never hear any of this and all of these glowing, op-eds talking about his legacy or whatever. Let's see. Charlie Kirk warns that Haitian migrants will become your masters if Trump loses this election. Obviously, this is in 2024.
Yeah, it's a very important question. I'm going to play a piece of tape here in a second, but this is by design. The Harris-Biden regime, they are stuffing foreigners in the reddest communities across the country, in small-town red America. I think partially as revenge. Blake might not agree with this, but I think that they get off on this sinister, we're going to go send the Haitians into red America.
Maybe a bit of that.
I think there's an element there. You can't convince me. I have no evidence of that, but it's just gut instinct. I'm not going to get into what states can do to resist this yet, because I want to win the election and do this properly through the federal government. If we lose in November, it's going to get very, very messy.
Yeah, he's just like MLK.
It's going to get messy of states being...
Especially if they start packing the courts, then you really have to start thinking okay, what are we going to do about this truly out of control, wants it all?
Do we have a country at this point? I don't want to get there yet, Emily. But Emily, just so we're clear, the Haitians that are in Huntsville that are raping your women and hunting you down at night, it's only going to get worse unless Donald Trump wins. A new report from Fox News shows that across the border, 13,000 people convicted of murder, 15,000 people convicted of rape on the non-detained list, meaning they're currently roaming free around our country. So right now, roaming free on the interior of the United States are 13,000 convicted murderers, 15,000 convicted rapists. And they're having a field day. And they're coming for your daughter next. Let's play cut 183.
According to a letter that the acting director of ICE just sent to Texas Congressman Tony Gonzalez, on ICE's non-detained docket, they're currently tracking 425,000 non-citizens who have been convicted of a crime. Of that number, over 13,000 non-citizens have convictions for homicide and are on the non-detained docket, meaning they're roaming the country right now. On top of that, there are another 15,811 non-citizens.
The hell did he just cite? I have no clue, but seeing as we're not seeing, like any fucking headlines about this shit, like literally over like a year later, something tells me that these stats are misrepresenting a few things.
Convicted of sexual assault, who are roaming the country right now on ICE's non-detained docket. It doesn't stop there. Those are convictions. The ICE director also says there are currently just under 1,900 non-citizens.
Eddie Bombay, 500 bits for the linkers. Yeah, of course.
On the non-detained docket who have pending homicide charges, who are roaming the country, and another 4,250 non-citizens who have pending sexual assault charges who are roaming the country on the non-detained docket.
I want you to understand this. That means that they're coming across the border, they run a background check or someone knows, and then they say, just have fun. That's what that means. That means that we know who they are. And then we just release them into the interior and say...
It just shocks me, like, the level of control you can have over media narrative that, like, the New York Times or whoever can blow this off.
I mean, this is true, but on the way that he thinks. Oh, yeah. These Haitians, as well as undocumented immigrants from other countries, were, quote, having a field day, per Kirk, and coming for your daughter next. The only hope was Donald Trump, who had to prevail, lest Haitians become your masters. The point of this so-called mastery was as familiar as it was conspiratorial, the Great Replacement. There was an anti-white agenda, Kirk howled. What's this? Charlie Kirk, the southern border is, of course, the Great Replacement. They're trying to replace us demographically. They're trying to make the country less white. It is an anti-white agenda. This is in 2024. Again, 6 minutes. I can only do so much. One that sought to make the country more like the third world. The southern border was the dumping ground of the planet, he claimed, and a magnet for the rapists, the thugs, the murderers, fighting age males. They're coming from across the world, from China, from Russia, from Middle Eastern countries, he said. And they're coming in, and they're coming in, and they're coming in, and they're coming in. You can probably imagine where this line of thinking eventually went. Jewish donors, Kirk claimed, were the number one funding mechanism of radical open border neoliberal quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is literally like the Frankfurt School conspiracy theory. Indeed, the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has largely been financed by Jewish donors in this country. Charlie Kirk defends Elon Musk's anti-Semitism. Some of the largest financiers of the left-wing anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans. So somebody tweets, Jewish communities have been pushing this exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. You want truth, said it to your face. There it is. Elon Musk replies, you said the actual truth. I guess Charlie Kirk for like 10 minutes will go on to defend this. He starts off saying, Elon Musk got himself into some trouble yesterday. And then he says, this is not a well-written tweet. It's very confusing. Half of what they're saying is true, though. The first part's absolutely true. Let's go to this. Jewish communities have been pushing this exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Now, I don't like Jewish... He didn't say, no, I don't like Jewish people. He said, I don't like generalizations. Not every Jewish person believes that. But it is true, the Anti-Defamation League was part and parcel with Black Lives Matter. It is true that some of the largest financiers of left-wing anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans. They went all in on woke. It wasn't just the ADL. It was some of the top Jewish organizations in the country that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges. Right? Mark Rowan, Leon Cooperman. Can we get that full list? It's very powerful. The part that's so that's totally true. And by the way, Tucker Carlson reinforces this, so I'm going to it was quite a day on the internet. Tucker Carlson was interviewing Candace Owens. We have Candace Owens coming up next hour, and Tucker Carlson mentions that Jewish Americans have primarily been financing cultural Marxist ideas. We said this, by the way, last week, and people came after us. We actually said it in a different way. We said, I'm glad that Jewish Americans are reconsidering their financing of cultural Marxism, and people misunderstood it intentionally and slandered us as being anti-Semites. Gee, I wonder who could have gotten that impression. Cliff, fuck you guys. Kirk's bigotry was not personal, but extended to the institution he founded, Turning Point USA. Crystal Clanton, the group's former national field director, once texted a fellow Turning Point employee, I hate black people. Like, fuck them all. I hate blacks. End of story. One of the group's advisors, Rip McIntosh, once published a newsletter featuring an essay from a pseudonymous writer that said blacks had become socially incompatible with other races and that black culture was an unfixable and crime-ridden mess. I remember this scandal. They fired her for this tweet. It was like the one time somebody actually faced consequences for being racist in TP USA and wasn't rewarded for it. Let's see. In 2022, after 3 black football players were killed at another college, Meg Miller, president of Turning Point's chapter at the University of Missouri, joked in a social media message, if they would have killed 4 more N-words, we would have had the whole week off. Okay, so this was the story. This is her joke. White supremacist Mizzou student. If they would have killed former N-words, we would have had the whole week. They put this on... oh my god. They put it on like Snapchat, I guess. Students at the University of Missouri are demanding the expulsion of white student Meg Miller after she posted a horrifically violent white supremacist threat, thinly veiled as a joke, which stated... what I had already said. Miller made the social media post following the recent massacre of black football students at University of Virginia. Miller is president of University of Missouri's white supremacist right-wing organization, Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA spreads the same Great Replacement extremist ideology that was included in the manifesto of the Buffalo Mass Killer, who massacred 10 black people at a grocery store in Western New York earlier this year. Miller's social media profile displays numerous troubling images of her wielding long-range rifles, weapons, and posing with dead animals. This caption of a dead deer says, pulled a Rittenhouse house, hashtag deer season. In one picture, she is shown shoulder to shoulder with the man who murdered 2 people at a Black Lives Matter rally in Kenosha, Wisconsin, Kyle Rittenhouse. She captioned the photo with hashtag fangirl moment. As someone with a huge passion for the Second Amendment, I peaked in this moment. Her reading Kyle Rittenhouse. Despite joking about massacring black people, Miller's Instagram bio reads that she is a pro-life advocate and unapologetically conservative. She is also vice president of PR for Mizzou Students for Life, another right-wing extremist organization at the university. The defender spoke with sophomore University of Missouri student Kaylin Walker, who is a senator with the Legion for Black Collegians, the first and only black student government in the country, as well as the vice chair of social justice in the Missouri Student Association, Mizzou's student government for the undergraduate body. The defender, can you break down for us how you came across this post and what the black students were thinking and feeling after you saw it? What did you all do? Kaylin, the Black Mizzou community is very close and we have a group chat. The screenshot was sent in the group chat by one of our members. Everyone immediately went into action saying, who is this girl? What can we do? This is horrific. Eventually, we found her Instagram, went to her Snapchat. When she saw we were flooding to her Instagram, she went private and started blocking people. People who had reached out to our administration were all getting the same auto-generated response. We were upset that we weren't getting actual responses from an actual human being administrator. That's why we went to Twitter to start tagging faculty, because we could tell this wasn't being taken as seriously as it should be. Obviously, the first emotion we felt was anger. We were, of course, angry she said it, but even more outraged at how the administration is handling it. So they didn't even just start to like canceling her on Twitter. They tried to go through the proper panels and no one wanted to help them. In Missouri, shocking. Let's see. They have demands. But yeah, this is somebody who was like, again, in charge of like a Turning Point USA chapter at Mizzou who posted that. Kirk subscribed to some of the most disreputable and harmful beliefs that this country has ever known. But it is still chilling to think that those beliefs would be silenced by a gunshot. The tragedy is personal. Kirk was robbed of his life, and his children and family will forever live with the knowledge that a visual record of that robbery is just an internet search away. And the tragedy is national. Political violence ends conversations and invites war. Its rejection is paramount to a functioning democracy and a free society. Political violence is a virus, Klein noted. This assertion is true. It's also at odds with Kirk's own words. It's not that Kirk merely, as Klein put it, defended the Second Amendment. It's that Kirk endorsed hunting people to advance his preferred policy outcomes. In 2022, when Kirk was frustrated, for instance, by the presence of Leah Thomas on University of Pennsylvania's women's sports swim team, Kirk did not call for spirited discourse. Instead, while discussing a recent championship tournament, he said he would have liked to have seen a group of fathers descend from the stands, forming, quote, a line in front of Leah Thomas and saying, "Hey, tough guy, you want to get into the pool? Because you're going to have to come through us." Mere weeks before his death, Kirk revealed in Trump's deployment of federal troops to D.C., "Shock and awe, force," he wrote, "We're taking our country back from these cockroaches." And in 2023, Kirk told his audience that then President Joe Biden was a corrupt tyrant who should be, quote, put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America. What are we to make of a man who called for the execution of the American president and then was executed himself? What are we to make of an NFL that, on one hand, encourages us to, quote unquote, end racism, and then on the other urges us to commemorate an unreconstructed white supremacist? I'm guessing like most NFL teams were, NFL explains decision to hold moment of silence for Charlie Kirk before Thursday Night Football. And what of the writers, the thinkers, and the pundits who cannot separate the great crime of Kirk's death and the malignancy of his public life? Can they truly be so ignorant to the words of a man they have so rushed to memorialize? I don't know. But the most telling detail in Klein's column was that, for all his praise, there was not a single word in the piece from Kirk himself. Which is literally what I kept noticing with that fucking Piers Morgan panel. They will not actually talk about what he said. And then at the end, when they try to, they want to get off of it really quickly because they know it's bad. More than a century and a half ago, this country ignored the explicit words of men who sought to raise an empire of slavery. What is this hyperlink to? A citing himself. It subsequently transformed those men into gallant knights who sought only to preserve their beloved Camelot. There was a fatigue in certain quarters with Reconstruction, which is to say multiracial democracy, and a desire for reunion to make America great again. Thus, in the late 19th century and much of the 20th, this country's most storied intellectuals transfigured hate mongers into heroes and ignored their words, just as, right now, some are ignoring Kirk's. Words are not violence, nor are they powerless. Burying the truth of the Confederacy, rewriting its aims and ideas, and ignoring its animating words allowed for the terrorization of the black population, the imposition of apartheid, and the destruction of democracy. The rewriting and the ignoring were done not just by Confederates, but also by putative allies, putative allies for whom the reduction of black people to serfdom was the unfortunate price of white unity. The import of this history has never been clearer than in this moment when the hard question must be asked: if you would look away from the words of Charlie Kirk, what else would you look away? I wonder, like, what is there to say to this? This is like the thorough fucking annihilation of the liberal pundit class that is seeking to rehabilitate this man's legacy for their own personal ends. Let me see if I put let's see. Like Ezra Klein, Ta-Nehesi response. Because they've talked. I've listened to this conversation. There's a point in this where Ta-Nehesi is talking about he calls Ezra Klein out, and then Ezra Klein immediately is like, do you condemn October 7th? Or how do you feel about October 7th? Hold on. There's a point. He says, I view that as different. I'm remembering where they say it. Or if I put apologist, let me see. Okay, here.
That I've heard out of it have been discredited for me. It doesn't mean that there's nothing true or, anything to be learned in it. But in terms of my question, how did I get this so wrong? I probably was not compelled to have a conversation with the people who I feel, even now, it was in their interest for me to get it wrong.
But how about on the Palestinian side, right? I said earlier, there's no member of the PA in this book, right? No member of Hamas.
Has Klein been good on IP? Not really.
Right. I've heard you say elsewhere that that's because Hamas is in Gaza, but there's a lot of Hamas in the West Bank. They control villages, right? They're there. They're suppressed.
There's like very little Hamas presence in the West Bank.
By PA and Israeli security cooperation. One thing that I think we all tend to miss in this is the role of religion on both sides. I think that when you're covering this as an American, and I've said this on the show before, I worry that we have just enough access to really get this wrong. Because, I mean, tons of Israelis speak English, enough Palestinians do, but the ones who do on both sides tend to be much more secular, much more educated. I think compared to most outlets, I've had a fairly wide range of opinion on Israel on the show. And I've had everyone from right-wing Israeli commentators to actual Hamas apologists. And still I believe that maybe with one exception.
Like, what Hamas apologists were you platforming, Ezra Klein?
Of people I've had on, that if you got all the people I've had on in a room, they would solve it. And that's because it's not really representative.
Ezra, why is one group right-wing advocates, or what you just said, and the other group Hamas apologists?
What do you mean?
Like why aren't they fucking Likud apologists or BB apologists or Smotrich apologists?
Why are they not right-wing apologists?
They're right-wing apologists.
Yeah, that's just not what you just said. Like you called the Hamas folks, and I'm not saying they're not apologists.
Compared to when I say I've had right-wing Israelis on, I mean people who support Netanyahu, not people who support Ben-Gvir and Smotrich.
What's the difference between those two? Like, what's the meaningful difference between those?
I do not put... I mean, Hamas is a complicated organization. Right. I've tried to treat it on the show as a complicated organization.
Right. I know you have.
Even though you just called the people that, I guess in some way, like who are these Hamas apologists that Ezra Klein platformed?
It did spend many, many years specifically targeting killing civilians. I take that as different.
You said you're different than Netanyahu.
I take that as different than Netanyahu, yeah.
Why?
Certainly the military wing there. Do you not? Like, what did you think of October 7th?
And then just like that desperate pivot to, what do you think of October 7th? What do we think is going to happen here? Do we think Ta-Nehisi Coates, like respected public intellectual, I'm pretty sure Obama or Oprah has said is like their favorite author. Do we really think that Ta-Nehisi Coates is about to defend October 7th? Let's be fucking real. Give me a break, Ezra Klein.
Oh, I thought it was horrific. It was absolutely horrific. I mean, one of the things I just said in an earlier question was I've spent a long time sort of grappling with the idea of nonviolence, and the other part of that is the place of violence in struggles that I sympathize with, that I associate with. And I've, pretty much come out of it, feeling like the violence is corrupting. And it's corrupting amongst, even the folks who, declare their aims. That the first thing that you end up doing is folks end up killing each other.
Like, so fucking... I wonder if, like, this moment was, like, sticking in his mind when he was, like, penning that piece on Klein, because it's such a ridiculous thing to pivot to. It's so fucking pathetic. He had Mahmoud Khalil on his show. Does that count for Hamas apologists? No. Peak TV, first-time chatter... You got evidence that Mahmoud Khalil is a Hamas apologist? Why? Because I've never seen any evidence that Mahmoud Khalil, who's going to be deported as far as I know, is a Hamas apologist. But you seem to know a lot about that. So would you like to debate me right now on this? And if you don't, I'm going to ban you. So I'm going to link Pond Scum Podcast. Let me see. My Discord that I'm in. And you can explain that to me over voice. What you know about Mahmoud Khalil that I don't. watch the episode. He refused. Oh, no. You can I'm not going to watch it. You can tell me about it. You can come tell me about it in front of like 100 people or whatever and embarrass me on it. So you're going to follow that Discord link and you're going to get in the waiting room. And if you don't do that and come talk to me right now about how Mahmoud Khalil is a Hamas supporter, which you don't have evidence of, I already know that. You don't even have evidence that he is an apologist of Hamas, because I would know that as well. You're going to come in and tell me that. And if you don't do that, I'm going to ban you. I can link you a timestamp. No, I don't want a timestamp. I want you to come tell me what he said in your own words that made you comfortable saying he's a Hamas apologist. You don't need to link a timestamp. You can just tell me. I'll listen to you. You can get in this call with me right now. You can be on the stream. You are not worth debating. I've seen the way you debate. Oh, okay. So you've watched me. Okay. What? So what have I done or what? You came in here hot. You came in here, slandering a man that he's a Hamas apologist. I'm asking for a citation. I'm giving you the opportunity to do this open debate shit, and you don't want to fucking do it. Why not? Because I'm not worth debating. If you thought it was worth it to say it in my chat. You were asked a question. You made a claim, bitch. You made a claim. You couldn't substantiate it. And now you're running and saying, I don't like how you debate. So I'm not going to debate you or whatever. Whatever excuse you had to pull out of your ass because you're actually not interested in that. So see ya. Banned. Isn't it funny how like all of these people, again, they always say they have the hottest takes. I give them the opportunity to defend themselves, to debate me, to embarrass me. They never want to fucking do it. I've done this literally dozens and dozens of times. I've been streaming for 5 months. Nobody ever takes me up on it. I've had like 3 people take me up on it. But it is funny that they mentioned Mahmoud Khalil because he is now facing deportation. Syria or Algeria? He's scared of women. No, surely it's not that. It's that I am not worth debating because they have seen how I debate, which I guess I do sneaky things that make me win or something. Or is it like if I lie, wouldn't it be easy to like call me out on the lies because they're so obviously false? Immigration judge orders Mahmoud Khalil deported to Syria or Algeria. Let's see, this was today at 5:07 p.m. An immigration judge in Louisiana has ordered pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil, a legal permanent resident of the U.S., deported to Syria or Algeria for failing to disclose certain information on his green card application, according to documents filed in a federal court Wednesday by his lawyers. Khalil's lawyers suggested in a filing that they intended to appeal the deportation order, but expressed concern that the appeal process will likely be swift and unfavorable. The order from the immigration judge, Jamie Comins, came despite a separate order in Khalil's federal case in New Jersey blocking his deportation, while that court considers Khalil's legal argument that his detention and deportation are unlawful retaliation for his Palestinian advocacy. There is literally no evidence that it is anything other than this. Khalil's March 8th arrest and subsequent detention in Louisiana was part of the Trump administration's aggressive crackdown on foreign-born pro-Palestinian academics who were studying or working in the U.S. legally. Khalil, a former Columbia graduate student who helped organize campus protests, was arrested at his Manhattan residence and put into deportation proceedings. He has not been charged with the crime. In a letter to the New Jersey federal judge, Michael Farbiars, I don't know how to say his name, Khalil's lawyers said they have 30 days from September 12th, the date of the immigration judge's ruling, to appeal her decision to the Board of Immigration Appeals. The lawyers said they expect the process to be swift and that an appeal of the BIA decision, which would go to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, is unlikely to be successful since they wrote the appeals court almost never grants stays of removal to non-citizens. Unusual punishment, which is against the law. Cruel and you are supposed to be free from cruel and unusual punishment. I guess they'd say, like, it's not a punishment because you're not a citizen, so you don't have a right to be here, therefore we're not punishing you or something. In a statement, Khalil, a Palestinian originally from Syria, accused the Trump administration of using fascist tactics. It is no surprise that the Trump administration continues to retaliate against me for my exercise of free speech. Their latest attempt through a kangaroo immigration court exposes their true colors once again, Khalil said. For more than 3 months earlier this year, Khalil was held in detention in Louisiana after the Trump admin arrested him, invoking a rarely used provision of immigration law that allows the government to deport any non-citizen even a legal resident, if the Secretary of State determines that that person's continued presence harms the U.S. foreign policy interests. In June, Farbiar's, a Biden appointee, blocked the Trump administration from deporting Khalil on foreign policy grounds. Days later, the judge ordered Khalil's release after determining that he was not a flight risk or danger to the community. That allows him to return to New York, where he was reunited with his wife, a U.S. citizen, and his newborn son, who was born during his detention. The Trump administration, however, has continued to seek Khalil's deportation via another rationale attacked on after his arrest in Manhattan, that when he applied for a green card, he failed to disclose all past employment and membership in certain organizations. So fucking insane. So fucking insane. It's like they can't let this go. They also can't let Kilmar Abrego Garcia go because these people have to be made examples of, even though they are the weakest cases that they have for the shit that they're trying to push. But if they can't even get these people out, how are they supposed to have confidence in the public? Like, how is the public supposed to have confidence in their ability to do like the mass deportation program, which they shouldn't have? But it's literally just pride and spite that is keeping this thing afloat. Okay, Charlie Kirk. Let's check in on our friends over at the PBD podcast. Charlie Kirk killing sparks firing, CMD celebration, denial, and Tommy. They already covered this. Why are they doing more of this? Okay. Internet claims Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Okay, I have to see this just so I can see Adam like freak the fuck out. It's all about sending a message for them. 100%. Tough on crime.
Temperature ASAP. Here's what's happening if you don't. Okay, one, you got Nick Fuentes says his followers framed in Charlie Kirk shooting. So what is a groyper? That's one story, right? Then you have another story that's coming up that talks about the number of words with Israel. I don't know what page that's on, Rob. 10,000 words, 10,000. Adam, that was one of the stories that you chose.
Page 10,000 conspiracy theories.
Yeah, what page is that?
Page 5.
Okay, page 5. So let me read both of them. So over 10,000 posts. Oh, that's Nick Fuentes. Okay. My followers and I are currently being framed for the murder of Charlie Kirk by the mainstream media bias based on literally zero evidence after the left gunned him down. They celebrated and justified.
TMZ did not celebrate a BTW. It was just bad timing. I know. Like they went over that. Like we'll never know. We'll never know because the people that were laughing at the time that they were announcing it were off screen. And they said they were reacting to a car shooting, but then they played the clip that they may or may not have been reacting to. And it's like unlikely to me that they were laughing at it, but we also just don't know because they weren't in frame.
They said I was next. Now they're blaming me. These people are evil. What is that, Rob? What is it?
Kyle did another conspiracy. He's convinced it's like a fucking hit, dude.
Like Did
he say like Israel's behind it or what?
The Google trend search of how many people were searching the term groyper.
Because that's his following. That's what they call Okay, got it. So then you have this other story here of over 10,000 posts tie Charlie Kirk's murder to Israel as conspiracy theories explode. Online ADL report. Let me see this one here. Anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Is there a video on this one, Rob?
So it's just a montage of different videos that people are highlighting about.
This one was everywhere.
Kyle's been going crazy. LOL. I mean, dude, I called this. I said that he was going to be sharing like the most insane shit.
By the way, a bunch of people texted me asking, is this real or not? A bunch of people. And I'm talking big names.
Yes.
A bunch of people like, did they really take this video down? This was the moment, Rob, if you want to play this clip. This was on our podcast. This is October 8th, October 10th. I mean, it's like literally a day after or 2 days after. You want to play this clip, Rob?
I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress.
Yeah, it was this. Hold on. Shameless. Play myself. Because he posted this. We'll have a million very important updates for you on the show tomorrow. So much of the new information coming in just doesn't add up. This looks like a professional hit job. I knew he was going to be cooking with this. I knew it was going to be insane. This is September 10th. About Kyle getting ready to debut the most insane schizo theory he's been marinating on for the last 24 hours. Well, it's been a week and he's still not done cooking, apparently. He's still in the kitchen.
When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that is an IDF soldier. Right? The whole country is surveilled. And so
I thought he was saying you can't go like anywhere into the Gaza Strip without running into a Palestinian with a gun. I was like, give me a break, dude.
Let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli.
Even Nick isn't blaming Israel. Yeah, but Nick's trying to like capture the Charlie Kirk like the TPUSA people.
Politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war.
So, like, you might actually, for a brief period of time, hear him like cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
An exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu was basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked.
Okay,
was there a stand down?
I mean, did he know as in he wanted it to happen? No, probably not. But there was intelligence that they could have acted on and they didn't. Hold on. Like the New York Times reported this like in 2023. What would I even put? Like Israel maybe was warned about October 7th, New York. Yeah, this was December 2nd, 2023. Israel knew Hamas's attack plan more than a year ago. A blueprint reviewed by The Times laid out the attack in detail. Israeli officials dismissed it as aspirational and ignored specific warnings. The approximately 40-page document, which the Israeli authorities codenamed Jericho Wall, outlined point by point exactly the kind of devastating invasion that led to the deaths of about 1,200 people. The translated document, which was reviewed by The Times, did not set a date for the attack, but described a methodical assault designed to overwhelm the fortifications around the Gaza Strip, taking over Israeli cities and storm key military bases, including a division headquarters. Hamas followed the blueprint with shocking precision. The document called for a barrage of rockets at the outset of the attack, drones to knock out the security cameras and automated machine guns along the border, and gunmen to pour into Israel en masse in paragliders, on motorcycles, and on foot, all of which happened on October 7th. The plan also included details about the location and size of Israeli military forces, communication hubs, and other sensitive info, raising questions about how Hamas gathered its intelligence and whether there were leaks inside the Israeli security establishment. The document circulated widely among Israeli military and intelligence leaders, but experts determined that an attack of that scale and ambition was beyond Hamas's capabilities, according to documents and officials. It is unclear whether Prime Minister Bibi or other top political leaders saw the document as well. Last year, shortly after the document was obtained, officials in the Israeli military's Gaza division, which is responsible for defending the border with Gaza, said that Hamas's intentions were unclear. It is not yet possible to determine whether the plan has been fully accepted and how it will be manifested, read a military assessment reviewed by The Times. Then in July, just 3 months before the attacks, a veteran analyst with Unit 8200, Israel Signals Intelligence Agency, warned that Hamas had conducted an intense day-long training exercise that appeared similar to what was outlined in the blueprint. But a colonel in the Gaza division brushed off her concerns, according to encrypted emails viewed by The Times. I utterly refute that the scenario is imaginary. The analyst wrote in the email exchanges, the Hamas training exercise, she said, fully matched the content of Jericho Wall. It is a plan designed to start a war, she added. It's not just a raid on a village. Officials privately concede that, had the military taken these warnings seriously and redirected significant reinforcements to the south, where Hamas attacked, Israel could have blunted the attacks or possibly even prevented them. Instead, the Israeli military was unprepared as terror streamed out of the Gaza Strip. It was the deadliest day in Israel's history. Israeli security officials have already acknowledged that they failed to protect the country, and the government is expected to assemble a commission to study the events leading up to the attacks. The Jericho Wall document lays bare a years-long cascade of missteps that culminated in what officials now regard as the worst Israeli intelligence failure since the surprise attack that led to the Arab-Israeli War of '73. Underpinning all of these failures was a single, fatally inaccurate belief that Hamas lacked the capability to attack and would not dare to do so. That belief was so ingrained in the Israeli government, officials said, that they disregarded growing evidence to the contrary. The Israeli military and the Israeli Security Agency, which is in charge of counterterrorism in Gaza, declined to comment. So, I mean, like, it's one claim to say that, like, Bibi wanted this to happen, but it is factually accurate to say that Israel had intelligence that they could have acted on and did not do that. Do with that what you will.
Unfair? I think that's a very fair assessment of what he's asking, right? Let me read this to you. Anti-Semitic conspiracy theories have exploded on social media in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's killing, with thousands of posts blaming the assassination on Israel, according to an Anti-Defamation League report on Friday. Since the 31-year-old conservative activist's brutal killing on Wednesday, there have been over 10,000 posts on X alone linking it to Israel. The report said Kirk, co-founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative organization, became a major political figure for young. Okay, so these are stories. You got two of them, right? The one story is Groypers. Guys are posting saying Nick criticized Charlie Kirk a month ago, and now he's speaking positively about him. And then the other one saying, no, this is Israel, and all the blame that they're putting because of that clip of him on our podcast saying he called that Israel, and because of that, he was taken out. Adam, your thoughts on this story here?
Well, let me just say this. Israel has no greater ally than Charlie Kirk. As far
He's not wrong. There is literally no reason to suspect that Israel is behind this. Just because he made anti-Semitic remarks here and there, that is not something that Israeli officials really care about. They care about anti-Zionist remarks, for one. Two, like, just because those comments aren't going to make him not a Zionist.
Or as someone who is Christian, American, and defends Israel. Now, you have to understand, he's not blindly following the Bibi Netanyahu doctrine and Israel can do no wrong. He will criticize Israel's government.
Hey, he made anti-Semitic remarks every now and then, okay?
Like he'll criticize the American government. That's what gets lost in the shuffle here. Just because you criticize a government doesn't mean you don't believe in the country or the people. We criticize the American government all the time. You'd be hard-pressed to find a group of patriots that love America more than the people in this room. So just because you criticize somebody doesn't mean that you are not on their side. So as far as the conspiracy theories that have just popped up out of nowhere, let me just tell you, I don't think Nick Fuentes had anything to do with this whatsoever. And now he feels like he understands what it feels like to be Jewish in this world. And everything goes to what I would call the little boy that cried Israel. So, the internet goes out. Oh, it's probably Mossad. Your favorite team loses the game. Here's something that came up online. Pop said Israel rigged his team to lose. Sorry, bro. Your team just lost the game. Your girlfriend breaks up with you. Sorry, bro. It wasn't Israel. If you want to look for the easiest low-hanging explanation, just blame Israel. We've seen it time and time again. It's perfectly okay to criticize Netanyahu and Israel and their government actions. Where you get into hot water is when you start blaming everything.
This is the first time I've ever really seen Adam defend anybody who's criticizing Israel, and you literally have to be at the level of like Charlie Kirk propaganda for him to be willing to do that for you.
On the Jews, do better.
Okay, Adam. I'm sorry, Vinny.
Yeah, no, and here's the thing, and you guys know, I criticize everybody from our government with Bush when I was in during September 11th and all the questions. Mind you, Charlie's assassination literally nobody even, we did at the event, but it's as if 9/11, the flags.
I mean, the speculation in Kyle's video is pretty interesting. Allegedly, Kirk turned down a $100 million donation to TPUSA from Netanyahu and was prepared to abandon Israel. Okay, like, here's the thing. I saw this video. Hold on. It's like, am I anti-Semitic or something? I never watched it on stream. Where he like talks about he like debates. Maybe I should put Charlie Kirk, right? Yeah, this was like a month ago. Am I anti-Semitic? 25 Gen Z students plus Charlie Kirk discuss Israel, Netanyahu, like AIPAC.
Imagine this banana is a burner-less lethal launcher, capable of shooting rock-hard.
Like, we'll look at this after and see what he says here, because he like basically this came off like a focus group for like, what do I need to say to still defend Israel to Zoomers that are not like a huge fan of Israel.
Were half masked, but I mean, still the unanswered questions with that. But when it comes to the Israel thing, like when people just shout out, and my point being, I'm critical of Israel, I'm critical of everybody. But for the people that are just blaming Israel, okay, how? Tell me, like instead of just going out there and going, yeah, they're behind it. How do they do it? So you mean to tell me Israel got to Tyler, who's in the trans boyfriend, whatever, and made him, talked him into going on a roof and shooting Charlie, jumping off the roof and running and hiding, even though all the backstory with the father and all that. When I think it's getting lazy to where you're just going to shoot out Israel. Give me facts. And by the way, I'll go with you. I'm one of the, how many times have I talked about October 7th saying, listen, give me the answers. You guys mean to tell me that area, was there a stand down order? What happened? I still, remember, who was it? John Kirby was like, now's not the time. Okay, when is the time? Put that aside.
Vinny, that information's been out there. What happened, like regarding the security failure? That's not like information that's being suppressed. That's information you've never bothered to read because I don't think Vinny actually fucking reads anything.
And of how Israel got to this guy who's obviously messed up in the head with his trans boyfriend and did it. Don't just shoot it out. Give me facts, and then I'll listen to you.
Cooking in my chat. The most analogous thing I can think of was the dumb luck involved in the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Please don't say that because that fucking World War I popped off after that. That's the level of dumb luck we're talking about with the Kirk assassination. We can tell Kyle doesn't know much about ballistics or warfare because you would never purposefully shoot someone in the neck for an assassination. That was a failed shot that got lucky. Yeah, you would shoot like center mass, no? The kid admitted to only planning it in 1 week. It was nuts and dumb luck on his part that it actually worked. Yeah, he said he had just only been thinking about it for a week in the text messages.
Your argument, if not, it's a week, period.
Yeah, so Rob, is this the clip between August and September, why they're blaming Nick? Go ahead and play this clip.
We had our disagreements. Where we did agree
is that he would go to these college campuses and proclaim the name of Jesus Christ. And ultimately, that is why he was killed. The gunmen that killed him, they hated him because of his defense of Christian morality. Charlie Kirk cannot call himself a Christian anymore. Sorry, you forfeited that. I do not want to hear, and you cannot allow Charlie Kirk to go to one more public event, one more question and answer, one more ask me anything, without being protested, without being shouted down, without being interrogated about this. This guy goes around from campus to campus in the most artificial and phony and fake way, talking about, oh, God made me very blessed that I control $500 million. Oh, I'm so blessed. I'm so rich and I'm so blessed. And oh, God's been so good to me. I'm such a Christian. Oh, the Lord gave me the Sabbath. I take Saturday off. You sit there and call yourself a Christian and then you make excuses.
So to me, this is, I don't think he had anything to do with it. I don't think Israel had anything to do with it. I don't think. Make the argument. I'm very open to it. I don't think. I think this kid has mental issues.
I mean, they're not kidding. Like, these people are open to any fucking conspiracy theory, potentially.
Think it could be a reflection of words that was said. I do think it could be a reflection of things that were said. Now, I will tell you one part of this that makes me very uncomfortable. Okay, let me go and find this story. Rob, if you can find it from Musk. Musk had a tweet that said, of a guy that said, you know, they're not doing this. You have to find it. It has to do with something with calling you a Nazi and a fascist. Okay, if you find that quote, that's exactly the quote that, to me, explains what's going on. Because if you keep calling these people...
Again, this was like on September 15th, but more information can come out. As we just saw with the Piers Morgan panel, they're still going to run with the fact that, like, the things that were inscribed on the bullets mean something and aren't just a meme.
Fascists and Hitlers and Nazis and all this other stuff, that is your way of putting a target on their back to getting them to get killed. That's what you do.
Like the, hey, catch this fascist or whatever, like his friend, the Ken Klippenstein's reporting confirmed that he does play Helldivers, so that one was literally just like a Helldivers reference.
Okay, when you put these types of words. There's a retweet that he did, I can't find it right now, I wish I could find it, of what they're saying and what they're doing with it. But you know what makes it kind of weird? Rob, I just sent you a tweet. This is what makes it weird, okay? That I myself, a guy that doesn't
You
believe...
ever watched Days of Future Past? Many, many times. Why?
Israel's behind it. A guy that doesn't believe Fuentes is behind it. I don't believe that's the case. I'm not comfortable with that. Rob, if you can pull up this tweet that I just sent you. As much as I'm not comfortable with that, Marco Rubio goes to Israel at this time and they push a bill to strip passports over Israel criticism. Why? And by the way, remember...
Whoa, shocking that the administration that gives Israel whatever the fuck it wants and is filled with fanatical Christian Zionists would continue to give the country that we give whatever they want.
I'm not a guy that's... What do you mean U.S. lawmakers push bill to strip passports over Israel criticism? No bill Congress let Senator Rubio revoke...
They backed up. They already reversed this, by the way. But they won't... Don't think that they won't try again.
Passports criticize Israel. This intercept report proposal comes after Rubio already revoked visas and green cards of foreign nationals. I understand that, including a Turkish student who wrote an op-ed. I get that. The Turkish student... It was a little bit deeper than that. The bill cites material supports for terrorism, but critics warn this vague language could be twisted, punished speech, protest, or even journalism. To me, this is...
Oh shit, did I get a raid? Thank you for the raid, Queenman. Welcome you guys. We're listening to PBD. Not understands why the America First movement has Zionists in it that push pro-Israel agenda items, even when they should not be doing it because optically it looks fucking disastrous to do so.
This is when it's great for me. This is when it's great for me. This is when it gets a little bit too much for me. When I cannot criticize. Don't get me wrong. Remember what I said earlier. If you celebrated a person getting assassinated, you should get fired because you're not fully mentally there. No, by the way, if anybody here celebrates a person getting murdered who is on the left or right, a person like a Charlie Kirk, I don't even want to give the names to make a comparison because that, to me, words have so much power that I just think opposite side. If anybody here that works around me celebrates the assassination on anybody, I don't want you around me. I'm telling you. Dude,
who's going to pull up the receipts? There is absolutely no fucking way, given how much Adam runs his mouth, Vinny runs his mouth. I don't think Tom's done this, but like PBD himself would probably need to be fired by this. I wouldn't, like, Who wants to fucking bet that it wouldn't even be hard to find examples of them celebrating, making mockery of, making light of somebody's death? Unless he's saying it needs to be an assassination, not just somebody dying or whatever. It's the same thing.
This
though.
myself. I don't want you around me. You know, our kids in school, you hear, my kids are some around, some other kids that you go into these, like, I had to go in the morning. One of my kids had a what do you call it, sporting event I had to go to early in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, right after the vault. And then my other kid had another sporting thing I had to go to at 12 o'clock. 2 different cities that I had to go to. And I go there and I see how kids are talking. And, you know, one of the kids is talking in a certain way, dropping the N-word, and he's a white guy. Okay. And I'm like, listen, guys, let me simplify something for you.
PBD does not like the N-word, by the way.
Papa, you've ever gone in your life. And you don't want to see what happened if you use language like this. We don't use language like
that. Wait, what? What did he say?
And I'm like, listen, guys, let me simplify something for you. Take all the Papa you've ever gone in your life. And you don't want to see what happened.
Take all the what? I can't understand what he's trying to say. I literally thought for a second he said Popeyes. I thought he was saying, try saying that at Popeyes. I was like, holy shit, PBD.
But if you use language like this, we don't use language like this. I don't like language like that. This is me. You don't have to like it. Well, that's not freedom.
I thought he was literally saying, like, don't say the N-word. It's like, it wouldn't be good. You don't believe me? Go into a Popeyes and try saying it. I was like, holy fuck. I don't think that's what he was saying.
No, words have power. Stop dropping words as if they don't have power. They do. So my only issue and the timing of this is it just that? Because I actually like what Whitlock said. I want to give Whitlock some credit, Rob. I got a video there about Whitlock. I don't know if you pulled that one out.
Watch PBD giving a tour of its house. It's awesome. For old time's sake, at the end of this segment, sure.
And here's what Whitlock said. This is why Charlie Kirk was different.
Thinking room.
He says, hey, a lot of people are saying they're going to continue to mantle. Vinny, you may want to look at this one here. And he says the following. Go ahead. I think this is a very good breakdown. You can tell it by his eyes. The guy hasn't slept for days. Go ahead and play the clip.
When I hear people say, hey, I'm going to go out and pick up Charlie Kirk's bloodstained microphone and continue what he's doing. Well, that sounds like someone, Ben Shapiro, is saying he's going to hit college campuses and proclaim Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior. If you're not going to do that, you're not picking up Charlie Kirk's mic. You're picking up your mic. Charlie's mic proclaimed and professed.
Okay, like, let's not pretend like those microphones that Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk both hold aren't paid by the same right-wing billionaires. Give me a fucking break with this.
The name of Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. And that's what we all need to be doing.
And I'm with that.
I am too.
By the way, I love that Ben is willing to do it. Do you believe Ben is serious when he says he's going to go out there and do it?
Oh, for sure.
For sure he's going to do it. And do you think Ben is a guy that's capable of doing this? He's one of the OG guys.
Of course.
That used to do this kind of stuff.
Him
it's not
and
like,
Steven Crowder.
That's right. And so these guys, him, Crowder, all these guys, they know how to do this. But to me, it's a little bit suspect when you're going there and then all of a sudden it's this. And BB's constantly tweeting about the relationship with you and Charlie Kirk. Got it. One time I get it. Two, it's just leave it alone. You're bringing too much attention to it. Okay? Privately, once told, get it, move on. I just think you're bringing negative attention to it at a time like this to show that. So for me, as I'm hearing stories like this, I don't think it's Nick. I don't think it's Israel. I think it's lazy to go after both of them. All of that. But Jason's message right there, who is going to go there? This guy was a modern day Billy Graham meets Rush Limbaugh. That's what I kept saying.
Oh my God.
I wanted him to keep flourishing. And by the way,
I mean, I hope that's the case because Rush Limbaugh died, and then when's the last time anybody fucking heard about Rush Limbaugh?
When I'm talking to my son, and he had a hard time one night, it's been very challenging the last couple of days for one of my kids.
And like when Trump's asked about him, you know, he's like, how are you doing? He's like, well, I'm doing great. And also we began construction on like a new ballroom. So as long as Trump loses interest in this, Charlie Kirk will eventually get out of the fucking news cycle and more important shit can take its place again.
Because he was a big, he met Charlie, and you were there when he met Charlie. So to him, he's a guy, and we were talking. I said, listen, man, let me explain something to you. Sometimes in life, when something happens that you have no answer to, you literally don't have any answers to, that's when you lean on God. I said, I don't have the answer for you, buddy. I'm not God. I don't know what to tell you. I literally don't. The only answer I have for you is, let's get on our knees and pray. And we got on our knees, and it was awesome. The way he prayed, the way Dilly prayed.
I'm not God. I only have one answer for you. Get on your knees.
I prayed. It was great. Moments like this, I'm with Whitlock. I hope more guys go on the road to talk about Christianity. I recommended 2 books to this guy this morning that I was talking. I said, of course, set aside the Bible, Case for Christ.
By Lee Strobel. Amazing book.
And Mere Christianity. Go read those 2 books. Those are good books to start off with. Case for Christ, Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis, who wrote Chronicles of Narnia. The guy was a professor at Oxford. There's a very good movie made about him.
Epic, dude. You want to become a Christian? Don't actually go like read the Bible or go to church for like try going to church once. Go read this book by the dude who fucking wrote Narnia. What?
I think you want to say something.
Yeah, well,
Is this how you convert people? Is this like the entry point to religion is like watching like self-help books?
Christians need to step up. As someone who's Jewish, Jews are 0.02% of the world. We're 2% of America. We're not trying to take over anything. I would love to see Christians return.
Adam, very defensive.
Back to the church. I would love to see Christians get back to Jesus. The people in my life that
is Adam like 2 seconds away from doing the like Jews for Jesus shit?
The church that are Christians, they're some of the best people I know. The problem we have in society is a degradation of
I love Christians. I have many Christian friends. How could I hate Christians?
Lack of Christianity, a lack of God, a lack of moral clarity, a lack of patriotism.
Dude, it's so pathetic how much of a fucking cuck that he has to be. He literally just said 2 seconds earlier, I'm Jewish, but he's talking about like, there's a lack of Christianity in this country. I mean, it's a closed religion, so I guess maybe that's where he's coming at it from, but why would you promote another religion? And I've met Adam and he's not even religious. He doesn't care about that stuff. He sold me.
And Marxism and
like his interest in Zionism and Israel, what happened after Birthright, and it was completely secular. He said he didn't connect with any of the like religious stuff.
And Islamism and all these isms have taken the place of something that should just be Christianity. So Charlie Kirk, apparently he was coming out with this book that's already a bestseller. It was called Stop in the Name of God, Why Honoring the Sabbath Will Transform Your Life, which is about why he, on Friday nights, the Sabbath, shuts down, turns everything off, and spends time with his family. So Charlie Kirk was a Christian, don't get it twisted, but he honored both books, the Old Testament, which are the 5 books of Moses, and the New Testament, the teachings of Jesus. So it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. I would love to see Christians follow Charlie's lead. There's no better role model for young men than Charlie Kirk, period.
I agree. He's a phenomenal role model to follow, and I think it's going to continue happening as this is going on. By the way, NFL. So the first sports team, I believe, that recognized the assassination.
Really quick, I want to show. I got this TikTok the other day of how Erica Kirk and like Charlie Kirk met, and I don't even know how like you will not believe this how they met. It literally sounds like a fucking nightmare for anyone working in HR. It's crazy. Hold on. And then we'll do Am I Anti-Semitic to honor Charlie Kirk's legacy, where he like finds different ways to like manufacture consent for Israel, talking to these Zoomers.
So after we got
So this is their love story, you guys.
through literally half of the Constitution, going through why I'm living in New York and how I shouldn't be living in New York, and what my 5-year plan is, what success looks like to me, what I studied in college, why, just like every topic you could imagine that is close to Charlie Kirk's heart is what we discussed and went through. When it was like 3.5 hours, and they were starting to close up, and he was finished with his burger, just sat there, and I'm like looking around like, okay, did I get the job? Like, what's going on? I don't need the job.
Okay, like, keep in mind, Erica Kirk, like, the thing that he talks about a lot is like, oh, she did like Miss USA stuff or whatever. She's 36 now, and they have very young kids. They had very young kids together. So, and she's talking about like her education. Like, she is like a fucking businesswoman, for one. She has a degree. She's educated. She has like a fucking, what does she have? Hold on. She might even have like a fucking PhD. Hold on. Maybe that's too far. Hold on. This is exactly like the type of woman he said you shouldn't be. Like that feminism like poisoned you to think that you need to do all this shit. Erica Lane Francois, I don't know how to say her name, was born on November 20th, 1988. She was raised in a Catholic family with her mother taking her to soup kitchens to help. I didn't know she was raised Catholic. He is not a Catholic. He's like an evangelical Protestant. He's like talked about how he doesn't understand the Catholic faith. Charlie Kirk, I mean. She entered beauty pageants as a way to contribute to the community. In 2006, she established blah, 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 whatever. Kirk attended Notre Dame Preparatory High School in Scottsdale, Arizona. and later Arizona State University, where she studied political science and international relations. At Notre Dame, she played basketball and volleyball, earning the Matt Arnold Sportsmanship and Teammate Awards. She later played basketball on the women's team of Regis University in Denver, Colorado for 2 years. She participated in Miss Arizona USA 2012 pageant, which she won on her 23rd birthday, and then represented Arizona in the Miss USA 2012, but failed to place. In 2017, she attended Liberty University, where she obtained a Juris Master degree and a doctorate in Christian leadership. Now she is a single mom, but... And, like, she's going to carry on her husband's activities again, so you're going to be a businesswoman? Don't you have kids to raise, lady? Isn't that what you people fucking believe? That women should be, like, barefoot and pregnant? But she is, like, everything that he's supposed to, like, hate. And, like, literally, like, modern feminism incarnate.
But did I get it? What's going to close up? And he was finished with his burger, just sat there. And I'm, like, looking around, like, okay, did I get the job? Like, what's going on? I don't need the job, but did I get it? What's going on? And he goes, you know.
Like, again, she was applying to, like, work at Turning Point USA. And this is what he says to her.
I'm not going to hire you. It's like, okay, well, thank goodness I didn't need the job because I'm already doing stuff here in Manhattan. He goes, I'm going to date you. And I kind of just, I froze. I mean, wouldn't you? I literally froze. I was just like, okay.
Yeah, because that sounds like a fucking threat. If Charlie Kirk ever said to me, I'm not going to hire you, I'm going to date you. She would never do. But Jesus Christ.
I was not expecting this at all. And I was like, do you want to how about we just be friends first? Like, see where it goes?
And I told her I had enough friends and that I didn't want to be friends with her, so that was kind of a non-starter. But if she wanted to date, that would be great. I had enough friends. And I think she still finds that to be very funny, but I meant it.
And without hesitation and, like, zero hesitation, he goes, I have enough friends in my life. So either we're going to date or we're not. Do I have any time to think about it? Yeah, you have until tomorrow night when I take you out for dinner, and then you can give me your answer at dinner tomorrow night, but know that the offer's on the table and I want to date you. Okay. So then afterwards, it was like, thank you for this meeting. I need to go walk home now so I can process what happened. And I literally remember walking home from, like, 54th.
Sick. I'm gonna try that. I'll keep you guys updated. Yeah, any men in chat watching who are on, like, a recruitment team or something, if you have the ability, you come before, like, a qualified female candidate and you find yourself attracted to her, why don't you try saying, I'm not gonna hire you because I want to date you, and you have 24 hours to decide from when I, like, go pick you up or something. Tell me how it goes.
5th all the way to 30th and Madison to just kind of process what just happened. And I remember calling my mom. I was like, hey. She's like, hey, how are you? What's going on? How did it go? And I was like, well, I didn't get the job. She's like, oh, that's okay. I was like, but I got a boyfriend. And she's like, oh, that's nice.
The first date ended, if I remember correctly, just telling her I needed to see her again very soon, I believe Saturday. And then I guess our second date was a basketball date. And then that was a very fun night, long night. And then I said, hey, do you want to go to Hawaii tomorrow? And because I was going anyway. And she said, sure. And so I bought her ticket and she accompanied all of us to Hawaii. And Josh was there and Sarah was there. And
dude, like, how is this not, again, this dude preaches, like, abstinence and all of that. If you brought a woman on a fucking vacation and you're saying, like, we had a great long night, give me a fucking break. 2 beds, please? No, there's absolutely no way. What that signals to me is that he was having premarital sex, which is against his faith explicitly, and he has literally advocated against. So, massive fucking hypocrite. Okay. The amazingly titled Am I Anti-Semitic? We're going to see what Charlie Kirk said to these Zoomers about Israel, Netanyahu, Gaza, because apparently he turned down some, like, $100 million deal or something from AIPAC, or I don't know. And that he had pivoted a little bit.
Charlie Kirk has had a massive pro-Israel bias his entire career.
Charlie Kirk is so biased. He's a total Zionist psychopath.
It's almost like the allegiance to the other country is more than the United States. Oh, yeah.
Charlie Kirk is playing up anti-Semitic tropes.
He was accused of critiquing Israel's actions in Gaza during this summit.
Charlie Kirk is supposed to be a Christian conservative.
This is just an excuse to spout anti-Semitism.
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 I think there are a lot of people who are becoming more anti-Semitic because they want to be a part of something and then just get sucked in.
You believe Israel is sacred while
Yeah, that's it. That's the only reason why you see increasing like global anti-Semitism globally.
simultaneously saying we should stop involvement.
Definitely completely unrelated to the state that's doing a genocide that claims to speak for all Jews globally. No, it's just that people want to be like in this special secret exclusive club or something.
Maybe Mossad was a part of things that we don't know about. Reminds me of the CIA.
I don't think that is how an ally treats an ally.
I'm told that if I criticize AIPAC, I'm anti-Semitic.
If you're going to say I hate Jews over and over and over again, if I'm going to be convicted of the crime, I might as well do the crime.
Okay, everybody, you're about to watch a discussion with several Turning Point USA chapter leaders from across the country. It is a spirited discussion about Israel, about AIPAC, about a little about immigration, about housing. It is real, it's raw, and it's gonna probably bother people on all sides. But honestly, it shouldn't, because this is what's called a focus group. This is about getting down to what the consensus of this generation is. And I think towards the end of the conversation, we come to a really good path forward.
This is about Charlie Kirk trying to find a way to talk to these Zoomers to see what talking points he needed to pick up to continue being a massive Christian Zionist and shilling for Israel in a way that was actually going to land and not alienate his audience.
One that obviously rejects all the Jew hate, but one that also says, you know what? You're not an anti-Semite if you question the current Israeli government. Our producer, The Charlie Kirk Show, producer Andrew, helps me navigate this conversation. Text this to your friends and share it. And if you seek to actually understand what Gen Z thinks about Israel, not these anonymous TikTok comments or not what you see on X, these are real people, they're real conservatives, many of which are real Christians, and they'll tell you exactly what they think about the hottest issue happening, I guess, on the planet that we're talking about. Watch this, learn, and if you get a little fired up, watch to the end, because I think you're going to love every minute of it. Okay, we're going to play a word association test. What's the first word that comes to mind when you hear Israel?
Judaism.
Aid.
Netanyahu.
Tax dollars.
Liability. Sacred.
Tax dollars. Conflict.
Complex. Controversial.
Scary.
Strategic.
Mossad.
So, Mossad, of all the different things that would come to mind, why does their intelligence service come to mind?
Reminds me of the CIA. You know, it has the CIA, you have the CIA involved with RFK. I mean, there's rumors going around maybe Mossad was a part of the Epstein files, if maybe Mossad was a part of things that we don't.
These are not going to be the sharpest knives in the drawer or that are part of this focus group, are they?
Know about. And they're just like the Central Intelligence Agency, they are out there doing things that none of us know about.
So to say Mossad first, that would basically imply your first impression is one of doubt. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
When you hear like Epstein, right, do you connect the Epstein issue immediately, like first connection in your mind, that's also connected to Mossad and Israel, or are they feel separate in your mind?
Separate.
I think there's a growing consensus that there's a connection there among Gen Z.
Yeah, I think that's definitely gaining velocity. Who used the word aid? You did. Why did that come to mind first?
It's very similar to our support for Ukraine. We're sending a lot of money over there, not really getting, in my opinion, a huge return on investment. And so that's like the first thing that comes to mind, because when people talk about
if this dude says that we're not getting a return on our investment related to Israel, then, you know, case closed.
Distrust or dissupport for Israel.
I don't have to disagree with him, but
it's the first thing that usually comes up is all the money that we're sending them.
I think we have a lot bigger issues at home. I think we should be spending most of our tax dollars on securing our border, keeping our home people safe, rather than, we've seen illegal immigration that Joe Biden let through our southern border come in, and we've seen thousands of Americans die because of it. I think we have a much bigger problem on the home front.
This dude looks like 13 and like 30 at the same time.
Than sending money to foreign countries.
I think it's critical that we remain friends with them. They remain our ally. I just don't think we should be subsidizing them as much as we are.
When you talk about return on investment, I think that's an interesting way.
Shocking. People part of a movement called America First cannot believe that people within that movement actually do not understand why Israel is coming into the mix at all. Even though if you look at President Trump's first term, his actions, his uncritical support of Israel, and Bibi Netanyahu, who's his like number one ally in the whole world, the America First movement has always included Israel. It's a Zionist movement, but you have to explain it to these people that have literally never thought about the concept further than just the literal words America First.
Way to frame it. The supporters of Israel will say They're doing a lot of America's dirty work, from intelligence gathering, things like that, within the Middle East. Is that compelling to you? Are you persuaded by that argument?
The reason why I'm not super persuaded is it's mostly because of here recently. We were kind of drug into it. We were negotiating, we were having negotiations, and then they struck, they killed the people we were negotiating with, and it kind of derailed everything and sped up the conflict a little bit.
It was the State Department's stated goal that we were working on negotiations with Iran. You can say they wouldn't have panned out. You can say that maybe they were imminently...
Okay, that is true that those strikes derailed the Iran talks, but it's wrong that Trump didn't know about it. Reuters has reported that, like, yeah, Trump knew. And he, like, signaled to BB that those strikes are okay.
About to collapse, but we were still in active negotiation.
And I mean, like, I don't know what Kirk wants to do, because you're having to, like, hear out criticisms of Israel, but to field those and to, like, shift blame away from them, the only other place it could go to is Trump, which you also don't want to do in this conversation. So I don't know how he gets off the topic, or like how he, like, is able to, again, exonerate. If you exonerate Israel, you're indicting Trump, and vice versa. There's no other way to do it.
And yet Israel launches Operation Rising Lion to go in and strike Iran while we are mid-negotiation.
How many of you guys would say you think Israel got us into that conflict? You would say yes? You would not say so much?
I think we were willing to join that conflict. I don't think we were pulled in unwantingly as if we were dragged by a leash, in more uncertain terms. I think we have the authority and to say...
This was June 19th, 2025 of this year. Reuters confirms my reporting that Trump knew about the Israeli campaign beforehand. They're talking about the operation. That May 13th ultimatum received little attention at the time, but behind the scenes, the president already knew an attack on Iran could be imminent and that there might be little he could do to stop it, according to 2 U.S. officials. By mid-May, the Pentagon had begun drawing up detailed contingency plans to aid Israel if it followed through on its long-held ambition to strike Iran's nuclear program, the official said. And the U.S. had already diverted thousands of defensive weapons away from war-torn Ukraine towards the Middle East in preparation for potential conflict, according to a Western source familiar with the matter and a Ukrainian source. Then there was also Axios reporting, if I put, like, Israel 2-week campaign, you would get reporting from, like, let me see. Like Israel, if I put like Israel, Iran, what's going on? Must be, thank you for subscribing. My sub got canceled. I swear I'm an OG. No, I remember you. Thank you so much for the resub. Let's see. He had reported on this. Let me see.
Of whether or not we want to be involved in that conflict, and I think we saw the prosperity that we would unleash if we joined the conflict.
When you think about Israel's history in the region, and even with Hamas or Iran, these nations have sworn to destroy and annihilate the nation of Israel, right? At what point does it become...
God, are these really just these talking points?
Given the context, at what point are you going to be okay, or would you never be okay with the U.S. defending Israel's right to exist and, essentially saving the country?
I think they absolutely, first and foremost, they have a right to exist. They have a right to defend themselves. That's not the my issue with it. I can kind of give an analogy is that our house is burning down and so is our neighbors, and we're trying to put their fire out before we put ours out. That's kind of how I view it.
So when you guys find out, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but when you find out that we're basically every year we send about almost $4 billion to Israel, does that...
Did you know that that's almost like 0.0 whatever % of the federal budget? It's not that much money, actually.
You upset, or do you understand it, given that they're under sort of crisis ongoing?
I would say upset, and the amount since 1948, it amounts to $319 billion adjusted to inflation. And I'd say that I can think of multiple things that we could have spent at home that would have been a better allocation of our taxpayer dollars. And I feel like this money could have been well spent in supporting an economy that would support our generation being able to afford homes rather than military strikes.
I love that they think that the way that if you were to actually, like, unfortunately, like, again, like the USAID, this is the logic with Doge, USAID cuts. This is the logic with, like, oh, if we decrease the defense budget and stuff like that, which I'm in support of, but I'm also not delusional enough to think that money is immediately going to be rerouted to, like, the poorest Americans or the people that need it the most. That's not what's going to fucking happen.
What else? What would you...
we need to help people at home. Cuts aid to help people at home. All of these people probably supported the Big Beautiful Bill.
Want to see from their government. If their government came out and said, we have a 5-year plan to decouple from USAID, would that help people's view of Israel if they said, hey, we want to be self-reliant?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you think that would help?
Yes.
If they're like, thank you for the help since 1948, we're a rich country, we've balanced our budget, we have money in our sovereign wealth fund, which they actually do. Thank you. We're now going to decouple over the next 5 years and basically transition. Do you think that people would think higher of Israel? At least we'd stop talking about it so much.
Yeah.
Would you put that like as a primary?
Yes. Yeah. I would say like that can kind of follow up with a lot of other things, like a lot of other like even European nations. Like I feel like they were kind of like even Trump had to like kind of even out NATO so that everyone was kind of paying the same, not the same amount, obviously, 5%. Yeah. But it just because like nobody wants a lot of Americans do not want people freeloading off the United States.
And as you said,
I got a first-time chatter coming in here. Open to hot takes questions. I put sure in chat. What's your take on Israel and Jews being most of our governments in Congress? Like, my hot take is anti-Semitism. Woo, you're so awesome, dude. Couldn't see that coming.
319 billion being sent to Israel over all these years. That's comparable to the amount we've sent to Ukraine, and there's been a lot of controversy over that.
That's the other thing. You could point to any what have I told you about Catholic overrepresentation in Congress?
And yet not as much over Israel. And people are judged very heavily if they critique that aid that is given to Israel. I think I'm pro-Israel. I support them. I believe Israel has a right to exist. I believe that they are the only state in that region with the right to exist. But why are we treating them differently than any other ally? Should we not be judging them, holding them to the same standard?
Your view is articulated by a lot of young people and held by a lot of young people. Because let's now take a step back and let's now broaden it. How many of you guys think when a lawmaker, and a man I respect like Ted Cruz, uses the Bible to justify aid to Israel, doesn't even know the verse, do you guys think that's like not the best way to approach this? Raise your hand. Okay.
I think Ted Cruz used Genesis 12:3. I think a lot of people see that as off-putting when you look at the New Testament.
Why?
Because I think a lot of people, they look especially
Well, I
at the
think
right.
a lot of people see Ted Cruz as off-putting. First point. Second point, he's obviously... That Genesis thing is not referring to like the nation state of Israel. It's just talking about the land. It's not talking about a government.
So Paul, where he talks about how the new flesh is not the same as the people in the old covenant. The new flesh is everybody, is everyone's included.
Talking about Romans 9.
Yes, 9:6. Yeah.
Are you Catholic?
Converting to Catholic from Judaism.
This is my next.
Oh, from Judaism?
Yes.
Oh, wow. So you're you're ethnically Jewish.
Ethnically Jewish, yes.
And you have concerns about AIPAC.
Yes, I do.
I'm told that by some people that if I criticize AIPAC, I'm anti-Semitic.
I think it's ridiculous. Yeah. I feel like it's great to have a concern for your country.
Do you think that that AIPAC represents, again, I'm not saying I believe this, but I think this is what you're saying, that it represents a kind of cutting in line of prioritization away from the American people?
Yes.
Would you guys say that's a fair summary?
100%.
Meaning that, like, okay, we vote, we're citizens, but a separate group gets
I thought it
higher
was called IPAC. Yeah, our friend David Pacman thought that as well.
priority because of whatever reasons. You look like you want to chime in.
That the entirety of the idea of a PAC is to represent a group, but the fact that we're allowing a group that doesn't even represent American interests to influence the people who are supposed to be representing us, I have a huge problem with. And that's why I've said this before, and a lot of people don't like when I say it. I actually think there's probably like 20 representatives between Senate and House who I think are actually fully doing the work of the American people and don't have the interests of some group pulling their sway.
But when you hear that...
Wait, and how much?
20 representatives between Senate and House.
Oh, 20 representatives. I thought he said like 20%. I was like, dude, more people, like it's almost everyone takes money from either AIPAC or J Street. And you're seeing this pivot now with Democrats. They're like swearing off AIPAC money, but they're conveniently leaving out that they're like not swearing off J Street money.
Fully doing the work of the American people and don't have...
Like there's other pro-Israel interest groups besides AIPAC, and Dems know that, but they know that the American public might not necessarily know that.
Of some group pulling their sway.
But when you hear that lots of other countries also are lobbying, do you think, I mean, that you probably don't know the names of those countries, but it's happening. Does that upset you equally, or is AIPAC just get all the press because it's so top of mind?
If those other ones are doing the same thing, of course. I do not think that other countries should be telling us how to spend, telling our representatives and people who are here to represent all of us that they should be focusing outside of the United States. America first. Thank you.
I find prophecy as policy generally to be theologically problematic. I mean, there's plenty of things that the Bible says that have been done throughout parts of history that certainly a nation state doing today we would see as a bit of a problem. When it comes to sending these, what, you said $300 billion
just with inflation, yeah.
to any foreign country, all I can think about is across our own southern border, we have an actual military in the form of the cartel that kill thousands of people, and that's leaving out the hundreds of thousands of Americans that have died to drug overdoses due to drugs that have come across our southern border. And it's insulting.
You
that
must be like jumping up and down right now because Donald Trump has mobilized like the U.S. military specifically to go after these like Venezuelan like drug cartels that might not even exist.
Money goes anywhere else because we have such a huge problem.
Which is not an exaggeration.
I want to
like
flip this word.
the cartel of the sun or whatever, like that group might not even exist.
Decision game around just slightly because we haven't done it yet. When I bring up Gaza, Gazans, Hamas, let's just keep Hamas out of it. Gaza and Gazans. What comes to mind?
Complicated.
Life.
Destruction?
I'd say differences.
Perish.
What is the impression that you guys have of what's been happening in Gaza? It doesn't have to be a singular word.
I would say like a severe loss of life. I feel like that's always a bad thing, no matter which way you look at it, no matter who's, basically no matter who's dying, it's never really a good thing.
And you said perish. So would you say that on social media you see a lot of maybe kids dying or death and destruction? Is that
What if I told you that was all Hamas propaganda? What is going on Twitch? Like and Cooks, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to my community. You guys now have cute emotes and an ad-free experience, so thank you very much. Please enjoy those.
Being fed into your...
Wait till he finds out drugs are brought in through regular points of entry and not through the cartel. Not only is that where drugs are brought in, they're brought in by Americans.
Algorithms a lot.
Yes, and actually on our school's campus, they'll have these little missing kid posters, and in those posters, they'll read about these kids who have died to, they try to have us to have more sympathy for them. And it's like, at the end of the day, as you had mentioned, they are humans. We already have sympathy for them.
So on campus, now let's do something we haven't done. Has there been any awareness for the Israeli hostages? Is that?
No.
I think that's also important to talk about, right? I mean,
or the 1,200 plus that were...
Yeah, we never really talked about the hostages in Israel enough over the last couple of years. Anybody else share the sentiment? Oh, no, we did constantly, and we didn't actually talk about the suffering in Gaza. My bad.
Yeah, nearly 1,300. So that's a factor because I think we need to have a balanced conversation about it.
Word association game. One issue you wish we were focused on instead of Israel, what would it be?
I'm going to say continue on the border.
Deportations.
Housing.
Families.
Thank you for gifting one more tier 1 sub, Like and Cooks.
Any of you guys at least get the impression that Israel matters more than having young people be able to own homes? Raise your hand.
It's divide and conquer. We can do a lot of things. This is why there's so many cabinets.
What did it say about, let's talk about settlements?
At least get the impression that Israel matters more than having young people be able to own homes. Raise your hand.
It's divide and conquer. We can do a lot of things. This is why there's so many cabinet secretaries. This is why we have a government that can do a lot of things, is because we can focus on foreign stuff and we can also focus on domestic stuff. I personally am pretty all right with a lot of what we have been doing, but I do understand where a lot of Gen Z is coming from with a lot of this because, like I said, we can't buy homes, we can't afford anything. We can't really afford anything. So,
do you guys see Jew hate increasing amongst your generation?
I think that there's a lot of collusion between criticism and hate. I think that there is legitimate hate out there, but a lot of criticism is being framed as hatred or you don't support this because you're criticizing it, and that's like, I think that that's a little inseparable from what the left
do you guys
does.
think it's anti-Semitic to say you don't like Bibi Netanyahu?
No.
Oh my
I
God.
don't believe so.
There is a rise of Jew hate, but it's not the majority mover. I think the majority mover of Gen Z and Gen Z conservatives is exhaustion.
Precisely.
Would you guys think that's a fair categorization? Yes, for sure. I mean, again, there is like
this
an
for the person that's going to be like, no, I think it's all just anti-Semitism.
isolated
Pipes up.
weirdo, I hate Jews. We don't like that. No one in decent society wants that. But instead, it's kind of like, can we just, I don't know, make it so I can buy a home?
Yeah,
or like deport people?
Exactly.
Does that resonate with you?
Oh, yeah.
Dude. In the same, like, that is really what their priority is. I love how he didn't even try to do the pretext of like border security. Really, these people just want people fucking deported. They don't give a fuck.
You're not anti-Israel. You don't wish them harm.
We need to do more for people here, you know? That's why we need to, I need to be able to afford a home and also kick out the fucking Mexicans. Okay.
You're not, like cheering on Iran.
No, I support Israel. I think they're our ally. I want them.
But you would be called an anti-Semite by some people for saying this.
And I think that's ridiculous. I don't hate Jews because I think a nation should defend themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, I think that's the most ridiculous thing ever.
I feel like it's becoming like the word racism. Like, we just disagree with them, so we just have to call them a name. I don't think they're actually anti-Semitic. I think people just can't agree with them and they can't prove them wrong, so they just throw a word out and be like, "You're anti-Semitic because you think that we should stop sending our money there."
Something that I see amongst the people I'm around.
I mean, this is the attitude that they have taught literally every single conservative to adopt with respect to any other kind of bigotry, which is that, oh, these words don't really mean anything. Anytime somebody calls you sexist, bigoted, racist, homophobic, they're just using buzzwords. So just ignore it and you're probably being fine. You know, they won't say anti-Semitism, he's saying like Jew hate. I think it's because he doesn't want to use the word anti-Semitism, one, because it comes off soy. But yeah, that attitude that guy just outlined, that is exactly what you would expect from young conservatives today, which is that, hey, if all these other times that people say I'm a bigot are bullshit, why wouldn't this be the case? Why should I care about anti-Semitism? Just like that, you're losing a bunch of people who could potentially care about Zionism. Because a lot of it is staked on that.
General disdain towards, I mean, just being honest, Jewish people.
That's correct.
Just because they're constantly being told that you hate Jews. And it's like, fine. If you're going to say I hate Jews over and over and over again, like, if I'm going to be convicted of the crime, I might as well do the crime. I fear the same thing happens.
Literally saying, like, if they're going to call me, I guess that makes me an anti-Semite. I guess I have to lead into it. Fuck it.
With all the talk of race, the more we talk about it, the more we bring it up, the more racism actually happens.
This is like, I try to tell, thank you for saying this, like, because like, I try to tell these people and they're like, we must get more aggressive. And so like, let me ask a question.
Who are these people?
If we were to remove, like, if
is
people
this like, is like, did Charlie Kirk just out that he has like talked to like, I don't know, people that are like Zionists within the organizations that fund him or whatever, where he's like, you guys, like, this is not going to be the way that you, get this generation on board with Zionism, with being pro-Israel. You have to cool it with being like, there's so much anti-Semitism in the world, you have to care about it or whatever. Like, they're immune to giving a fuck about any type of bigotry that they might be displaying or promoting.
What Tucker said is anti-Semitic. I don't hold that view, but it's like a lot of people on Twitter are like calling us out and like, whatever. That's not going to happen. But if we were to cancel Tucker, would anti-Semitism increase or decrease?
I think increase, because that means any supporter of Tucker Carlson's statement therefore makes them anti-Semite.
Guilt by association, 100%.
Exactly.
But the binary that's presented is that if you don't passionately talk about it, you are a hater. That's probably destructive for everybody involved. So for me, I'm trying to find this new path, which is, I love Israel. I visited there. My wife and I had the best experiences ever. I saw where Jesus rose from the dead and he walked on water. But also, I'm an American. And I represent a generation that can't afford anything, and that we are like flooded with illegals, and no one speaks English, and our hospitals are clogged.
Okay.
I think we need to have the prudence to reject the Jew hate.
Again, I love how they can only keep up the facade for like 2 seconds that this is about like the concerns of the white working class or whatever, and then 2 seconds later, I'm at the fucking supermarket, nobody's speaking English, I'm really fucking bothered by this, we really need to get this mass deportation program underway.
Like, okay, we're not going to put up with that. That's dumb. But also, if you call everyone an anti-Semite, if they don't take a puritanical view of the Netanyahu government, then I think it's bad for everybody.
So would you guys all basically safe to say welcome us not talking about Israel nearly as much?
Yes.
100%.
Every day.
A cope that is often found in broken institutions. And I found this now over 13 years. It's a great truism you guys can learn for the rest of your life. Anybody that tells you we have a messaging problem, you should go a step deeper and ask another question. Being like, what, are you actually doing something wrong, or are you bad at messaging it? Because people that are doing bad stuff will sometimes be like, well, we're just not presenting it correctly.
Okay, I unfortunately do not disagree with Charlie Kirk. This is literally what I hear from Democrats right now, that like the only reason why the party is unpopular is just because they haven't like found the right message that's going to land, and they don't want to have to do any other like reflection beyond that. This is absolutely true though. And these people do know about this stuff. The reason why the right is successful is because on the right, you have people that majored in business and marketing and economics, people that understand how to market terrible ideas to people. So yeah, he's correct about this.
Sometimes that's true, or sometimes there actually might be something beneath the surface that you're not doing. So do you guys think that it's a messaging problem, or that it's an actual material concept problem?
It's a values and priorities problem.
Yeah, it's definitely a messaging problem. These politicians, they don't need to be car salesmen. We need the truth, we need the direct truth, and nothing but the truth. But these politicians, they're not truthful.
What is bro's haircut? Holy fucking shit. I just got wind of this. This is like crazy work. Like shit has been fucked up here.
They're digging Gen Z down in the dirt.
Who represents you best outside of Trump? Well, thank you. That's very good.
Oh my
and I
God.
don't do that
Fucking kiss ass to point at Charlie Kirk.
just for the sake of it either. I mean, you're here involving us for a reason because we are the important group. We're going to inherit all of these issues. So
no, again, the reason I'm doing this is that the reason we're doing this focus group, and Andrew will attest, I've been trying to tell them that there is an earthquake coming on this issue and in the country, and they don't believe me. So I'm like, why don't you just hear it from people themselves?
If we don't get young conservatives in, we're going to end up losing to the Democratic Party because they're starting to get the younger generation involved within their representation. And it's just, if we don't start getting these young people from our generation or the next generation above us into Congress.
It is refreshing to see conservatives scared about something that Democrats are doing, right? Which is at least attempts at youth outreach.
Then we're going to start losing.
When this debate pops up on your social media feed or on campus, what is the most persuasive pro-Israel point that you have seen or heard?
Talk about more about how they help us with intelligence, especially with this new conflict with Iran. If you want to use that, say like, hey, Israel's very helpful in us deflecting with Iran and giving us influence over them because we can have more intelligence.
Do you find it persuasive when the Israeli Tourism Board is bragging about how many gay pride parades they have in Tel Aviv?
No.
Does that make you more pro-Israel?
No.
So what else is persuasive for you?
I would try to educate.
Okay, but when they do those campaigns, they're not trying to get young conservatives. They are trying to get young liberal Jews because the majority of Jewish people in America are Democrats. They're not conservatives. So that messaging is not for them. It's for Jews that would otherwise not really be interested in the Zionist project to suggest that like Israel is more progressive than it actually is.
Educate about Islamic terrorism. I think that's major.
Like the Israel lobby totally knows that like the way that they keep conservatives locked down and in line with this is just like Christian Zionism and like Kufi, not through that sort of messaging.
Especially with the fact that we lived through 9/11, I think a lot of people in my generation don't understand how big of a situation it was. We know nothing about it, for the most part.
I think maybe one other point maybe is about the Holy Land as well. You could make a point going to the Holy Land, filming videos and say Israel's a better protector of the Holy Land than if there was a Palestinian state.
The argument I make more than anything else.
I was going to follow up on that.
That's my biggest argument. Keep going.
When the United States is like a mostly Christian country, not all Christian obviously, but a mostly Christian country, a lot of people can sympathize that is the Holy Land, that is where Jesus Christ lived and was crucified.
And rose from the dead, yes sir.
Islamic terrorism that's a better messaging because it connects Israel.
Yeah, I've been saying we can unite around hate. We can fucking scare these people into thinking that the Muslim hordes are going to descend upon the Christian and Jewish land or whatever.
Well, it's a threat to Israel and the United States together at the same time. So it brings it home to people.
One of the conversations we've had is that this Holy Land thing.
This feels like a completely different Kirk, probably because he's with other conservatives. Yeah.
The hunger for the Holy Land, for the old things.
The key.
Yeah, the old things, the ancient things. I think so much of modern life feels very transient and new.
And also,
my biggest argument to straight up Western chauvinism / racism. Florals for spring, groundbreaking.
The stability of it for being there for 2,000 years. And also the fact that it's really just been the bedrock of traditionalism.
He's like, Islamophobia is our best chance at uniting both parties on this. He's been saying this.
And I think you talked about in your speech about how there's a lot of liberal evangelical churches. So it's like, how can I get to a more traditional...
Thank you so much for resubscribing. But you were gifting other people subs before you'd even subscribed? Come on.
Style of life.
I mean, I'm Catholic as well, and grown up Catholic. And one of the biggest things that I do like is...
Did you see that Trump said he's designating Antifa as a terrorist organization on Truth Social? No, I had not. No surprise there. Actually kind of surprised that he had not already done that.
That Israel holds the roots of a lot of Western religion, and that it is critical for us as Americans to keep them.
So this is very important, and we're going to have to close here, is that American evangelicals tend to be very, very pro-Israel. Younger Catholics tend to not be. But what you're both doing, soon to be Catholic, current Catholic, you're saying that, hey, if you talk more about the Holy Land, the place, the environment, the reality, the artifacts, right? The discoveries, where Christ our Lord bled in the Catholic Church, the Via Dolorosa is a big deal, right? It's huge. The Stations of the Cross. Catholicism is a very tactile religion. You think that actually is more persuasive than any theological argument being like, this Holy Land must be protected so we can access, that we can worship, that we can prove, and we don't want a bunch of Muslims taking this place over like they did with Bethlehem. Do you think that is a winning argument?
Okay, literally just saying the quiet part out loud. I mean, that's really what it's about at the end of the day. This is the way that they're going to be able to get a new generation of young conservatives on board, which is to just fearmonger about Muslims, like descending upon holy sites or whatever.
For evangelicals, for Christians, more so than
wanting to harm like beautiful Israeli women and Christian girls that are just in Israel.
Gay pride parades in Haifa.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you guys for your time.
It's so weird that he like brought in that guy to do like the Hasbara talking points. Like, is he like not confident in his own ability to repeat these talking points? Come on. Okay, what other segments that they have in this? Okay, this one. Okay, Don Lemon blasts the right cancel culture. Maybe this is where they talk about like the firings. And let's see if they fucking defend it.
Before we wrap up, talking about embarrassing. So imagine if you're in the streets, going and talking to people, hoping they say bad things about Charlie Kirk and Trump, and then this is what happens. Go ahead, Rob.
Kirk. It's just messed up, totally messed up. You know that was messed up. Like, nobody deserved that. He definitely didn't deserve that. He was a good guy.
You think he was a good guy?
I think he was.
Scumbag. The only Kirk
good morals.
Captain Kirk. The what? The only Kirk you recognize is Captain Kirk. I don't know Charlie Kirk. I don't know who that is. You don't know who it is? I don't know who that is.
I know who it was.
That joke fell flat.
You know,
I only know about him when
all of us have flaws. I can't really
Which way does this channel lean? You have to keep watching. You can take a guess.
tell you what to believe in or how to feel. Like, everybody's having a human experience. Like, why knock him for having this human experience or what he believe in?
Even though even though he says things that are anti-women, black. Look at this.
I can't judge him for that.
You can't.
I can't judge him for that. But I can use judgment. He didn't deserve that.
Right. As a human being.
Yeah,
you are very spiritual.
You know, yeah.
And you're not.
I can't go left. I can't go left with that.
No, you sound like, you mean left, going not left.
Because I'm humanity. I'm humanity and left first.
No, I love that. So the first person I spoke to here didn't want to be on camera, and he said, I can't judge him because I'm not God. And so let him, let whatever the reaction is.
He's a very touchy guy. Stop that, Rob. Can you go
Wasn't
to
he the weatherman on CNN or something? I don't recognize him.
Can you go to the other clip that the pastor he retweeted? So here's a pastor that Don Lemon retweeted this pastor. I don't know who this pastor is, by the way. What's his name? Pastor Howard John Wesley, defaming Charlie Kirk.
In church.
Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated. But I'm overwhelmed seeing the flags of the United States of America at half-staff.
They were for 9/11,
calling
dummy.
this nation to honor.
Okay, there were also didn't the White House also call for that to be for Charlie Kirk?
A man who was an unapologetic racist and spent all of his life sowing seeds of division and hate into this land.
This is in church, mind you.
Come on.
Look at the applause.
You're better than this.
And
oh my God, like fucking, I think Vinny was like, that was for 9/11, dumbass, dude. No, it wasn't only for 9/11. This is literally from a White House press release. Honoring the memory of Charlie Kirk, September 10th, 2025. If I put flags. As a mark of respect for the memory of Charlie Kirk, by the authority vested in me as President of the United States, by the Constitution and the laws of the U.S., I hereby order that the flag of the U.S. shall be flown at half-staff at the White House and upon all public buildings and grounds, at all military posts and naval stations, and on all naval vessels of the federal government in the District of Columbia and throughout the United States and its territories and possessions until sunset, September 14, 2025. I also direct the flag shall be flown at half-staff for the same length of time at all U.S. embassies, legations, consular offices, and other facilities abroad, including all military facilities and naval vessels and stations. So, no, that wasn't only for 9/11, dumbass.
Hearing people with selective rage who were mad about Charlie Kirk but didn't give a damn about Melissa Hortman and her husband when they were shot down in their home.
Nobody knows who those people are.
Tell me I ought to have compassion for the death of a man who had no respect for my own life.
We can pause.
That question, do you think God is happy that you're doing this, or the devil is happy that you're in church and having an applause break for people that are basically like, well, it is what, like, let's not sugarcoat it. They're clapping and they're like, yeah, he's right. Who cares that he's dead? And by the way, the flag was half-mast because it was September 11th. Reverend, Father, whatever you're calling yourself. What a disgusting display from Don Lemon to him.
From the pulpit.
From the pulpit, and they're celebrating.
Yeah.
Oh, race.
Ooh, there's a crazy person in chat. Okay. This is a person that's like, first time chatter comes in, what way does this channel lean? And the next thing they say, I just got banned from 3 left-leaning channels in a row for trying to have a good faith conversation. This is what got me banned. What happened to freedom of speech isn't freedom from consequence. And then they said, Hortman got killed by her own party for not towing the line. Okay, so we have somebody in chat who has secret information that nobody else has, not even like the New York Times or anything like that, that like maybe Tim Walz or something was the person who like directed these this guy to like kill Democratic politicians. So I'm going to drop link to the Discord and you can tell me. I won't ban you if you don't do this. I'll time you out though. You can tell me over voice like what information that you have and just like educate me because I'm really, really interested. He's rage baiting with the BS saying, well, let's see. Okay. He's trying to have a good faith discussion. Come on. So you're going to join that Discord. And if you don't, you'll be timed out.
And then you just posted something right now from Colin Rugg about Don Lemon not happy about the fact that people on the conservative side. Rob, can you?
Yeah,
can you
I put it in the chat.
It's in the chat.
Don Lemon, he fumes that the right is being mean and irrational to liberals who are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. He says, calling Kirk hurtful, discriminatory, and ignorant. This is...
You know what's worse than...
It was on the mainstream media. Oh, no. I don't want to hear this in chat. You're going to join that Discord and you're going to go into the waiting room and then you're going to tell me in front of 107 viewers on Twitch and then like 100 viewers on YouTube. You're going to share all of this information that you have and like wreck me right now. You're going to do that.
Hurtful. Dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
My feelings are hurt. The guy's dead.
Yeah, period. In front of his family.
Go ahead, Rob.
It's a longer clip. But
you know, this is sort of a two different universes, two different worlds that we live in here in America. And I'm generalizing because there are some folks, you know, I'm in every bunch. There's some who are black folks who are like, yeah, you know, I loved him or whatever. Okay, fine. But those are few and far between. Let's just be honest. And so for the most part, people don't understand, like, what is this, all of this flags and half staff for?
9/11, idiot.
Most people had no idea who Charlie Kirk was.
Most people, what a liar.
Oh my God. I mean, literally a couple of episodes ago, PBD was like, oh, look at his social blade stats. Charlie Kirk was bigger than fucking MLK because of that. He like got more views than MLK would have ever got. Like he compared the number of hours of footage that existed on Charlie Kirk's official channel to the number of hours that we have of MLK speaking and then concluded, therefore, Charlie Kirk was bigger and more significant than MLK.
Right. I meet a lot of people out there and you see my lives. They're like, I didn't really know him. I just heard about him when this happened because it was mostly for like younger people who are really politically.
Antifa, FBLM, why are you linking shit? I don't want to see it linked. I want you to fucking tell me to my face. Explain it to me. Not the New York Post. You're going to do it. You're going to join that Discord link and you're going to join the waiting room and then tell me to my face what secret information you have about how the Democrats took out a Democratic politician for not towing a line and then handing a Republican majority to the Minnesota legislature, I believe. That's what you're going to do. You said that you were banned for, you know, just trying to have a debate. You said you were banned from 3 left-leaning channels for trying to have a good faith conversation. I'm trying to have a good faith conversation. You have to join.
Activated like college people who are, you know, just wanted to, you know, college people like to fight on campus.
Misrepresentation.
And when I went to school at LSU, we had something very similar and it was called Free Speech Alley. I think Free Speech Alley is still there, where you could go to Free Speech Alley and you could say whatever you want. The thing is that you could then, and you would not get suspended or expelled or, you know, disciplined for saying some shit. People just said whatever it is that they wanted at Free Speech Alley. Much of it was offensive, but I kind of liked Free Speech Alley. But that's not the America that we're living in right now. We live in an America of cancel culture, and it is the cancel culture on the right now.
What? Oh, what the hell's he talking about?
That is leading the charge.
Dude, look at the like.
And the hypocrisy. I've been writing something
what
about
could you
this.
be talking about? It's not like I saw a fucking massive, you know, it's not like the president blamed the left before we knew anything about this, or it's not like, you know, Libs of TikTok is just a feed dedicated to trying to get people fired now for not fucking eulogizing Charlie Kirk enough. I mean, usually they're taking a break. They're usually dedicated to just getting random queer people fired, but they have gone all in for Charlie. Okay. Let's see. We did it, Charlie. Retweet. So they're quote tweeting a tweet from 2020. Charlie Kirk retweeted President Trump should classify Antifa as a domestic terror org. This is from Truth Social. I am pleased to inform our many USA patriots that I am designating Antifa, a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, as a major terrorist organization. I will also be strongly recommending that those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So just in one Truth Social post, we have McCarthyism 2.0. Very cool. Biden used the FBI to go after his political opponents. They targeted 92 Republican orgs, including Charlie and TPUSA.
Investigated a dear friend of mine who's a political consultant. They were sicking law enforcement after their political opponents every single day. It's an open secret at this point. We're talking about having law enforcement go after the people who engage in and fund literal violence, and they're saying somehow
Antifa isn't even an entity. LOL. Are you sure? Are you sure you haven't met like a furry in Portland who is like claiming to do this? To quote Biden, didn't Biden say in one of the debates, like, Antifa's an idea, it's not even like an organization? Comrade Biden.
That's beyond the pale, even though we know Joe Biden's FBI was investigating Charlie Kirk. Maybe they should have been investigating the networks that motivated, inspired, and maybe even funded Charlie Kirk's murder if they had.
Okay, so I don't even know what they're talking about here. Antifa. Conservatives are not safe at a campus. Where's the thing about the Starbucks, dude? That was insane. Wow, Texas Democrat Councilman Chris Nettles reportedly freaked out and criticized city staff for lowering flags to half staff to honor Charlie Kirk. Here's the information to contact him. Because to be fair, it's that's a politician, right? So that's accountability. Remember when Kimmel's audience... Oh, no, here. Post later. Remember when Kimball's audience cheered when Tesla stock was down and he smugly called for more Tesla attacks? Good riddance to this POS. He will not be missed. Jimmy Kimmel was just pulled off the air because of threats from Trump's FCC. Chairman. I don't even know what this is. I saw leftists murder Charlie Kirk and I saw them celebrate it. Chuck Schumer is throwing a fit on live TV because his fellow DNC propagandist Kimmel had his show pulled, so they're complaining that people don't like that Jimmy Kimmel had his show canceled. Literally just like, yay, he's off the air. I put Starbucks. It was like, OMG, Starbucks won't write name Charlie Kirk on a cup because it's political? What the fuck is going on, Starbucks? POV, I never went in talking about politics, just mentioned his name to be written on my cup to honor him. Part 2, Starbucks refused to write or say Charlie Kirk's name. Oops.
You want 2, honey? 2? Okay. You want 2, honey? 2? Okay. Hi, let me get a grande mint majesty with 2 honeys.
Okay. Let me ring you up over here, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. What else today?
Oh, that's it.
Perfect. What was the name for the order? Or actually, you need a name.
The name is Charlie Kirk.
We can't do political names, but it didn't even ask for a name to begin with, so it's going to be $3.75, okay?
Oh, but can you write the name on the cup?
The sticker won't print.
Oh, you can't write on it?
I could, but I could write Charlie.
Why can't you write the whole name?
Because it's political.
Political?
Yes, yeah. Let me start your key for you, okay? And it's going to be $3.75 today.
You know what? Forget it. I don't want it.
So what was that, Vinny? About like right-wing cancel culture? What are you talking about? Again, this woman literally went in already filming, went in there literally just to get this, to fucking farm outrage. What, can you believe that a multi-billion-dollar like corporation doesn't want to be involved in a contentious political conversation ongoing in the United States? Crazy. Although I did see a post like on, it was like a, I think it was on a subreddit of like Starbucks barista. Hold on. Or like talking about this. Political cup writing. Remember, no animals, no pop culture references, no abbreviations or slang allowed, nothing related to politics. but there is nothing that says you can't write the name of a recent victim of a political assassination. Hope that helps. I'm so sorry to any partners who might have to deal with this. I can't believe Starbucks backpedaled on their own policy, and I feel so bad for the partner who was just doing their job and was thrown under the bus by Starbucks. Shame on corporate for turning their backs on partners. Oh, fuck, did Starbucks actually, like, fucking apologize for some shit? Holy fuck. Weird. What was it? Interaction with customer about Charlie Kirk. Okay, so I recently saw the video of a girl that handled the situation really professionally regarding a customer that was ordering the Charlie Kirk drink, Mint Majesty 2 Honey Packet BTW, and a similar interaction happened between me and a customer a few days ago that left me wondering how many more interactions like them would happen. A day after he was shot, I saw a post on Facebook talking about a Starbucks order, and I kept it in mind in case a customer for real tried ordering it. And the other day, a customer did come through drive-through ordering it. When they pulled up to the window, I asked her how she discovered she liked that drink because I couldn't remember if that it was his drink or not, and wanted to prompt the question to confirm it or not. And she immediately went Charlie Kirk, and immediately my reaction was a nose wrinkle and oh, and I walked away immediately to retrieve her drink. When I came back to the window, the car was gone, and 20 minutes later, we had a 1-star review captioned disgusting, never coming back to Starbucks ever again. TBH, I feel like I handled it as well as I could have, and she saved us both the trouble of having to interact again by leaving. But apparently she called my store manager yesterday on my day off, and I just know I'm gonna get talked to, but like, God, it is so hard to bite my tongue with these fucking customers. I'd literally rather not help them at all and say we don't have that drink than deal with it. Has anyone else had a customer interaction related to this? How did you handle it? Obviously in the future I'll be like, I'm not allowed to discuss this with customers, but like in the petty depths of my mind, I just want to be like, discussing that person does not align with our mission and values. Oh, this is mostly a rant, but let me know. This poor fucking person, man. Jesus Christ. They're getting scolded. To be honest, you created this situation by asking how they discovered the drink when you already knew it was his drink. If you had never asked them the question, they probably wouldn't have said anything and just took the drink and drove away. That's not me saying their actions are okay. That's just best not to prompt a reaction or response. If they bring it up first, then politely tell them we can't discuss political matters. Why would you even ask her about it, dude? Okay, so Starbucks, I guess, threw them under the bus by giving them, like, a statement to fucking Fox. Starbucks barista did not want to write Charlie Kirk's name on a coffee cup in viral video. Starbucks confirms there's no policy in place about preventing Kirk's name from being written on drinks. It's not like a policy, but, like, if you say, in general, they're not supposed to do, like, political figures or whatever, what the fuck is this? Jesus. They did throw her under the bus.
Hypocrisy on the right about free speech is, I mean, it's off the charts. Because think about it. If you actually believed in what Charlie Kirk said he believed in, didn't quite practice all the time, is free speech, then why are you out to cancel people who are using their First Amendment right of free speech to tell you how they feel about Charlie Kirk by using his own words?
You can pause.
Can I say one thing, Pat? Do you guys understand something? Don Lemon, all these leftists, when Elon Musk says that the party of murder, this guy...
Why does he always call him Don Lemon? This is not the first time he's done this.
One of the lefties, and he could just walk around in the streets. Nobody does anything to him. Nobody's killing him. Nobody's saying anything. He gets to walk up to everybody. When he goes up to people that don't agree with them, they're like, no, I know who you are. You're the CNN guy. And it's all love. They shake his hand and they leave. You know why nobody does nothing? Because you're that side. You're on that side that is the evil side. This is that negative. I don't even think that these people understand that their souls have been captured. I truly don't. But like we said, Tom, AOC, every single person that has spit this vile from walls to everybody, notice how you could walk around. Nobody bothers you. Nobody assaults you. Nobody shoots you. It's your side doing it to the other side. And this is the type of stuff. This is like unbelievable. Unbelievable, Tom.
Yeah, you know, we took their blankie, as they say, right? Yeah. They are like, oh, we get to have free speech. We get to say what we want. We get to say about conservatives. And when there's any balance or there's any truth that comes out, all of a sudden it's, oh my gosh, how dare you?
Yeah, how dare you? And then the bullets start flying.
Well, it just proves my point that I always say that the most watered down, least powerful word at this point is racist. You know, Charlie Kirk is racist. Okay, buddy. Is it his best?
It must be remarked upon that, like, they're always saying that the left is just filled with a bunch of, like, weak pussy men, soy boy cucks that don't know how to do anything and they're too scared of guns. But then also they turn around and say that the left is like really, really violent and doesn't know how to have an open debate, and they need to. And, like, the only way they can handle their political disputes is through, like, bullets and violence, apparently.
best friend, Officer Tatum? Isn't that? And then he just didn't he help catapult Candace Owens to stardom? Didn't he help basically start Blexit? Wasn't that part of Turning Point USA? Wasn't he somebody that would talk to literally anybody and encourage free speech? You know, people have had enough. They've awoken a sleeping giant, and we've seen it in the UK this week with Tommy Robinson's event. We've seen the visuals and the memorials all around the world, in the UK, in Australia, and France, and Germany.
Dude, and what is this? What are they talking about? Like, you don't know what you've started. It's like, one, political figures are never more successful after they're fucking killed, okay? Can we, like, use common sense for 2 seconds? Is that really what's best for somebody if they want to, like, have an impact on politics or the world generally? Fingers crossed when I get killed, yeah, that'll definitely increase my ability to be able to, like, go reach people and be on the media, etc. This whole, like, you're only going to make us stronger, that is entirely contingent upon whether or not anybody above you gives a shit about you to weaponize your memory. That's it. Or, like, cynically invoke it, however you want to put it. You are not stronger for being dead. It's never how it works.
Israel and Italy and Hungary and Spain all paying respect to Charlie Kirk. Do you want to factor that in? Why did 90+% of NFL teams take a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk?
Because of money. They did it because of money. They did it because there are a bunch of fucking reactionary people that watch football. There's a lot of conservatives in this country. No shit.
It didn't. You have some explaining to do. So in America today, there's one flag that reigns supreme. It's the American flag. It's not your BLM flag. It's not your Palestine flag. It's not your LGBT woke trans flag. All these people on the left, the Don Lemon crew, they're raising every single flag other than the American flag. Charlie stood for one flag, and that was the American flag, and they hate him for it. Yeah, and they're disgusting.
And by the way, you know, to be fair,
I'm pretty sure when Donald Trump posted like a rest in peace Charlie Kirk thing, it might not have been Donald Trump. I saw one that was like rest in peace Charlie Kirk, and there was like an Israel flag behind it.
Cancel culture can happen on both sides. Like for us, if you think about what I'm saying right now, when you go back and look at the Federalist paper that was written by, I think 60% is written by Hamilton, if I'm not mistaken, on the Federalist paper. And one of the things he talked about, he says the one thing that they realized where they went from a monarchy, and Tom, correct me on any of the stuff that I'm saying here, after they went from a monarchy where a guy is saying, I need you to do this, I need you to pay for everything, monarchy, right? So you have to... imperialism, monarchy, to then a democracy, which is what?
Okay, well, I found it. It was like Al Jazeera reporting it. This was in Israel. Billboard and mural of right-wing activist Charlie Kirk appears in Israel. The great Charlie Kirk, rip. And behind, like, hugging Trump, behind him, Israel flag. Is this a real picture of the two of them? Like, hugging and smiling? Did this really happen?
See what everybody wants to do. Okay, no, we need you to pay for it, Rob, because you're the rich guy. So democracy, the individual wasn't protected. And then you go to the Republic, it's like, wait a minute, guys, hey, I'm going to work harder. Can I be protected? And the leak that they found in democracies was man's ambition and what happens when they get power. The more and more they studied history and they give the examples in the Federalist paper is the fact that you keep seeing examples of people not knowing how to manage power. The moment they get it, they want to control. Yep. And this isn't a left thing. Just so you let you know, this is a left, right, center thing. If a man, this is why Marcus Aurelius was loved as much as he was, because he was a great leader. If you've never read the book,
what was up with Netanyahu saying Israel didn't do in Kirk? Just yet another stunning PR decision from Israel to put that one out there.
Meditations. Do yourself a favor and just go to Amazon and buy the book Meditations. And there's one of the ones that I like, the version that I like the most, Rob. If you can go there, I'll give it to you right now. Go to Amazon and Meditations, and I'll tell you which one to pick up. Because there's a bunch of them. The best one is Gary. Can you go to it? I'll tell you which one it is.
Self-help books.
What's the name on that one? The first guy that wrote it. Right, the Gregory Hayes. That's the best one. So buy the one from Gregory Hayes Meditations. That's the best translation out of all of them. There's good ones, but that's the best one in my opinion. You have to know that's what happens. This is why a man of...
Charlie Kirk, never heard of the guy. You know, honestly, that's what those fucking Starbucks baristas should do. They should pretend like they literally don't know who that is and be like, can you spell that? And just play dumb.
Character that leads.
And then write Charlie Kurt on it or something.
And trust what they're going to be doing for the most part, right? So for me, the one thing I respect about Don Lemon the most, I would actually have a conversation with Don Lemon. But you know what's the one thing I respect about Don Lemon that we have to give him credit for? He actually plays the clips that make him look bad.
He shows his, well, he has a lot of them. That's the majority of his clips.
But let me tell you though, you laugh at it. You ever seen the clip
I'm not laughing, I'm telling you
of Dwayne Wade sitting in SportsCenter telling the guy to make the highlight better as if he jumps higher. I don't know if you remember that commercial from 15 years ago. Dwayne said, no, make me seem like bigger. Make me seem like I jumped higher. Don Lemon just puts the clips up, and it makes him look horrible. And he still does it. You got to respect him for it.
He shows his losses. Not his wins and his losses.
Listen, guys, who just lost this last Saturday? Canelo.
Wow.
What happened there, by the way?
Okay, we're not doing sports talk with PBD. I can handle a lot from PBD. I can't do the sports takes. Okay.
Gang, great to be on with you.
Okay. This one, audio does not need to be that high. Charlie Kirk's killer text Candace Owens versus Bill Ackman, and Musk calls for Destiny's arrest. This is PBD 13 hours ago. Let's see. Tyler Robinson. I want to see the release, the reaction to the text.
As of right now, what's been shown is the text exchange between the shooter and his roommate, the transgender roommate that he has, right?
Yes.
And a lot of people are a little bit suspicious, saying, wait a minute, they're texting each other like this? Yes. Well, let me read it to you. Can you zoom in a little bit, Rob? Robinson. This is, I am still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I come home. But I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. Roommate, you weren't the one who did it, right? Robinson.
It's like so bizarre how he instantly wrote all of this shit down. It was like, I was intending to keep it till my old age, but I'm telling you like right after I did it.
I am. I'm sorry. Roommate. I thought they caught the person. No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from the drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quite almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Roommate. Why? Why did I do it? Yeah. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Roommate, how long have you been planning this? A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. Robinson, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got back to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. IDEK, I don't know what that is.
I don't even know.
I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace.
I'm not really into conspiracies, but it is super convenient how the messages detail everything. I had a chatter in YouTube chat saying they don't believe anything that comes out of the administration, and since the FBI was involved in this investigation, they don't believe the texts are real. So,
to me, I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a.
I have no reason to think that they're fake. I didn't know this guy. I don't know his voice or whatever. I have no reason to suspect that they're not. But I wouldn't be surprised if you're going to see more like, I don't want to say denial, but like skepticism towards any materials coming out of this specific investigation because the Trump admin is part of it, and they were obviously in like loved Charlie Kirk.
Bush where I change outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The effing messages are mostly a big meme. If I notice bulge you woo on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm going to have to leave it. That really effing sucks. Eric.
Bulge UWU, the reference to the trans community. So, Patrick, you read...
Remember when I was engraving bullets? You remember when I was planning on committing crimes? It was all a big... Dude, this is the thing. Where were you guys yesterday in chat? I would have loved to brought this up to Pisco to watch watch him get upset because he doesn't like fucking around with conspiracy. It would have been funny.
You just read through that. Here's my theory on this. This looks like an admission of motive, admission of the steps. It's a closed case. All I have to do is bring this up.
Interesting.
It's so well choreographed that the roommate doesn't play along. Kind of pulls at one point. How long have you been planning this?
Weird.
Very, very weird question, right? Weird. This feels like this was a script.
Yeah.
They put it out there that nails it.
Who's they?
The cabal that I believe is behind the assassination.
Okay, so this dude thinks it's like the Jews that are behind it.
Charlie Kirk, and probably looking to to alter history by taking out kingpins.
Y'all have a more boring explanation, which is just that the Trump administration is fabricating this.
Of conservative thought.
Question for you, Eric. I'm looking at this, and I've learned the hard way. Don't just look at the exact thing. Don't be naive. There could be other...
Isn't Pisco a chorus shiller? No. If he defends chorus, it is for the love of the game.
extenuating circumstances. Are you saying, based on this conversation, that this conversation is not even real?
Those sound like the messages you would send to your significant other if this had happened. It all makes sense. Remember, this dude is a 22-year-old college student, not Jason Bourne. I also don't think he expected to be turned in, and he told them, do not talk to the cops or whatever, so I don't think he ever expected those messages to surface.
It's fabricated.
It looks to me, honestly.
And honestly, if like the Trump administration was behind this, it does like read like a script a little bit, but wouldn't they go harder in the paint saying that he's like a far leftist dude or whatever? It's ambiguous.
Like it's a perfectly choreographed script to nail Tyler Robinson to this crime, and only Tyler Robinson. Not even the roommate, who is supposed to be a lover, and this is why Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. He couldn't stand the hatred that Charlie Kirk had for trans community, like his new boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever the hell he is, and not even implicate that person.
What are the chances? What are the chances? I'm not being naive. What are the chances? It was literally just this kid, Tyler Robinson, that's been radicalized, been upset. He's texting his love. He's gay, he's trans, whatever it is. And he genuinely just did it himself. He was a lone wolf.
Why didn't the lover
what are the
play
chances?
along? Honey, I'm
saying, what are the chances that it was just him?
It's for me, it's approaching zero. I mean, nothing's ever zero.
You know what I did? As soon as I saw this yesterday, as soon as it hit the air, I went and put in ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said, reading this.
Great answer from Vinny. I was skeptical about this, so I went into an AI model that literally just tells you what you want to fucking hear, and I asked it a question. Great insights to be gained. Let's hear what it said.
Feels more like something written than an actual text thread.
Stop it.
I swear, I'm reading it from ChatGPT right now. The pacing, the length, the sentences, the way he explains every single detail.
I put it into the confirmation bias machine. It gave me confirmation bias ground. Stop it. No, no way.
If he's narrating a movie, it doesn't match how people text when they're panicking or hiding after a crime. Real text, hold on, let me finish. Real texts are usually short, sloppy, with abbreviations, not long monologues that sound like a script. So my gut, ChatGPT's gut, it doesn't read like an authentic back and forth. It reads more like a...
I mean, you had it right the first time. Your gut, not ChatGPT doesn't have a gut. It's literally just a predictive model. That's it.
Crafted effect. So that's that. But are you ready for this? It makes, and I trust me, they know me. I never believe anybody. But it makes far more sense to think that these texts weren't fabricated by the FBI or somebody, but that the shooter and his boyfriend had a script, they staged it, and then they exchanged it. You know why? You nailed it, Eric. To give the freaking lover boyfriend cover
and focus on
just take the rap. Take the rap.
Patrick,
unbelievable.
They added premeditation when the lover says,
okay, so
how
they
long
think,
have
like,
you been planning?
The cabal behind it is like the trans cabal or something. That's because he thinks that like it's actually the trans person, the roommate, who's like behind it, I guess.
Yeah. Where did that come from?
Yeah.
Is that a normal conversation between a guy who just blew away Charlie Kirk and his love? How long have you been?
Well, they call the person.
They got motive. They got the actual pulling the trigger, the aim, the reason.
Thank you for the bit, Salty Squid Stream. Got a dash great stream. Thank you for watching.
Now they got premeditation too.
Rob, you put it up there, and what does it say to you?
I did. I asked ChatGPT, analyze the script from these text messages. Do they sound authentic? And then I uploaded the text themselves. It gives a pretty long-winded answer, but at the end...
Wouldn't the real cover be to not send any text? Don't think too hard about it.
Assessment, these messages do not strongly resemble authentic raw text.
Eventually, the conspiracies will all merge, and it will be trans, Antifa, leftist Jews. Aren't they kind of at that point already?
It's not real.
They read more like a constructed script, possibly fabricated or heavily edited, than genuine, spontaneous communication.
Wow. So is this kid in custody, the trans boyfriend?
No. They talked to the family. They spoke to him. They spoke to the family.
How's he not in custody right now?
They questioned him.
Because there's not even circumstantial evidence linking him to this crime, dipshit. Why would he be in jail? Are they? I'm not sure what the pronouns are for the roommate.
Can't leave. You know, it's one of those.
Jews can't leave. Yeah.
He won't. I mean...
So if what you're saying is true, if what ChatGPT is saying is true, that he's going to be tried for accomplice to murder?
No, they're talking about death penalties. What they're talking
for Tyler.
I'm not talking about Tyler. I'm talking about
the boyfriend.
Because this exchange in court will play out like, hey,
this is when he got the death penalty.
This is when they announced that they're
Watch his reaction.
Other business that we need to address today, Counsel. Just for the court's information, we did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty that was filed by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray. So that should be in the court's file.
Wow.
No reaction.
Is this frozen? Is this his?
No, that's him.
That's his actual reaction?
Yeah, you can see his eyes shift down right here. His eyes shift down.
Go back again. Go back 10 seconds. Right there. That's good, Rob.
Just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty that was filed by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray. So that should be in the court's file.
Yeah.
Wow. Dude, everything that you do in here can be used against you. He didn't have enough sense to not put it in writing by telling the roommate. He shouldn't have communicated with the roommate or whatever if he like knew that. But Why were they thinking he was going to have some like big reaction? He's like trying to, his parents and like family haven't even gotten him a lawyer. He's just going to be provided with like a court appointed lawyer. So anything that he does and says can be used against him. And they say he was suicidal. Yeah, the messages in the investigation revealed that there was like suicidality or like mention of that.
Pat, where are you at with this? Like, meaning, I was just looking at the text on its surface, like, oh wow, the trans boyfriend didn't know.
Yeah, right.
Now apparently there's some stuff going on. Where are you at with this? Eric said he's close to 0%. It was a lone wolf.
Guys, the last time there was this type of dramatic exposure that was going to happen was a guy named John F. Kennedy, with his father got his son in, and he was planning on having guys in the White House for 20 years. Joseph Kennedy had plans of this happening 40 years, 30 years before it happened. The day his first son was
This is just like the JFK assassination. Can we get any more dramatic, please?
born, Joseph was supposed to be the first president. And he ended up dying at 22 years old in war as a pilot. I don't know what age he was when he died, but it's 22, 23, 24. Joseph Kennedy never became the same ever again after his oldest son died. But then what happens? The youngest son with lower back problems becomes president. Then they have this vengeance, this fire in their belly. Then the oldest becomes AG. The oldest becomes a tough guy. The establishment sits there and says these guys are able to change a lot of things for America, and they're beloved. There's so many memorials of John F. Kennedy around the world, not in America. There's more statues of him around the world than any other president, I believe, all over the world. He was loved by people around the world, John F. Kennedy was. And then you see that they were going to make some changes, and you bring it to today. Do I think this is accidental? Guys, when the president got elected, I gave a top 5 name of people that I believe were the ones that helped him get elected. Mm-hmm. Charlie Kirk. I sent him a message. I told him, I said, listen, I don't know if you realize this. Without you, this doesn't happen. He says, well, I'm not doing it for recognition. I said, well, you need to take it because you played a massive role. And in everything, when something...
I mean, PBD is not wrong that he like played him. He probably, like, I don't want to overstate it, right? But he did play a role in the re-election of Trump, obviously. And what did Trump do? He's like fucking dancing to YMCA after. He doesn't give a fuck. He says a day after, I'm doing fine, and there's a ballroom being built. And then to the extent that he's talking about like hate speech, like, yeah, Pam Bondi is the one going on Steve Miller's Wife's podcast saying like hate speech is not free speech. And if you're talking shit about Charlie Kirk, that's hate speech and I'm going to fire you or whatever. But Trump is there like going off script talking about like hate speech to him specifically, not to Charlie Kirk.
Something big happens, you played a massive versus, well, thank you for that. But to me, when you're asking what's going on here, I don't know. I don't know. I think there's I think this is a pattern. I don't think this is a accidental thing. I think it's a pattern. And this reminds me of the 60s. This reminds me of the 60s. In the Army, they say, watch your six. They say, stay alert, stay alive, right? I think right now it's by the way, in Florida, just became a license to carry. Open carry. Florida. Just, by the way, 2 days ago.
Yep.
Oh, I thought we had that.
You literally can go to the restaurant, put your gun down and eat.
You could literally do that at that campus, by the way. It wasn't just like that Utah was like an open carry state. That campus is an open carry campus. So even if they had seen somebody with a gun, that wouldn't have necessarily been, they wouldn't have been able to take action as like cause for concern, because so long as you're not brandishing it, it's not illegal for you to have a gun on that campus.
Have in Texas?
I think it might be open carry. Open carry.
It's a few states that have
like a holster.
But Florida, and by the way, Rob just said something earlier. Rob said if this would have happened in Florida, he would have already been killed. Death sentence, because he says Florida's leading all states with how many did you say, Rob? 30 plus?
They're going to have 30 by the end of the year. They're somewhere around 20-ish right now. But they have more deaths have been, or more inmates have been executed.
Thinking about asking someone to join the stream on the spot is intimidating if you look like shit. You guys don't have to cam up. If somebody wants to come and debate with me, you do not have to cam up. You just need to call in.
Executed on death row this year in Florida than any other state in history of United States of America.
DeSantis for you.
Really? I thought guns in school campus was a felony in Texas. No, I'm talking about Utah. Utah specifically. They had open carry on that university.
The biggest difference here, you're talking about the 60s, you're talking about JFK specifically, is...
This is a revolution, buddy. Right. Something's going on in America. This is not a normal time we're living in. They try to control us for COVID, and they lost, but they lost on the public scale. Everybody handles loss in a different way. Some people can handle a loss. When they lost and
yeah, some people just have to call for civil war. They have to go fucking insane. They have to start saying that criticizing Charlie Kirk is hate speech, and they have to report you to your employer for making comments about Charlie Kirk that they didn't like to try to get you fired. We all grieve in different ways, you guys.
Obama, I'll never forget this. When Obama got on stage and he gave his speech and he tried to lecture those young black men. Remember that one time?
Yeah.
What are you doing? And then Stephen A. and other people are like, dude, you don't talk to us like that. We think we're dumb. Mm-hmm. And then he lost. Then imagine the Democratic Party saying, who is our savior today? Who can go campaign for anybody and win? You mean to tell me Obama couldn't campaign for Kamala, a black woman, California? You couldn't help her win? Where are we now? Where do we go from here now? And then Obama has to sit there next to Trump. I think it was at Carter's funeral, if I'm not mistaken. And then they're laughing, they're talking to each other. Yeah, this was the moment. So Democrats, this has been I said November 5th will go down as Barack Obama's worst day of his lifetime. November 5th of 2024 is the worst day of Barack Obama's life. So now what do? You lost. Democrats lost. The establishment lost. You think they're going to play fair? I don't know.
No, and you know why? They're absolutely not.
Becoming a Karen is a stage of grieving.
Hold on. We have just seen for the past 10 years, they're not going to play fair and square, Pat, because for 10 years, Eric, they've been like Nazi, fascist, Hitler, death, all this. And now, when the smoke is cleared and the dust is settled, they're like, oh, shit, we don't have any leader. Gavin Newsom? Jasmine Crockett, because they have no voice. No, they have no message. So guess what? They use lawfare to go after their opponents. They wanted to destroy Trump, okay? They'll do the lawfare. They'll try to cancel your ass. And then guess what? They try to shoot you.
Dude, there are probably a bunch of Democrats that, like, I wish the Democrats would do the lawfare shit against the Trump administration, get some charges to fucking stick. I mean, I don't expect Vinny to know this. He's a fucking raging tomato, so obviously he doesn't understand. But, like, there was more than enough criticism coming from Democrats that Merrick Garland was not acting fast enough to try to indict the Trump administration because he didn't want to appear partisan. So much so that he was going out of his way, bending over backwards to accommodate the Trump administration not wanting to fucking cooperate.
Let's not forget, this same playbook happened with Trump. Some white lone guy, no freaking social media, gets shot. They shoot him because the real shooter missed. They clean up the scene. His apartment's cleaned up with white gloves. It's like, it's the same gameplay. You nailed it. It's the same playbook because they have nothing. They are the party of violence. They are the party. Remember a couple weeks ago I said the whole party's evil. It's not evil. But if the devil came back and he had to pick a party, which party would he pick? Would he be a Republican or would he be a Democrat? I'm being dead serious.
Wait, what?
Party of violence. They are the party. Remember a couple weeks ago I said the whole party's evil. It's not evil. But if the devil came back and he had to pick a party, which party would he pick? Would he be a Republican or would he be a Democrat? I'm being
okay, Satan would join the Democratic Party. He would be a registered Dem. Got it. Thank you, Vinny. Very cool.
Serious. Where's he gonna go? Where's he gonna leave? Oh, you guys are killing people? I'm going over here. You guys are praying because us.
Dude, I'm gonna whip out this hypothetical a lot. I could get so much mileage out of this. Just say like, okay, hypothetically speaking, if Satan were to come down right now, they would argue in favor of your argument and they would disagree with mine. That's how I know it's awesome.
Christians, we get mad, but you know how furious I was with him in the back? My anger was going up like this, and then God, I went, okay, I'm understanding what's happening. I'm a Christian, I'm a God. Let me calm down. And even Pat was like, we're gonna win. Okay, that's the difference. And you keep saying fascist, you keep saying this shit, and then this guy, Pat, this ABC guy, you wanna know how gone? And when I say you're not supposed to like mainstream media, Eric, did you see this guy? Yeah. This guy, what's his name, Gutman?
Yeah, Matt Gutman.
Matt Gutman tried to take the situation, a freaking violent assassination, and he tried to make it a love story. You can't make this up. Rob, play this clip.
It's been a minute since I've seen Vinny get this red. Thank you for the bits.
An alleged murder with such specific text messages about the alleged murder weapon, where it was hidden, how it was placed, what was on it, but also it was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate who was transitioning, calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love. So it was this duality of someone who the attorney said not only jeopardized the life of Charlie Kirk and the crowd, but was doing it in front of children, which is one of the aggravating circumstances of this case. And on the other hand, he was, speaking so lovingly about his partner. So
you know
very
what?
interesting.
You know what? Somebody should write. He should write the Notebook, but call it The Assassin and make it a love story about murder and death. What a tone deaf. What the hell is wrong with mainstream? You don't dislike them enough.
So I know him. I know Matt Gutman.
Great.
We used to be friends 20 years ago when, Adrian, he worked for CNN. They worked together. He's been with ABC. He's a real journalist. This guy's been in war zones. He's not some fly-by-night woke liberal. However, he's been in the mainstream media, ABC, that world, for 20 plus years. How do you think these mainstream journalists feel about Trump? Because at the end of the day, this comes down to Trump. Trump has broken so many people's minds. I watch The Daily Show. We've all heard of.
Did you just say this guy's a fair guy?
No, I didn't say that. I said he's a real journalist.
And a real journalist would read that and say that's a love story?
DVD is about to get on Adam's ass for even knowing this dude 2 decades ago and having anything to say about him that's like remotely positive.
What real journalist, by the way, your friendship with him has nothing to do with my friendship with him. What real journalist repeats what he just said?
If he would let me get to my point, I'm not agreeing with him. I'm trying to give you some mindset to where he's at. I think it's disgusting what he said. What I'm saying is this. TDS. We've heard of TDS.
This is like they're doing like a Just Press Play impression. Peace going,
Trump derangement syndrome. It also stands for The Daily Show. I don't know how often you guys watch The Daily Show. These people are broken. They're broken.
Is Adam outing that he's still secretly a liberal? Are you watching The Daily Show, Adam, in your spare time?
They're equivocating what's going on with Trump getting shot, with Charlie Kirk getting shot, and their only defense is, yeah, but those people in Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's all they have. So I'm not running cover for this guy whatsoever. I'm letting you know, when you talk about drain the swamp, Trump's been trying to drain the swamp. What kind of swamp do you think the mindset of the media is? Eric knows this better than anybody.
I do. Honestly, Adam, I'm with Patrick on it.
PVD, please bring up the dictionary definition of real journalist to debate him on it for over an hour. When you say journalist, I'm not sure what you mean by that, because I understand journalist to mean.
You called him a legitimate journalist. I mean,
you don't think he is?
No, not
Look
anymore.
At his career. So after
he works for ABC, dude. Whether you like it or not, that dude's a legitimate journalist.
One
you
comment
cannot
is no
tell me
longer.
You can't point to one example of like punditry or commentary or reporting that he did that you don't like and deem him as like an unfit journalist that quickly, unless it's something particularly egregious.
Look at his accolades. Look at his career.
After that comment, Adam, if you tell me he's completely unbiased about reporting what he sees, I'm going to tell you full of shit.
I'm not saying he's
Oh my
unbiased.
god, nobody is saying he's unbiased. What? Everybody knows that reporters have their fucking biases.
You said he's
not a real journalist.
He's a real journalist.
Okay, don't take my words for it. Look at his career. I don't know.
Not question. He has a
I don't think he's
storied
a pundit.
career,
I
but
don't think he's a
there's
pundit.
no
He has a what
chance
career?
when they go to him. Say,
Oh my god, dude, Adam again for 2 seconds, like just tries to be like, I knew this dude 20 years ago. He's a journalist at like a reputable outfit. They're like jumping down to start. They cannot take it. They're fucking strawmanning the shit out of him and getting mad at him, even though just the last episode they're ending it with like, and even in this one they're like, it's the fucking left that can't tolerate any dissent, any disagreement. The right is so open to ideological diversity. One tiny fucking disagreement, they're like losing their minds.
Say,
What kind of career does he have?
What do you got? He's a reporter in the field for 100 years.
I agree.
So when they go to him and
He's a
say,
journalist.
Matt, what do you see? Would you think what he says right after that is completely unbiased? Knowing what you know?
No,
that
he
he's
never
called-
said he was unbiased. He just said that doesn't mean he's a bad journalist or something.
A love
That's my
story
whole
between
point.
a murderer,
That he's been
assassin.
in the news media for 20 years. What I'm saying is he can't help but being biased. I'm not
Yeah,
defending him.
actually, he was making the opposite point. He was saying he probably has TDS.
You are. You gave him. You donned him a respectable journalist.
Look at his damn credentials,
Doesn't
Eric.
make
What are
him
you talking
respectable.
about?
It makes him.
Can we scroll down?
Oh my god, he was not saying he personally respected him. He is saying he is a respected journalist working at an esteemed outlet. He's somebody who is trusted and reputable. That's all he means.
This guy's been in war zones. This guy's been all over the world. He's covered how many different stories?
And is he
I'm not
covering
running
fairly? I don't know.
That's my
I don't
point.
know. Well,
That's my
a good
point.
journalist would, Adam. That's all I'm
Show
saying.
me a good journalist, Eric. Show me one.
Laura Logan.
Okay, who's that?
You don't know who Laura Logan is?
No. Show me another good journalist.
Why? I mean,
They're out there. But anyway,
Show me names.
Oh my
But
god.
I'm not looking at one when I look at Matt Gutman, though.
Laura Logan, South African television journalist. Okay, I've never heard of this person before.
This is indicative of what a normal
CBS correspondent
journalist would even think.
Yeah,
it's a fact.
but by
I'm
the way,
exposing
let me,
how they all think.
Let me say this to you though, just to how many people have called it a love affair?
Not him.
Nobody.
One.
Only this guy.
ABC.
This is.
I'm sure there's more.
No. There may be more.
Yeah, on
but you're saying
Discord.
on a guy like this to call it this, dude, you got a few screws missing to say something. What do you mean love affair? It's just a great loving relationship. Stop it. Did he? By the way, we're not journalists. Did he take that?
I'm still confused as to what they're triggered over him saying is like a love affair. What's like, he had a romantic entanglement with the roommate, it seems. He was saying like my love to them in the text messages. What is the thing that he's like misreporting here or putting on Trump? I'm lost.
Exchange and put it on ChatGPT. What did he put it through? What is he? His job is to go to more research than us. We're freaking just regular people talking. We're not no journalists. We're citizen journalists. We're
You're right.
regular guys talking about it, right?
He was a commentator.
He's a
You're right.
commentator. If you're a commentator, great, no problem. But you're not a guy that can call yourself a journalist if you just tell us that and say it's
Too humanizing. That's it. I guess I can't understand like what they're fucking freaking the fuck out over. Who do you got for winning the Game of Thrones for TPUSA? I have no clue, honestly. I don't see. I can rule out the people that are like any of the like co-chairs or whatever. The idea that they're gonna be the ones to fill the vacuum, I really, really doubt it. I would not be surprised. I mean, do you mean TPUSA very, very specifically, or do you mean just like who's going to fill the vacuum that's left in the media environment now that he's gone? Because if it's the latter, then I think it could be Fuentes. If you mean who's going to like take over TPUSA, I have no clue.
It's a great love story. By the way, while you're talking about this, watch what happens here. Again, where we're living at today. Luigi Mangione takes out, and by the way, I want to get back to the Bill Ackman and Candace exchange as well. We're going to get to that with the Netanyahu, but let's go to Luigi Mangione. This is Luigi Mangione. They announced Luigi Mangione, supporters of Luigi Mangione, outside of the Manhattan court after the announcement was made. And the announcement was, Rob, if you can pull it up.
No terror charges. Right? They dropped the terror part of the charges.
Can you pull up the celebration and guys dressed as Luigi? I don't know if you have it or not, Rob. I think you got it somewhere.
Right here, protesters outside of the courthouse yesterday.
Can you show the celebration when they announce it's not? Because there is a celebration where they're jumping up and down. Can you look for that, Rob? You see guys jumping up, celebrating,
congratulating each other, hugging, crying.
That's right. You know, it was a very. This is it. That's it, Rob.
We can't show that.
Oh, is it the same as before?
Copyright, yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
Good call.
Well, anyways, they're jumping up and down. They're celebrating. They're doing their part. What's going on? This is where you're living it. By the way, there was a kid on campus that was making.
Yeah, the right would never celebrate any political violence.
Fun of how Charlie Kirk died. Who
definitely don't look up any of Trump's kids' tweets surrounding Nancy Pelosi's husband being fucking wasn't his skull fractured with a hammer?
Ended up getting kicked out of school. Do you have that one, Rob?
Yes.
There was a kid. Did you see this one video?
I haven't.
He's just celebrating. He's like, hey, this is how he died. This is how he died. This is how he died.
Pelosi.
He's making fun of it. They dropped this scholarship, everything that they kicked the kid. I don't know if he had scholarship, but they kicked him out. And this is the kid right there. Watch this. This is in schools. Go back a little bit. And they're laughing.
He's not real. He's not real. He's not real. Oh my God.
There goes.
By the way, that's your resume.
You're on camera.
Yeah, there it
Good
is.
job, buddy. Forever. Look. Forever.
He'll be a Democrat congressman.
Yeah. Look.
Oh my God. I love how they thought he was like walking away, and he was just walking away to get up on a fucking platform to double down on the joke. He doesn't care.
Wow. There goes. This will never go away, you freaking moron. What a moron.
What school? Do we know where?
Can you zoom in to see what?
Oh my God, these fucking Karens live trying to fucking get this kid fired or expelled or some shit.
School it is?
Yeah, Texas State student.
Yeah. Texas State student disrupts the vigil, reenacting like that. Let me tell you, man, you do that around Armenians.
You're done.
No, Rogan said something one time about.
Oh my God! 2 seconds ago, they were like, the left doesn't know how to fucking handle any of their disagreements with words. They always have to resort to violence. PBD literally being like, if some Armenians had been around, they would have fucking pulled up on this dude. What the fuck?
Have you ever heard Rogan say that about Armenians?
Like, I know the hypocrisy of the right. It never ends. It never ends. But it's just so stunning to watch it in live time from moment to moment like this. It's actually disorienting.
No.
Rob, can you type in Rogan on Armenians?
Why are we going to listen to Joe Rogan talk about Armenians? Why?
By the way, we had the most Armenians ever at the Vol Conference. We had a sense that Armenians was
crazy.
They were everywhere.
Crazy.
You say, man, I'm just watching. Yeah, right there, Joe Rogan Armenians.
Why?
This was in Texas. Why are we even talking about Armenians and why would there be Armenians in Texas? Isn't where there's Armenians in Glendale, not in Texas?
Armenians.
You can't do that in front of them.
Middle Easterns and
let him explain it to you. Here's Joe Rogan. Go ahead.
We can identify each other so easily by what we look like or where we're from. It's so easy. So many people are so proud of being from a certain part of the world. And in some ways, I think it's kind of cool. Like Armenians. Yeah. Talk some shit about Armenia in front of Armenians. They'll smack the fuck out of you. Yeah. They don't play, man. No.
We hate violence, BTW. 2 seconds later, sees black man make joke that they don't like. Dude, let's get Joe Rogan talking about how fucking Armenians will beat your ass if you say something they don't like.
They're fucking loyal to that. And they don't even live there anymore, man. Yep. That's like being someone who's really into being American and living in South America. If you talk shit, if you talk to shit to an expat that lives in South America, if you're like, man, America's shit. America's fuck.
I see stuff like that, and I'm like,
oh man.
And thank God there's no Armenians at that Texas State University.
Sure.
I mean, thank God there's not. Dude, I went to Glendale Community College.
Again, violence is never the answer.
Say something about Armenians. Say something about them. This is very behaving like that makes you think.
Yeah, they should pull up the clip where he says generally Chinese people look Chinese.
It's okay to behave like that. Mm-hmm. People allow you to behave like that. In the Army, we had a crew. If me and you make fun of each other, we make fun of each other. But if all of a sudden an outsider comes out of nowhere and makes fun of you, I'm sorry, who gave you permission to talk to him like that?
Yep.
Well, I just saw you guys talk.
How insane is it to expel him, though? This is all insane. I mean, it would be fucking insane to expel him over that, over a joke, an insensitive joke. Give me a fucking break.
talking shit to each other. That doesn't mean you have the permission.
No.
But anyways, I can't, it tells you what we're living in right now. And that's why what, Eric, you said earlier, the fact that he had the ears of the youth, which is the one that they feared the most. The age, 46, 42, 39, MLK, John
Like, do you think that these people would ever, again, this is the party that, like, to this day, you have major members, not only of their political party, but also their pundit class, calling for the pardoning of Derek Chauvin. They always made fun of George Floyd and did the he was no angel shit the second his body was fucking, like, the second they got any access to, like, his criminal past, they were bringing that shit up. Okay, Candace Owens literally went viral on Facebook. A video that had, like, tens of millions of views of her just pissing on his fucking grave, bringing up stuff that was completely irrelevant from his past.
Kennedy, RFK, Charlie Kirk, 31 years old. They fear when you have influence
They
over
did expel him, though? Really? I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but, like, Jesus Christ.
them. Because that's decades of lost control. Yep. That's decades of lost control. So let me get to the next story here. So Candace Owens and Bill Ackman. Candace Owens comes out, Rob, if you want to play this clip. Candace Owens comes out with allegations against Bill Ackman and Seth Dillon in an explosive video. Is this the one, Rob?
Yeah, so this is the first part where she talks about Bill Ackman inviting Charlie Kirk to the Hamptons.
Go for it.
In the Hamptons, and he had more than one event, but he had essentially what was staged, an intervention was staged by Bill Ackman. Because Charlie's rational thoughts about Israel were a no-no. This is not the route that you should be going on. And Charlie was surrounded by his friends, his quote-unquote friends. Bill Ackman was very upset.
Candace is turning this into something really big. I mean, I've heard Kyle Kulinski's been turning this into something big. I kind of want to see what, like, Kyle's been up to after this.
Threats were made. That is what I am told. And
I mean, just say it, Candace. You think the Jews are behind this?
I'll tell you that I am very happy for Bill Ackman to dispute this narrative. In fact, he was asked
Bill Ackman,
to dispute this narrative. Max Blumenthal went out to him today, and Bill Ackman came back and said, I have receipts I can show you. And he did not provide the receipts. This is not how it went down. I know it went down this way. I'm waiting for one of them to go on record and to say that it didn't go down this way. It was at this time that Bibi Netanyahu was called and Charlie was invited to Israel.
I think this is one of those things Kyle was talking about. It makes no sense that the Mossad would take him out. Literally none. Charlie Kirk was the biggest fucking, like, I can't think of anyone other than, like, Ben Shapiro as being more, so much of it comes from also, like, I noticed who's reporting this. It's the fucking Gray Zone, which is not a reputable outlet, saying that, like, Charlie Kirk allegedly said to somebody, so it's like hearsay, that he was afraid for his life, or he's, like, afraid to criticize Israel.
This was an under duress situation, I would say.
Okay, so that's that.
Not gonna lie, mostly with Kyle on this whole thing. Well, I'm gonna fucking see what tale he's spinning up, because he's gotten 530,000 views in 7 hours, saying the Charlie Kirk case just got way weirder. Like, I have to see what bro's cooking. All right, guys. Okay. We're going to see what he's cooking after this.
That part. Now, Bill Ackman replies back, okay? If you go to Bill's tweet, Rob, Bill Ackman, $10 billion guy, he writes a long tweet.
My
right?
Wait, I don't know that I want to watch PBD break down the, like, Candace Owens, Bill Ackman beef. Do I want to do that? I might want to see them defend Kash Patel for making, even though he's, like, a fucking moron on Capitol Hill. No. Okay, let's do Kyle. Charlie Kirk. And we didn't even finish the one from yesterday, but it's, like, outdated. So this one, we're getting it hot off the fucking presses. The Charlie Kirk case just got way weirder. 7 hours ago, Kyle's got some new tale. Dude, I will never trust anything released by this FBI. I mean, the skepticism is warranted. I don't trust this fucking FBI. I don't trust Kash Patel.
So I have some updates for you here in the Charlie Kirk case, and suffice to say, it is getting weird. I mean, it was already weird, but it's getting weirder. I think it's fair to say it's getting weirder. And that's not just me saying it. If you look on social media and see the reaction from across the political spectrum, people are going, really? Really? Okay.
Kyle, please. It's not a good sign that you, like, when you say across the political spectrum from you, that means right-wing morons. It's not a good sign that right-wing morons agree with you on this. Let's see.
Let's go through it. The FBI, Kash Patel, they decided to release the correspondence, I guess, via text message between Tyler Robinson and his alleged lover. Now they say trans lover, but it's still not set in stone that that's actually the case. We only heard that from the MAGA mom. So, I've seen speculation that they are trans, they aren't trans.
I do think it's weird that in this report it does say like the biological, like the roommate who is a biological male.
Or something like that, but that's neither here nor there. But let me walk you through this. So they release it, and here's what they say. Ready? After reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" So allegedly, you had Robinson.
Yeah, he quoted Gray Zone so much. No. Is it like Max Blumenthal?
Leaving a note under the keyboard or something, and on that note, he basically says like, "It was me. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I wasn't going to pass up that opportunity." And so after reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" Robinson says, "I am still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Yet shouldn't be long until I can come home. But I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret."
Okay, like I can't. Is anybody else reporting this? Like again, this story on Israel being behind it or whatever. Billionaire Bill Ackman convened stormy Israel intervention with Charlie Kirk, sources say. Like, this isn't weird to me because Bill Ackman is a paranoid freak and, like, has funded has been in support of a lot of these measures surrounding, like, college cancel culture and all of that with, like, the university professors. Like, he was instrumental in those people getting fucking fired for academic dishonesty or whatever. Or having to, like, resign. So this is 2 days ago from Max Blumenthal, The Gray Zone, an outlet that is not reputable, so we are reading this to criticize it, probably. Month before Charlie Kirk's killing, billionaire pro-Israel money man Bill Ackman arranged an intervention in the Hamptons, during which sources say he and others hammered Kirk for the conservative leader's growing criticism of Israeli influence in Washington. Kirk came away fretting about Israeli blackmail, sources say, as he contemplated a Catholic conversion. What the fuck? On September 11th, one day after the assassination of Kirk, billionaire pro-Israel, trumpet his relationship with the conservative operative. "I feel incredibly privileged to have spent today and shared a meal with Charlie Kirk this summer. He was a giant of a man." The Gray Zone has spoken to 5 people with intimate knowledge of Kirk's meeting with Ackman, which was held in early August. According to one source, Kirk was left upset after the gathering turned into an intervention where he was hammered for his increasingly skeptical views on the U.S. special relationship with Israel and for platforming prominent conservative critics of Israel at his TPUSA event. Because at the TPUSA event, he did have Tucker Carlson and can't remember who else was there. Like, Tucker Carlson's like the most notable one. But then Ben Shapiro criticized Tucker Carlson for his comments that he made at that TPUSA event. Since publishing this report, the Gray Zone has learned from one attendee at the Hamptons event that Ackman covered the influencers under the auspices of a discussion about Zoran Mamdani and the supposed threat he posed to the West if elected mayor of New York. But the meeting went off on the rails when Ackman personally confronted Kirk about his views on Israel. The public face of UK Lawyers for Israel, Natasha Hausdorff, joined in an argument and began screaming at Kirk, according to the attendee. Dude, this woman, this is the one who, like, Piers Morgan, like, kicked her shit in. Hold on. If I do, like, Piers Morgan. Yeah, this one. Thank you for subscribing. And girl with Prime, thank you so much. Okay, I think it's... Yeah, Piers Morgan calls out international lawyer Natasha Hausdorff and Israel's decision on not allowing journalists to enter the Gaza Strip. She tried to justify it by repeating Israeli rhetoric, but Piers replied by calling out the bullshit. This video needs a bullshit counter. This woman, again, she is not just like a pro-Israel shill. She is also literally somebody that works for Israel to help defend them, because I think she also has like an international law degree or something. Like, her specialty is in like international law.
Has decided no journalists from outside can go in
for 3 reasons
and make that assessment themselves.
Yes.
And I actually do respect that he, like Piers Morgan, even after the abysmal thing that, like, panel that I saw earlier tonight, I do respect that he always brings up that Israel will never let in journalists into the Gaza Strip.
right does Israel have to do that?
For 3 reasons. Will you allow me to finish?
Well, there are no reasons. That's none of your business whether the journalists view their safety as being at risk.
I'm sorry, you haven't heard the reasons yet. The first, of course, is the safety of the journalists, and I appreciate you don't accept that. The second...
I think it's a load of nonsense.
The second is the safety...
The idea you're doing is like some quaint concern for the safety of journalists is bullshit.
That was reason number one. Reason number two is the ability...
You better get better.
...is the ability of IDF soldiers to be able to conduct this war against Hamas without...
without the journalists getting in the way?
No, without...
They've actually, by the way, they've killed more journalists in Palestinian journalists than in any war
Hamas
in
members
modern
wearing
history.
press vests are not journalists. And reason number three...
So none of them are journalists?
And reason number three...
So just to be clear, none of the Palestinian...
Yeah, so the journalists that have been killed, they're all just like Hamas wearing press vests.
Journalists who've been killed are actually journalists.
This lady is a psycho. Yeah, she's paid to be a psycho. And the funny thing is, there was another panel that she was on where, like, they talked about Israel's secret nuclear arsenal, and because she literally has, like, a stake in defending Israel, she couldn't, like, answer it directly, or she tried to be, like, very, very ambiguous about it, but it was so obvious that she, like, can't give a direct answer on it because of her conflict of interest.
Members.
Are they all Hamas members?
Those that are. And
every single dead Palestinian journalist is a member of Hamas. Is that your position?
No, listen, I appreciate Piers.
That is also bullshit.
But misrepresenting every
So that's 2 out of 2.
word.
What's the third reason?
Our mutual friend Douglas Murray was embedded with the IDF in Lebanon.
You said the words yourself. I love Douglas, but he was embedded with the IDF.
Right.
He's unbelievably pro-Israel.
Let me finish.
So of course he was going to write what he witnessed while embedded with the IDF.
No, let me finish what his experiences there were. The difference is that
you have to tell me.
There is something I think that you won't have heard. The IDF are able to allow journalists into Lebanon. He wasn't the only one. There were many other international journalists.
There have been
those other international journalists with him were very clear.
There have been a tiny handful of journalists led in by the IDF in tightly controlled environments to witness what the IDF were prepared to let them see.
And do you know what those
actually, what it needs
said?
this war to stop the bullshit, which is out of control, by the way, in this last 3 minutes, is to let international journalists go in and do their jobs. And they will worry with their networks or organizations about their safety, but they should be allowed to do their jobs. And there's only one reason why the Israeli government doesn't want international journalists crawling all over Gaza. It's because they do not want them reporting what they will find. Which, by the way, will include the bodies of thousands of children who you, on the Israeli side, are not counting as you count the terrorists you kill.
Piers is always so dry. I mean, Piers Morgan intentionally tries to be the guy that's a smug motherfucker and asshole coming across your feed where you're either going to be rolling your eyes being like, why the fuck does anybody listen to him anymore? He fell off. He's annoying, or like he was never on to begin with. Or you're going to be like, you know, Piers is sounding kind of reasonable here. It's like his whole bit.
But who journalists would.
Reason number three is that those journalists that were in Lebanon said that they had to be very careful about what they reported because of what Hezbollah would do to their colleagues in Beirut. The fact that international journalists have sunk to this level, that they would allow their reportage to be controlled by terrorist organizations, Iranian proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah included, is despicable. That is the real issue here that has driven the international...
It's not. The real issue is...
This is terrorist organizations propaganda.
Actually, it's not. Let me bring David.
And the fact that you will not allow me to answer a single question.
You know what? You've made...
She literally just said that, like, Piers Morgan is like an arm of Hamas propaganda because he's repeating Hamas lies or something. Piers Morgan.
And they all, I'm afraid, Natasha, turned out to be bullshit. So let me bring in Dave.
So, yeah. That Natasha, that's who they're talking about, joined in this argument and began screaming at Kirk, according to the attendee. When his host presented him with a detailed list of every offense he supposedly committed against Israel, Kirk was horrified, said one person. Ackman also allegedly demanded Kirk rescind his invitation for Tucker Carlson to speak at his upcoming America Fest 2025 in December. Oh my God, what is this? In Phoenix. Oh. Okay, they haven't updated this because Charlie Kirk still listed as like the speaker. The whole thing was a disaster, said an attendee. The Gray Zone reported on September 12th, citing a longtime associate of Kirk, that Netanyahu had offered to organize a massive infusion of pro-Israel money into TPUSA and that Kirk refused. Another longtime friend of Kirk has told the Gray Zone that the conservative activist has also rejected an offer Netanyahu delivered 2 weeks before his death to meet with him in Jerusalem. Kirk, according to one person with inside knowledge of meeting with Ackman, said he left feeling as though he'd been subjected to blackmail. In a series of text messages with the Gray Zone, Ackman described these accounts of his meeting with Kirk as totally false. He pledged to release a public statement providing his own account of the event, but refused the Gray Zone's request for clarification of further details. He would not accept phone calls from this reporter. I think I can easily put this to bed, Ackman promised. I have the receipts, as they say. He did not abide when asked to provide these so-called receipts. In an apparent bid to reinforce the pro-Israel tone at the Hamptons meeting, Ackman hosted a coterie of pro-Israel operatives and conservative influencers at the off-the-record engagement. One was Instagram influencer Xavier DeRosso of PragerU. Who was this person? That person? Reached by phone at the gray zone. Oh, it was right here. I could have seen it right here. Wait, her name Natasha. Like the video that we just watched of Piers Morgan going after, apparently like that lawyer was present. He repeatedly demanded to know. Oh wait, reached by phone by the gray zone. DeRosso sounded flustered when asked about his presence at the meeting. He repeatedly demanded to know how this reporter obtained his number and eventually hung up, refusing to answer questions about the event. Several Instagram posts by DeRosso show him and his friend, conservative influencer Emily Wilson, just her. This is like Emily Saves America or Loves America or something like that. In the Hamptons on August 8th outside the Topping Rose House, a posh hotel and restaurant in Bridgehampton, New York. 2 weeks after the meeting, DeRosso was reportedly junketed on an all-expenses-paid trip by the Israeli government to visit a Gaza humanitarian foundation aid hub guarded by the IDF on the Gaza frontier. There, he recorded an Instagram video denying that the population of the besieged Gaza Strip was experiencing a famine. The Gray Zone received a similarly agitated response from Wilson, known as Emily Saves America, following a phone call and an exchange of text messages in which this reporter asked her numerous times about her attendance of the meeting in the Hamptons. Emily Wilson refused to comment. Instagram photos placed her in the Hamptons at the same time as DeRosso. CJ Pearson, a leading youth coordinator for the RNC, immediately referred the Gray Zone to his comms director when asked if he attended the Hamptons gathering. The strong-arm tactics of the pro-Israel billionaires who helped fuel the growth of TPUSA were said to have contributed to Kirk's alienation with evangelical Christianity, which emphasizes uncritical support for Israel as a bedrock principle. Several sources with access to Kirk said he had begun attending Catholic Mass with his wife, Erica, and was considering a conversion before his death. You know, I really, really doubt this because one of the videos that I watched from Charlie Kirk recently was him being like, Catholics, there's like no evidence that like Mary is like a holy figure in the Bible. Like he was like talking shit about Catholicism and like called it Mariology. So I'm just like, even though his wife was raised Catholic, I really just don't see like why he would have been making this pivot. So Bree Solstad, a Catholic Twitter / X influencer, has publicly corroborated this account of Kirk's religious realignment. Kirk's friend. This is like all taking all of these people who I don't trust at their word. Kirk's wife is a devout Catholic and takes the children to daily mass. Kirk had started to attend mass with her over the past few months. Pray for her. So, okay, that's different. Like, saying that, like, again, he's attending mass with his wife is different than saying, like, he was going to be, like, converting. Or that, like, that's, like, suggestive of, like, a realignment. Any relation to Andrew Wilson? No. Let me see. What is it? Candace Owens also alluded to the shift when she reflected that he was undergoing a spiritual transformation before his death. Israel-centric influencer summit in the Hamptons. The Gray Zone has obtained a partial list of attendees alleged to have been in attendance at the Bridgehampton meeting convened by Ackman this August. They include Seth Dillon. Dillon's the CEO of Babylon Bee, the conservative answer to the liberal The Onion satire outlet. Dillon, is The Onion considered like liberal? I mean, maybe that's like my own lefty bias showing by like not realizing they had like a partisan angle or something. I don't know. Dillon and his crew have derisively mocked famine-stricken Palestinians and their supporters in the West since Israel's slash and burn campaign began in the besieged Gaza Strip. An evangelical Christian with Jewish heritage, he has claimed, "I did not cease having Ashkenazi blood when I put my faith in Jesus Christ," also a Jew. Dillon did not answer calls from the Gray Zone. Then Xavier. Ew. Instead of Hamas distributing the ramen noodles, their leaders are eating it. Oh, and that's why they're on Ozempic. Okay. DeRosso vigorously defended his close friend podcaster Emily Wilson after she stated, "If everyone in the state of Alabama wanted the return of chattel slavery, go ahead. Why do I give a shit?" I remember this. I think they were debating Dean Phillips. Not Dean Phillips, sorry. Dean Withers. Then what did she do? Wilson is a LA-based self-described libertarian podcaster and social media influencer with over 500,000 followers on Instagram. On September 9th, she recalled on Twitter /X how a huge black guy robbed her when she was 13. "I hate to say it, but things like that just change the way you see certain people. After that, I always thought, oh, you guys just hate me," she reflected. This month, she and DeRosso recorded a podcast in which they framed pro-Palestine activist Greta Thunberg's hairstyle as evidence of her being slow and short bus. I don't hang out with anyone really less attractive than me," Wilson stated in a separate appearance. Okay. Dude, I cannot take like the Gray Zone's fucking reporting. This is so unserious. Okay.
Till I
How
died
does
of
Kyle
old
say
age.
this?
I am sorry to involve you. The roommate says, you weren't the one who did it, right? Robinson says, I am. I'm sorry. Roommate says, I thought they caught the person. Robinson says, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Roommate says, why? Why did I do it? Yeah. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully, they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Roommate, how long have you been planning this? Robinson, a bit over a week, I believe. I can't get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. Robinson says, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge ooh woo on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm going to have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. It's kind of incredible that somebody who planned out a crime and basically got away with it. The only reason that this person was turned in is because their dad turned them in. If the dad didn't turn them in, they were basically gonzo. It was basically over, right? But that person who did this crime, got away with it, is in a text chain now going, call me the crimes man. I committed crimes. Here's exactly how I did it. Here's where I left the evidence. I think I got away with it. But sure, it was me. I did the crimey McCrimington. That's why they call me the crimes guy. Here's a detailed breakdown.
I get it. 1 week planning. This is not somebody that, like, the reason why they did something stupid is because this is not a mastermind criminal.
Of how it went down and how I hid the evidence.
There's like a much simpler explanation. Like, this is, you know, Kyle should look at like other discovery cases. You would not believe what people admit to and put in writing, in email correspondence and text messages and like all sorts of shit. Write down literally like their state of mind, admit to crimes, like just dumb things that they should never have put down. Like, why are we surprised that like a 22-year-old who fucking did this would also have like, yeah, said to somebody who he trusted and thought wasn't going to like call the cops, speak to the cops, would speak to a lawyer first, was not going to hand over any of this, that he wouldn't be safe.
And what's going on moving forward. And other people have pointed out too, the my old man thing. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. My old man? Can we be serious here? That's not Gen Z lingo. Gen Z doesn't talk like that. He somehow knew everything, all the updates on the ground. Like, you knew that there was an old guy that was taken into custody. You knew about the guy with the pellet gun who was taken into custody. So as you're running for your life, you're also, somehow on social media checking all the updates? But I thought he didn't even have social media. We were told he didn't even have social media. All right, so what's he getting, like CNN alerts about the updates? As he's running for his life, he's checking every wrinkle in the case that comes in. A lot of this smells fishy. So, and that's, like I said, that's across the political spectrum you're getting this reaction. So first, let me give you this tweet. I try not to be a conspiracy theorist, but I have a really hard time believing in a short text.
What is this tweet? Okay, let's see.
The alleged shooter makes his confession, confirms location of the weapon, confirms the type of weapon, confirms it was wrapped in a towel, confirms his motive, exonerates the decoy, George Zinn, admits to the bullet engravings.
I can't believe those messages. I just can't. It's more about how they allegedly did it rather than they did it. Oh, okay.
Confirms the wardrobe change, confirms how long he's been planning it, discloses the existence and location of a now destroyed pre-written confession note, randomly tells his boyfriend that his dad is diehard MAGA, as if he wouldn't already know that given the nature of their relationship, and is worried about his dad/grandpa being upset if he doesn't come home with the rifle, not the fact that he just used it to commit a murder. Not to mention a 22-year-old terminally online Zoomer using phrases like squad car, drop point, swept the area, my vehicle, till I died of old age, my old man. I'm sorry, I just don't believe it. So yeah, I forgot. I think there's a slightly longer, like, they released a little longer than what I just read for you, and in that, they had the thing about, like, he talks about how his dad is MAGA. Well, this person would know that. This person would already know that. Randomly tells his boyfriend that his dad is MAGA as if he wouldn't already know that. Okay, so that's one that I found interesting. Here's another one. Brooklyn Dad Defiant. This guy is, like, totally resistance liberal pilled. He says, I don't believe the text messages were written by Tyler Robinson for a second. I didn't know him personally, but I know that no 22-year-old writes text messages like this. This feels like that Steve Buscemi skateboard meme. How do you do, fellow kids? Yeah, that's another thing. I forgot to bring that point up, but when you look at a lot of these texts, he's sending fucking essays, bro. He's sending essays. First of all, that's rare to begin with. But second of all, especially if the person is younger, they're not sending fucking essays via text messages. And the other thing is, this is probably the...
Kyle does not know any Zoomer women if he thinks that paragraphs aren't exchanged in iMessage.
Biggest point in my mind. Guys, we're talking about Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. That's who we're talking about is running the FBI. I don't trust those motherfuckers. I don't trust them at all. We know all they care about is getting the fucking brownie points and the adoration from the MAGA blob on social media. And anything they can do to get that, they will do it. And so here they're trying to, hey, we got the guy, wrap it up. Oh, look at this. These text messages he sent. So I told you it's across the political spectrum. So you got people like Brooklyn Dad Defiant. He's a hardcore resistance liberal. And then you got Sloppy Steve. What's Sloppy Steve saying?
And as bad as it's presented in Utah, I'm not buying all of it. I'm particularly not buying those text messages. It just seems too stilted, too much like a script, actually a bad script.
And I have to say, I'm even seeing non-political people say the same shit on social media. I'm seeing non-political people go, really? So look at this. This person ran the alleged text messages through Grok and ChatGPT.
Kyle, this is literally Vinny tier analysis of this shit, though. Again, you're putting it in the confirmation bias thing.
AI, hey, what's the likelihood this is real? And they both find the text messages between Tyler and his partner most likely fabricated. Now, look, I'm not out here speaking in absolutes. I'm not saying for sure that is the case or isn't the case. I'm just saying this is what they released, and it's making a lot of people go, huh, that's weird. So, look, the other part that you guys know I'm struggling to get over, and I'm curious if you guys are feeling the same thing, but I am struggling to wrap my mind around two decoys, two diversions. I really am. The fact that there was an old guy screaming, I did it, shoot me.
Yeah, he's just asking questions.
Shoot me. And so he gave the person time to get away. The fact that happened, the fact that there was a guy with a pellet gun that looked like a real gun, and he also took up time of the officials, law enforcement officials, that's sketchy to me. It's sketchy to me. The story doesn't add up with him changing twice and also disassembling and reassembling the weapon multiple times. That also doesn't add up. According to the official story, he shot the rifle, disassembled it, put it in his backpack, jumped off the roof, ran into the woods, then reassembled it and left it assembled. That just doesn't make sense to me. So, this is what they dropped. This is what they say is the big update. But now I got some other updates for you from a different angle. So Ken Klippenstein says the following: exclusive leaked messages from Charlie Kirk assassin. So he was able to talk to people who were part of the Discord group that Tyler Robinson
Ken doesn't think that he was like really that political.
Was a part of. And so here's what he says, quote, hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. Thus Tyler Robinson messaged his friends on Discord seemingly apologizing for murdering Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry for all of this. I obtained this in other Discord chats. I've decided to publish.
This reminds me of Gore Vidal reasoning about the diary of George Wallace's attempted killer's diary. Vidal focused on the grammar being too good. Ha ha ha. This kid was like, he had like a 4.0 GPA, right? That was also something that should have made me think like, he's definitely not a fucking groiper. Why would he have that fucking GPA? But I'm not really that surprised that like his grammar is not terrible in text.
Legacy news media, as usual, refuses, along with new information I've learned about Robinson from the people who knew him best. Oh, I should also point out, by the way, that the text messages that were released by the FBI, you have a lot of legal experts who are looking at them going, even if this shit is real, you're fucking your own case by releasing it now. That's what a lot of experts are saying. All right, so this is a screenshot. This is from Ken Klippenstein's reporting. Charlie Kirk got shot, dead. I just saw the video. Holy shit, rest in peace, I guess. Bro didn't deserve to go out like that. So that's the other people on the Discord, board saying those things to each other, right? Zealous Monkey chimes in. This is supposed to be Tyler. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you thank you all for everything. Trump and company portray the alleged Utah shooter as left wing, and liberals portray him as right wing. The federal conclusion will inevitably be that he was a so-called nihilist violent extremist, or NVE. Meanwhile, the crackdown has already begun. As I reported yesterday, the country is practically ready to go to war. Quote, it's been so terrible, and seeing it from an inside perspective is so frustrating. A friend of Robinson since middle school told me, the childhood friend who asked not to be named for fear of threats, provided me with the above non-public photo of Robinson on a camping trip, a favorite activity of his, to corroborate their relationship. Quote, I think the main thing that's caused so much confusion is that he was always generally apolitical for the most part, the friend told me. That's the big thing. He just never really talked politics, which is why it's so frustrating. The picture that emerges bears little resemblance to the media version. Robinson, I am told, though quiet, was a well-liked person with a supportive family. The friend group who he interacted with on Discord, far from some kind of militia, camp, or Antifa bunker, it's been portrayed as represented a range of different political views, but mostly talked video games. Yesterday, FBI Director Kash Patel said in an interview that Robinson subscribed to left-wing ideology, citing his family's remarks to investigators. But those close to Robinson say there was a lot his family didn't know about him. Quote, their ideas are based on someone they didn't fully understand, the childhood friend told me. Though the family was
so cute, acting like this will go to a court that cares about objectivity. I think he's doing all of this because he believes that it won't. If he has this skepticism towards any aspect of the FBI or any court that could be related to this.
Generally supportive of Robinson, a claim corroborated by his mother's Facebook account brimming with praise for Tyler. They didn't seem to know about his relationship with a trans person named Lance, the friend said. When I asked if his family would have been accepting, the friend replied, I don't think even Tyler knew the answer to that question, which is why he kept it so low-key between themselves. Tyler's bisexuality, the friend said, was coupled with openness on LGBT issues, but his wasn't some cookie-cutter lefty position on every or even most issues, his friends say. Obviously, he's okay with gay and trans people having a right to exist, but also believes in the Second Amendment, that friend said, referring to the right to bear arms. The friend described Robinson as fairly typical of a young man his age from Utah, someone who loved the outdoors, was a gamer, and into guns. Quote, to all of us, he just seemed like a simple guy who liked playing games like Sea of Thieves, Deep Rock Galactic, and...
So is he going to see this and be like he was put up to it, or that he doesn't fit the profile of the person who would be behind this, or what will he extrapolate from this?
Divers too, love to fish and love to camp, the friend said. It really didn't seem like that's all he was about. And then they have some more messages here, Helldivers 2 stuff. The phrase inscribed on one of the bullet casings from the shooting, "Hey fascist catch," though widely reported to mean he was a man of the left, is in fact a reference to the Helldivers 2 game. 3 arrows initially believed by federal agents to be a reference to Antifa are also a reference to Helldivers. Private Discord messages shared with me by a friend of Robinson's confirmed that Robinson wasn't some political martyr. A search for posts of Robinson's containing keywords like Biden and Trump turned up just 1 hit each. The Trump post was a passing reference to the 2019 impeachment inquiry. The Biden one came on the day of the 2020 election. We provided an update to another friend asking about the status of the vote count. And so then here are those messages. An impeachment inquiry has been placed against Donald Trump. He could get booted out if they find he committed the shit he's accused of. And then the Biden one is, who's winning the election? Who is winning the election? You would know. Biden is in the lead, electoral votes wise, but there are still some swing states that haven't finished voting, as well as most of the West Coast raw votes. Donald is in the lead by a little over 1 million votes. And then that goes on a little bit. The childhood friend is a member of multiple Discord chats with Robinson. He described the group as trying to grapple with Robinson's motive just like everyone else. So that's the other thing, is all the people that are in these group chats, they're mostly apolitical, and they weren't in any way, shape, or form involved in the planning of this or whatever. And at the moment, it looks like Kash Patel and the FBI are basically trying to ruin the lives of all these people who knew him and who were in these chat boards with him. This was not some underbelly of the internet type shit. These are regular people, largely apolitical, just chatting about video games or whatever. And so now they're terrified. But so according to the friends, they're like, look, man, he's largely apolitical, seemed like a normal dude, and he ended up doing this. That's what they say. Okay. Now,
Brian Barr, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime.
Got another update for you. So as we discussed last time, you had it's alleged that Charlie Kirk was basically going to turn on Israel, or he slowly but surely was turning on Israel. For example, he questioned whether or not October 7th was allowed to proceed by the Israeli government, basically saying almost like an inside job to an extent, where they let it happen and there's a stand down order. He talked about that. He's agreed that Epstein was Mossad. But at the same time, most of his rhetoric was very, very pro-Israel for a very long time. But according to a bunch of reports now, you have people who were saying that leading up to his killing, Netanyahu had invited him to come to Israel. He rejected it. Netanyahu had offered to give over $100 million to TPUSA. That's his group, his youth conservative group. And he rejected it. He didn't want that money because he probably knew the strings attached to that are, you got to cheerlead our fucking genocide and pretend like Israel.
It's going to turn into Turning Point Israel if you take that money.
No wrong. Remember, Charlie had also invited Dave Smith to one of his TPUSA events, who's very critical of Israel. He's had Tucker Carlson.
Some of the text combo does read very stilted, but like Aaron says, it's easy to read too much into something a little bit odd sounding. Would even Patel risk messing things up by adding alternate? But I mean, Patel is so incompetent that I don't know that he has the ability to intentionally fuck anything up. And there's a lot of dissatisfaction with him in this position, according to a Fox News expose, where they talk to different Trump admins, like 12 different Trump people, off the record, saying all the different ways they're dissatisfied with him. And even over the course of this investigation, he was rustling feathers with the people that he was trying to he came into the Utah FBI and was trying to tell them what to fucking do, as if he has any. I mean, he technically has the authority because he's the FBI director of the United States, but he doesn't have the fucking experience. Even just any random field officer of the FBI has more fucking experience than Kash Patel in this field.
And whatnot.
So he's to me there's no part of Kash Patel's behavior that instills any confidence in me. If it pulls it away from me. Same with Bongino being involved in this, but honestly, they were so hands off on this. They didn't find this guy. This guy turned himself in. I mean, unless the conspiracy is that they're getting played, like Bongino and Patel, but like people are saying the reason why they don't trust the messages is because it's their FBI. But they're such idiots that I feel like the only way that this conspiracy can work is if you believe that they're being used as puppets. No?
And so there were right-wing Zionists who were pretty pissed off that the Republican who leads the largest youth Republican group in the country was at the very least flirting with the anti-Israel position, which, by the way, if you're representing young Republicans, you kind of have to do that, if not just be anti-Israel, because the polls show among Republicans, young Republicans are the most anti-Israel. So there was an article in the Gray Zone that laid all this stuff out, and now we have another one. Take a look at this. Billionaire Bill Ackman convened stormy Israel intervention with Charlie Kirk, sources say. A month before Charlie Kirk's killing, billionaire pro-Israel money man Bill Ackman arranged an intervention in the Hamptons, during which, sources say, he and others hammered Kirk for the conservative leader's growing criticism of Israeli influence in Washington. Kirk came away fretting about Israeli blackmail, sources say, as he contemplated a Catholic conversion. So he was Protestant, and, you know, the Protestants, the evangelical Christians, they're all hardcore Zionists. Like, think of like Mike Huckabee, for example. I mean, that guy is deep in that world to let Israel do whatever they want. It's the Holy Land. They want the rapture to happen. They want God to come back. And so Charlie was thinking, well, maybe I'll become a Catholic. And the Catholics, there's some more room in Catholicism to criticize Israel than there is in being a Protestant. All right, let's continue. On September 11th, one day after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, billionaire pro-Israel money man Bill Ackman took to Twitter to trumpet his relationship with the late conservative operative. Quote, I feel incredibly privileged to have spent a day and shared a meal with Charlie Kirk this summer. He was a giant of a man. The Gray Zone has spoken to 5 people with intimate knowledge of Kirk's meeting. 5. According to one source, Kirk was left upset after the gathering.
People think FBI and DOJ are lying about Epstein. Why do they think they're telling the truth about Kirk's assassin? I think it largely has to do with the fact that it doesn't seem like Kash Patel or Bongino were really the ones like doing a lot of this. It seems like they're the ones doing a lot of the taking a lot of the credit, but I don't know that they're the ones actually doing it. The other thing is that there's distrust surrounding the fact that they don't want to release things that they could release, not that they have manipulated anything related to the Epstein files.
Turned into an intervention.
He wanted the post protection. Yeah, maybe that's why he's converting.
Hammered for his
increasingly... The Pope's been popped before. Like, there have been popes that have been killed, though, so that ain't going to save you either.
Skeptical views on the U.S. special relationship with Israel and for platforming prominent conservative critics of Israel at TPUSA events. Since publishing this report, the Gray Zone has learned from one attendee of the Hamptons event that Ackman convened the influencers under the auspices of a discussion about Zoran Mamdani and the supposed threat he posed to the West.
Okay, so we read about this. I want to see. I want to see what Kyle thinks about this.
Mayor of New York. But the meeting went off the rails when Ackman personally confronted Kirk about his views on Israel. The public face of UK Lawyers for Israel, Natasha Hausdorff.
Remember when they claimed the manufacturer markings on the shells were trans messaging? But what am I supposed to get from that? The fact that like any Republican would have done that. That's definitely not specific to this administration. That just means I have low confidence in any Republican.
Joined in the argument and began screaming at Kirk, according to the attendee. When his...
Oh, you're saying I think they knew it was the manufacturer markings. I think they were pushing a lie for the narrative. Wasn't that Steven Crowder? It wasn't just that they weren't the first ones to report it. It was Steven Crowder who said that, and then he fed it to the Wall Street Journal, and the Wall Street Journal said it was like part of a bulletin or something like that. Like, wasn't he the source?
Host presented him with a detailed list of every offense he supposedly committed against Israel.
They have to take this stuff to court eventually. Making up text would be easy to debunk. I guess the idea is like it could be sealed or something, right?
Kirk was horrified, said one person. Ackman also allegedly demanded Kirk rescind his invitation for Tucker Carlson speaking at his upcoming America Fest 2025 in December. The whole thing was a disaster, said an attendee. The Gray Zone reported on September 12th, citing a longtime associate of Kirk, that Netanyahu had offered to organize a massive infusion of pro-Israel money into TPUSA, and that Kirk refused. Another longtime friend of Kirk has told the Gray Zone that the conservative activist also rejected an offer Netanyahu delivered 2 weeks before his death to meet with him in Jerusalem. Kirk, according to one person with inside knowledge of the meeting with Ackman, said he left feeling as though he'd been subjected to blackmail. In a series of text messages with the Gray Zone, Ackman described these accounts of his meeting with Kirk as totally false. He pledged to release a public statement providing his own account of the event, but refused the Gray Zone's request for clarification or further details. He would not accept phone calls from this reporter. Jesus Christ. I think I can easily put this to bed, Ackman promised. I have receipts, as they say. He did not abide when asked to provide the so-called receipts. In an apparent bid to reinforce the pro-Israel tone at the Hamptons meeting, Ackman hosted a coterie of pro-Israel operatives and conservative influencers at the off-the-record engagement. One was Instagram influencer.
Sure, I'm not a conspiracist by any means, but this admin is fine with lying about anything and everything. I mean, that is true. The thing is that, like, you know, I'm curious about asking Pisco this because he was saying that, like, he doesn't trust anything coming out of, like, the DHS, right? So I'm going to ask him, why does he trust anything coming out of the FBI, or the fact that, like, doesn't their involvement in this taint it for you?
Winter.
Especially now that they've also been, like, they've lowered the standards to get into the FBI, specifically to do more things like this, to focus on domestic crime. I guess it'll just come down to like incompetence. That's what if I had to guess.
Xavier Durousseau of PragerU, reached by phone by the Gray Zone. Durousseau sounded flustered when asked about his presence at the meeting. He repeatedly demanded to know how the reporter obtained his number and eventually hung up, refused to answer questions about the event. Several Instagram posts by Durousseau show him and his friend, conservative influencer Emily Wilson, in the Hamptons on August 8th outside Topping Rose House, a posh hotel and restaurant in Bridgehampton, New York. So these are like the D-list conservative celebrities. That's who these people are right here. And they ended up going on a trip to Israel where Xavier stood in one of like the UN food zones and started bragging about how much food there is there and how Israel's doing right by the people of Gaza and it's Hamas who's stealing all the food. Meanwhile, not like less than a mile away from him, you have Palestinians literally starving to death. But he's standing there doing fucking propaganda for the government that's starving Palestinians to death. 2 weeks after the meeting, Durousseau was reportedly junketed on an all-expenses-paid trip. This is what we just discussed. He recorded an Instagram video.
Probably because FBI generally has to make showings before a court, more so than DHS. That is true. There is more transparency in that respect. There's more procedure, which takes enforcement actions unless courts intervene.
That the population of the besieged Gaza Strip was experiencing a famine. The Gray Zone received a similarly agitated response from Wilson, known online as Emily Saves America, following a phone call and exchange of text messages in which this reporter asked her numerous times about her attendance of the meeting in the Hamptons. Wilson refused to comment. Instagram photos place her in the Hamptons at the same time as Durousseau. CJ Pearson is another one, a leading youth coordinator for the RNC, immediately referred the Gray Zone to his communications director when asked if he attended the Hamptons gathering. So we scroll down. Seth Dillon was there. Xavier Durousseau was there. This is the video of him denying that there's famine in Gaza, doing Israeli propaganda. You have CJ Pearson here is the other guy. So these are just some of the D-list conservative influencers who were seemingly at this event. As the Gray Zone reported on September 12th, Kirk was besieged with angry calls and messages from pro-Israel donors to his organization following TPUSA Student Action Summit this July in Tampa. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
These
had also...
texts are fake. At least they're better quality than the MS-13 hand tattoos.
...phoned him, according to a longtime friend of Kirk, and offered to orchestrate a massive infusion of pro-Israel money. A longtime friend of Kirk told the Gray Zone that mounting pressure had left him angry and frightened. Kirk vented about the pro-Israel intimidation campaign in an August 6th discussion with Megyn Kelly, a former Fox News host, who was also growing more critical of Israeli influence in Washington. It's all of a sudden, oh, Charlie, he's...
Dude, Megyn Kelly... No, she's not. Like, Megyn Kelly, also another, like, diehard Zionist. I mean, like, to spin that way, I watched her entire fucking conversation with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and their big point of disagreement was Israel. Because Marjorie Taylor Greene has called it a genocide, and Megyn Kelly was like, well, I don't trust Hamas, and I don't like what's going on, but no, it's not a genocide, and I like Israel still.
He's no longer with us.
And like to the extent that she was concerned about it, she was like, this is bad for Israel. So she's not really like that critical of Israel.
Second, what does with us mean exactly? I'm an American, okay? I represent this country. The more that you guys privately and publicly call our character into question, which is not isolated, it would be one thing if it were just one text or two texts. It is dozens of texts. Then we start to say, whoa, hold the boat there. Kirk continued. To be fair, some really good Jewish friends say that's not all of us, but these are leaders here. These are stakeholders. He went on, I have less ability to criticize the Israeli government than actual Israelis do, and that's really, really weird. Kirk delivered his comments around the same time as the tumultuous meeting in the Hamptons with Ackman and the crew of pro-Israel influencers. A month earlier, Kirk had opened the stage at TPUSA Student Action Summit for a cathartic outpouring of frustration and rage about Israel's political hammerlock on the Trump administration. At the conference, speakers from Carlson to Kelly to the anti-Zionist Jewish comedian Dave Smith slammed Israel. All right, so this goes on here, guys. You get the point. And here's the thing. Netanyahu, he would view...
That's the problem, isn't it? This admin is so shady, it's too easy to see anything a bit weird coming out of suspect. Cash is such a clown trying to big up how well the investigation had gone.
Charlie Kirk as like uniquely positioned to help Israel moving forward, because Netanyahu knows you lost the Democratic base. They're gone. They hate you. It's like 7% approval for a guy like Netanyahu from the Democratic base, if not less than that, right? So you lost Democratic voters. You're losing a lot of Democratic politicians. You own the Republican Party, and 83% of Republican voters still support Israel. But there's one demographic of Republicans that does not support Israel. Young Republicans. Well, young Republicans are the future. Netanyahu's concerned about the future. Hey, if we have none of the Democrats on our side, and now it's a majority of young Republicans who are also against Israel, well, it would be a very uniquely important figure would be the figurehead of the young conservative movement. And that, of course, is what TPUSA represents, like the youth wing of the Trump MAGA Republican propaganda arm. And for that guy to be, questioning Israel more and more by the day, it certainly is the case that they're saying, okay, hey, we'll give you all this support if you're with us. Hey, come visit Israel. We'd love to have you. Hey, here's over $100 million we want to give you. And he says no to the trip, and he says no to the money.
He says no to that, and he thinks like, I mean, this, as you get, like, I'm trying to see just if I can predict what he's going to say. Charlie Kirk's death, even though it was literally not the most important thing that happened by any stretch, it was probably like the 50th most important thing that happened in like the last week, has been dominating headlines because of the admin's reaction to it. But it did push Israel as they've upped their onslaught against Gaza. That pushed it out of the news more because of this. Like, is he going to say that this is like cover for that or something?
money, and he felt like he was getting fucking berated and chastised by these pro-Israel billionaires who were trying to pull rank on him and basically say, like, hey, you got to fall in line and do your job here. You could see how Netanyahu and these hardcore Zionists, they would want somebody who is more pro-Israel in that position. You can see how that would be the case. Now, does that mean Israel was the one who did it? No. To this point, there's zero hard evidence to that fact. There's only this circumstantial stuff. But I'm still in the same position I was on day one of this thing, bro, where I'm more confused than ever. The official story makes no fucking sense. The fact that there were decoys and diversions there on the ground. The fact that he changed clothes multiple times, put together the rifle, and took it apart multiple times. They didn't even bother trying to explain the discrepancies in their story. They just sort of leave it as is and hope you swallow it whole. And then at the same time, we're getting stuff about very powerful people who were having an issue with Kirk. Now, the counter argument to what I'm saying is, of course, that Charlie Kirk was like, to that point, he was like 90%, 80 to 90% massively pro-Israel.
Yeah.
Like basically cheerleading almost everything they did. He like ranted about how Palestinians are not starving. He made jokes about Palestinians throw gay people off of roofs, but guess what? There are no more high buildings in Gaza anymore, so I guess they can't do it anymore. Like, loathsome stuff. But at least according to the reporting, he was turning, right? He was questioning it. He was not comfortable with it.
Okay, but it's like not a personal thing. It's literally just about Charlie Kirk trying to see what angle he can make more money at, or to the extent that, like, again, Christian Zionism is like a really powerful force. If he were to convert to Catholicism, I get like that article suggesting like, yeah, no, like Catholics don't really care about like Israel in the same way that like the Protestants do. But like, I just don't. It seems like so unbelievable to me that like, what could have fueled this if you think Israel's behind it? Like, he doesn't take your money, but you wanted to pay him because he's like already a useful idiot for Israel. And somebody said like, did he take AIPAC money? Charlie Kirk AIPAC. Let me see if I put like, did Charlie Kirk ever take AIPAC money? Did one say that Jewish money was ruining U.S. culture? I don't know, like the Israel angle to me doesn't make too much sense at all.
Felt like they were blackmailing him.
I feel like the only angle that this makes sense from to me is like being skeptical of the FBI itself. I don't see how like Israel really factors into it.
It's an open question. It certainly looks like a professional job to me, but that doesn't mean it was them.
It does,
right? That does not mean it was them. I've seen people wildly speculate that this was from the CIA and this was from the Trump regime. And again, no evidence for that either. But I'll tell you one thing for sure, and this is the part where I hope everybody can agree. For the life of me, I do not fucking trust Kash Patel. I do not trust Dan Bongino.
Yeah.
I do not trust any of these
strongest point.
Hardcore MAGA influencers, these podcasters who are now running the FBI after they fired all the actual experts at the FBI who know what the fuck they're doing. You kick those people out, right?
And just decided Crowder was a useful idiot for that internal report leak. They used him purposefully. To discredit it, and then they walked it back because the Wall Street Journal did change the title of that.
And then you're running the investigation, and we got these stories with 17,000 holes in it. Holes big enough to drive a Mack truck through. Okay, so I don't know what's going on, but I know there's something fishy happening. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
All right, you guys, let's see. What do we think of Kyle? We still like Kyle? Okay, let's see. Who's doing what? Okay, Twitch. You know what? Okay, if you're watching me on Twitch, but you are not following me, you should go ahead and do so. That way you can know every time that I go live, which is at least Monday through Friday, sometimes on the weekend if I feel like it. I try to be consistent. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and subscribe to me as well. Turn on notifications, hit the bell, that way you can know when I go live. If you want to watch past VODs, they're stored on YouTube, and they're way easier to watch than my past Twitch VODs, and they're timestamped. That way you can skip around to the segments really, really easily. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat, my YouTube description box. Can also buy a sub, gift a sub to other people, bestow the lovely gift of an ad-free experience, as well as cute emotes. But yeah, I'm at __ on everything. I always appreciate the timestamps, and I do that on my own. I listen back to myself at like 4x speed to do it. But okay, so YouTube, you guys are going to, let's see who's live. You're going to Kid Not Kin. And Twitch, you guys are headed to Cinemarxism. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Don't know what we're doing. I guess we'll find out. But tell Cinemarxism I say hi. Tell Good Night, Can I say hi? I will be back. Bye.
Yeah.